Hello and welcome to all of you. Welcome to the 14th edition of the NetExplo Innovation Forum in collaboration with UNESCO, an event live stream on netexplo.com, the NetExplo app, as well as all of our social media platforms. My name is Julia Seeger, and it's a pleasure for me to be here and to co-present this event with my friend and colleague, Tom Burgess-Watson. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Julia. Thank you very much indeed, and a very warm welcome to all of you to this, the 2021 edition of the NetExplo Innovation Forum, coming to you live from our headquarters in central Paris. Now, you, our audience, are made up of some 50 different nationalities right across the globe, and we're promising you a full and exciting lineup today, because throughout the course of the last year here at NetExplo, we've been keeping a very close eye on all the global trends 2021, which will be presented throughout the day by Sylvain Laurador, who is a partner and the Chief Creative Officer here at NetExplo.
That's right, NetExplo, that was actually created by Thierry App in 2007 with the aim of keeping ahead of the game and predicting future trends. And all year round, all of the material that is created by the observatory is usually dedicated to subscribers only. But once a year, we do get together during this event to share the best the tech world has to offer. Now, the observatory, along with its network of professors across the globe, have shortlisted from more than 2,000 innovations, 10 award winners, and one of them will be awarded the grand prize of the NetExplo Innovation Forum at about 5 p.m. tonight.
That's right, 5 p.m. Central European Time. And this is where you come into the story. You have a part to play because you're going to be asked to vote on each of the innovations. They'll be presented to you and examined in detail throughout the course of the day. So your vote will determine who gets the grand prize. You need to get your vote in, as Julia said, by 5 p.m. Central European Time. And just to remind you, you can vote by opening the chat window on the application or on social media. Now, Julia, today is divided up into 3 different chapters, isn't it?
That's right, Tom. We're going to start with Predictable Me, Worlds on Demand, and Hope in Translation. It's actually going to be the backbone of the entire show, but we'll also touch up on the hottest issues in the news, such as the exploration of Mars and space in general. We'll also talk about NFTs, which is a technology based on blockchain that is shaking the world of art. We'll also talk about quantum computing. It does sound perhaps a little complex, but no worries. Many experts will be on set today to shed light on all of those issues.
Yeah, I think we're going to be asking a lot of questions throughout the day and getting some great answers, no doubt, as well. And just looking at the lineup, really striking to see how artificial intelligence is a recurrent theme and absolutely central to so much of what we're talking about, Julia.
That's right. Artificial intelligence is a big feature of a lot of things we're going to be talking about today, even though most of the time we're actually talking about machine learning. But let's kick off this year's Innovation Forum now with a message from the Deputy Director General of UNESCO, Ching Qiu.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to address you today at the opening of the 15th NetExplo Forum. The 10-year-long partnership between UNESCO and NetExplo has served a challenging but straightforward ambition to showcase and share the advances of digital societies by highlighting technological innovation from all parts of the world. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted lives and livelihoods at an unprecedented level. In the face of adversity, our society's safety nets have failed those most in need. Many have fallen back or been pushed further into poverty, and it will take years of societal progress to help them re-emerge out of this dire situation. A recent UN development report estimates that the long-term consequences of the pandemic risk pushing an additional 207 million people into extreme poverty by 2030. In a context where the topic of post-pandemic recovery is on all of our minds, the NetExplo Forum is asking provocatively, is there even a future to be had? I do not doubt that the answer is a resounding yes. When I see young activists manifesting for a better planet, I see strength and hope. when I witness their resourcefulness and creativity, I sense an ability to make sense of the future in the midst of uncertainty. There are stellar innovations that will be highlighted here today, and that range from rapid advances in AI technology for healthcare research to new financing models for agriculture, also make me confident that technology has the potential to help us shape a more inclusive and equitable future for all. However, it is important not to forget that technology can also be used in ways that are harmful to citizens. For example, to increase surveillance or restrict the freedom of speech and free movement. It is therefore vital to ensure that technology is developed and deployed ethically and in ways that protect and support fundamental freedoms. In this regard, UNESCO is developing a recommendation on the ethics of AI, which will be considered for adoption by UNESCO's all 193 member states later this year. Ladies and gentlemen, it is necessary to reflect deeply on the evolution and impact of technology on our lives. How do we want to use technology to live good lives in inclusive and open societies? We must also ponder on what can be improved to enable all of us to live safely and sustainably on our shared planet, a planet we must protect to ensure our shared future. Such reflections, however, must be followed by concrete action. Youth today has had enough of vague high-level commitments that are unrealistic or simply too far away in the future. Intergenerational justice demands that we develop policies and actionable solutions that immediately and effectively address the complex challenges of hunger, poverty, health care, agriculture, climate change, gender equality, and more, all of which are essential components to build peaceful societies now and in the future. Post-COVID recovery efforts and calls for building back better must not be reduced to social media hashtags. Rather, these words must be backed up by collective action from governments and other global and national stakeholders to cooperate and deliver global public goods. Digital solutions have contributed significantly to the international response to the ongoing pandemic. In particular, they have enabled distance learning and provided openly licensed content of millions of teachers and students. Yet, still 1 year since the outbreak of the pandemic, over 800 million students, which is more than half of the world's student population, still face significant disruptions to their education. Recent data from UNESCO indicate that these disruptions range from full school closures in more than 30 countries to reduced or part-time academic schedules in some 48 countries. What this shows us is that even when the necessary technology exists, we are still far from addressing the underlying issues. These consist in the unequal participation in and the benefits from the digital transformation caused by and resulting in digital and knowledge divide, both within and between countries. We need more substantial commitments from international organizations, governments, businesses, and civil society to work together to address common challenges in order to reverse the worrying trend of exacerbated inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, the innovations we see today are enabled by a culture of open knowledge sharing. We must encourage the free flow of information and the development of policies that support innovation, whether it is through financial support, access to shared technology infrastructure, or by fostering environments where innovators can experiment without fearing failure. To help bring this vision into reality, UNESCO is developing protocols that support innovative policy development, and that is inclusive of different stakeholders. This is part of the organization's work to help member states and their constituencies seize today's opportunities for building the worlds of tomorrow. NetExplore has been contributing to this same vision for more than a decade, supporting youth in going further by asking fundamental questions on how to improve society in an era of digital transformation, and by inventing solutions to the emerging challenges they identify. I wish to commend the 10 teams that will be awarded by NetExplore today. These accomplished women and men, through their impressive work, demonstrate what can be achieved when we join forces and deploy determination and creativity to reach our common goals. In this spirit, I wish you an excellent NetExplore Forum. Thank you for your attention.
Et vous le savez, tout au long de cette dernière année, ce sont plus de 2000 innovations qui ont été captées par l'Observatoire NetExplore et son réseau de chercheurs associés aux quatre coins du globe. Et c'est ça qui leur a permis d'ailleurs
That's why they could establish different technological trends for 2021, which were explained in this book, The New Now, I would like you to read. And this year, Sylvain Lourdeau, the Chief Creator Officer at NetExplore, will present them to you in a wonderful place, which is the headquarters of UNESCO in Paris. J'ai la bouche sur le micro, je peux pas faire.
Bonjour Sylvain, merci d'être là.
Hello Sylvain, thank you for being at the UNESCO headquarters in Paris. Why did you choose this location in particular in order to tell our viewers about the 2021 NetExplore trends? Hello Julia, well, UNESCO is a highly symbolic place. It has a worldwide aura. It organizes and practical initiatives all year long to encourage world peace. The common point between the NetExplore Observatory and UNESCO's humanist vision of society. When the NetExplore Observatory spots innovation in every continent, it's not interested by technology per se, but by the way technology will transform the lives of children and women around the world. That's why UNESCO and the NetExplore Observatory are jointly organizing the Innovation Forum since 2011. So the NetExplore motto and its raison d'être is making sense of the future, and this year it has taken another resonance. Yes, and in the countries that we live in, we can even ask if a future still exists. It does exist in the minds and the women that NetExplore gathered from all continents in 2020 and 2021. Okay, so how many innovations have you analyzed this year? In fact, each year since the creation of the NetExplore Observatory in 2007 by Thierry Up. Many innovations are spotted in every continent and every sector. The second stage is Marcus Godard, VP Intelligence at NetExplo, choosing of 100 innovations. The 100 innovations that seem most remarkable in order to imagine the world of the future and understand the world of today. And those 100 innovations will help us create our annual NetExplo trends, which are going to explore today. So the trend this year is called the New Now. Why did you decide on this name? I believe that the New Now is a new name of the future. Firstly, the present is a little like the only time that remains for us. So if we consider that the future is difficult or complicated or even compromised, and if we consider that the past is nicely stored in the memory of big data, what will we do with the only time remaining for us, the present? Then the present is also an attitude, the attitude of being there in the present, an attitude which implies a certain responsibility. And the present is perhaps a new world to explore, because if we don't use the predictable model of IA, it means that we may be able to pay more attention of what's happening around us. So it will happen in 3 different episodes. How would it go? So these trends are divided into 3 trends. The first stage makes sense for deciphering, then we will talk about the perspective, and then the interpretation. So the first one is predictable me, so it deals with uncertainty and predictability in relation with predictive type, big data, and AI. The second stage is more forward-looking. It is called Worlds Under Man, and it is with a different way of thinking about our future. It's not a single future mapped out by statistics, but a superpositioned future. We are going to see how we can imagine the world as several overlapping worlds. And the third stage, Hope in Translation, looks at how to build bridges between these different worlds, between worlds that may be drifting away like continents on Earth. We can create links through translation, inclusion, hybridization, but also maybe transgression, which is, in our opinion, potentially the best solution to invent the future. So, Sylvain, can you set the scene before we go any further? Let's set the scene with 3 quotes which sum up our perception of the current world. The first quote is from Shakespeare in Hamlet, who says that time is out of joint. Time is out of joint. Second quote by David Bowie focuses on the strangeness that we feel towards a world that we don't even recognize anymore. I'm stepping through the door and I'm floating in a most peculiar way, and the stars look very different today. And the third quote is from Daft Punk, and perhaps more optimistic. It's actually an invitation to consider uncertainty as an opportunity, and there was no preconception of what to do. So for every individual and every company, why is it so crucial to be able to project? To project in Latin means to go forward. And as said Rico, the philosopher, but projecting myself, it means that I objectify myself. So in a way, we really try to join a double of ourselves, a little bit different, a little bit better. For example, when we are on holidays, when we are tired and when we are relaxed, it is a positive tension between what we are and what we want to be. The issue is that the pandemic has broken this positive tension. We don't know when we can go on holiday anymore, and businesses or institutions can no longer plan ahead for 8 years, 8 months, or even 8 days. Our references may have changed. Yes, our references are very different. So planning ahead is one way of trying to control the future. Yes, for example, Lilia is a platform for freezing egg cells, and it allows women to take control of their own body. The women can choose when we will give birth. It is an example of shaping the future, the way we want it. Isn't innovation about trying to control the future?
Prévoir par définition, c'est vouloir
We always want to prevent accidents and predicting the unforeseeable. Alzheimer's screening is an AI that is able to foresee Alzheimer's by analyzing facial features. And beforehand, we needed a diagnosis, and we know that early diagnoses are important to help fight disease. So it's very crucial. Prediction, therefore, does have a very positive aspect. Yes, indeed. AI's foreign makes it a very important ally. So, for example, this is an IA able to distinguish seaweed or form of waste, so it can anticipate plastic waste drifting around and also clean up the oceans. And also for the oceans, tidal applies facial recognition, but to fish. So apart from telling one halibut from another, it helps us map out sustainable fishing zones.
Des bancs de poissons, on peut cartographier des zones de pêche durable. Sur Terre, on a
on land we have a buggy
qui s'appelle Mineral Plant, tout ce qui peut concerner une agriculture
that analyzes what can be a part of sustainable agriculture, soil plants, weather forecasts. So crops can be grown with less water and fertilizer.
Beaucoup moins d'eau et beaucoup moins d'engrais. Et puis aussi, si on s'intéresse au
Also, when
changement
it comes
climatique
to
à long terme, donc encore au
sustainability,
développement durable, on peut simuler notre
you can
adresse
see that
sous les eaux.
our street
Avec ce
looks
moteur de
like what our
recherche un
streets
petit peu
look like underwater with the search engine, which is a little peculiar because you can enter your address and see the real impact of climate change in the future. And you can have a picture of your house and your garden underwater, which could help people to be more aware of what's happening. So you know that a few examples, AI can be an ally as well, not only some things that we should be threatened by. Yes, let's take Musero. It is an AI able to beat humans at strategic games and interestingly defeating human world champions in games of chess, of games of Go, without knowing the rules of the games or seeing a single match beforehand. It is really fascinating. Humans are fascinating even more because the AI doesn't care about winning. It doesn't care that it had won.
Et c'est là le deuxième visage.
And it doesn't even realize that it was a fit. And IA are completely naive because an AI must take in thousands of pictures of rabbit because it understands that it's a rabbit. And then when it comes to picture recognition, it leads to a lot of mistakes. So we mentioned IA's naivety. They are very sure it's cognitive bias which exists in the IA from the moment it's designed. Yes, a recent study in Washington shows that if you present an AI with a photo of a woman, AI was completed by a woman body in a bikini, and if you show a man's face, it is completed at 56% by a body wearing a suit. And Digital Artists and LinkedIn Engineer tackled this issue by creating the Chanter project, which makes an inventory and classifies all the sexist bias found in the algorithms we use. This duality of genius and naivety
C'est un petit peu comme un extraterrestre super intelligent.
What makes a very disturbing. It's as if it was an alien on Earth and talking to a fire hydrant. You need to explain everything to it. No, that's why it could be an issue to give sensitive projects to IA because the consequences could be very dangerous. Yeah, we can think about this IA failures that was used in oncology services, and it was in charge of prescribing treatments for patients suffering from cancer, and it almost puts those patients' life in danger. In a different domain, for example, in the military, we can think about Pride. It is a new tool from the US Defense Department, which tries to predict the enemy's emotions, to help formulate decisions made by military command for capital decisions, military decisions. But in the end, is it people who will have to make the final decisions? Yes, but when an entity more powerful than you gives you a prediction that is very precise and reasoned, you will most likely follow that prediction. That means it will influence your decision. You might abandon your own critical thinking and predictable abilities to let yourself be influenced. Yes, exactly. And that's when a prediction can force a decision. It's as if the IA is providing a ready-to-use future for us because it's searched through every parameters, which is not our case. We're granting IA, which knows everything about us, the power to design our future. The outlines of this AI is completely unknown from us because big data remains completely invisible, and that's what causes a lot of concerns. Yeah, because we tend to think AI as a twin that is powerful, smarter than us, a twin that makes us anxious, and that's why we often design robots with reassuring shapes, like a bully It is a round robot, a mix between a pet and a person and assistant. It rolls around from room to room, such as BB-8 in Star Wars, altering other gadgets in the house and predicting your desires, making coffee, opens the blinds, playing music, depending on your moods, because it can recognize your moods as well, of course. Tech like Baldi's shows that movement is a common trend for new interfaces. Many interfaces are becoming ultra-mobile. For example, a team of researchers has invented a spray able to transform any inert object into a robot that can move, that can be programmed. So this small robot can move like a caterpillar by rolling around. So what can be the potential applications of those small robots? For example, those robots can bring medicine to the precise location it should be. And since the spray is biodegradable, the robot can dissolve in your body, so AI can take any shapes, not just the one of a human brain. Exactly, that might even be the origin of those issues. Look at the team of Austrian researchers. They didn't look at these human brains with billions of neurons. We just use 19 neurons of warm brain. And thanks to that, we could drive an autonomous car. It is Frugal IA. So it could help us overcome the battle between humans and AI. So it's perfect for books, series, or novels, but it's counterproductive to think about AI. I believe that three biases make this comparison completely sterile in my mind's eye. The first bias is that we are interested in intelligence, which is one component, but not the only one. Are we talking about artificial will, artificial intuition, artificial critical thinking? So what would be the second bias? The second bias is that we play we really try to spook ourselves. But would we ever think of jumping off a cliff with a seagull to see which of the two flies better? No, it's the same with IA. We know that it calculates faster. It's just something that we need to bear in mind. The third bias is intelligence world per se, because I think that it prevents us from really understanding what is going on. We use intelligence by an easy anthropomorphism bias. So should we name it differently? Yes, why not? We could try to rename AI since the term is overused and prevents us from thinking about this notion properly. We could use an interactive algorithm, and we could use
un algorithme interactif. Ça pourrait être un algorithme qui interagit sans cesse avec les données dont il est nourri.
In order not to be confused. For example, Give Directly Togo is an algorithm that allows us to help those in need directly by providing a specific help simply by analyzing data from mobile phone configuration. Interactive algorithm is also used by Dactris and Digena, which is an anti-cyber attack AI, able without any pre-briefing of creating its own rules to prevent a cyber attack. So what could be a second suggestion for renaming AI? The second option could be Infinite Assistant. Infinite because AI is interested in so many topics, in so many domains that it can help us in any part of life. It could be an assistant for healthcare, a health coach with Beesubody Coach. It is made by an analysis pool, a high-design camera, and an app. And with a sample urine test, you can get a very specific diagnosis of your entire body composition state. The diagnosis gives you encouragement and advice. It's coaching you for your tailored athletic profile and diet. So we should see AI as a personal coach or an assistant. That's right, and in every domain. In the business world, if you want to create a startup, then try iDesire, which generates startup ideas all the time that you can just note for yourself or buy. And also it can become a parenting assistant thanks to an intelligent nightlight that can help you with your baby. It was nurtured by 150,000 cries of babies in hundreds of different countries. And so it will be able to translate the cries of the baby in "I'm hungry, I want to play, my
qui va
stomach
endormir
hurts
votre
and so
bébé
on, and it
et le
will
réveiller
help your
après avoir
baby
analysé
fall
son
asleep
cycle de
after,
sommeil.
and also to wake him up after analyzing its sleep cycle. Yeah, but maybe human contact is still crucial, especially with babies. But why were these interactive algorithms of Infinita system were unable to predict this global pandemics, our current crisis? Well, let's say that this pandemic wasn't really anticipated, but it's hard to say that it wasn't foreseen. So apart from The Simpsons and South Park, Soderbergh directed the film Contagion in 2011, which describes the mechanisms of a pandemic very precisely. During a conference in 2015, Bill Gates warned us about the dangers of a global epidemic and pointing out how to address it. For example, a medical corps trained all year long like an army, or a germ game modeled on war games, a serious game allowing each individual in the society to have the right role to fight against the pandemic. And in 2019, WHO reports gave the different member states the tools to fight the pandemic. So it's not about knowing everything in advance, it's about how to prepare ourselves. How can algorithms can help us with a precise brief, permanent control and clearly defined goals? Algorithm can be very valuable. For example, researchers at MIT have created an application capable of detecting COVID from the sound of a simple cough with 98% accuracy. So we must combine AI as a powerful tool with human actions, exactly by creating chief health officers' jobs, for example. And also we need to trust human creativity. Frugal tech can work wonders. 5 students, for example, created self-diagnosis glasses, 3D printed glasses for €31, and it allows patients at home to transmit data about their health to nurses, which means that one nurse can monitor 100 patients at once. Let's imagine big data has created a model for all the economical and social consequences of a pandemic. Could have we planned in advance the outcomes of the pandemic? Now, because when transforming uncertainty in prediction, we lower our guard, we lack the capacity to improvise and react. Prediction causes a false sense of safety. It makes us believe we are prepared, when in reality the so-called prediction never occurs the way we thought about it. Why is it different then? Because when creating a predictive model, we create a model that both partial and outdated. It's partial because it can take in all the phenomena, spatial, astronomical, political, aesthetic, biological, societal, and it's outdated because as soon as we create a perfect model, the perfect model reflects our reality, which is imperfect, which is always moving, advancing, and transforming. The model becomes outdated. In a way, that means we're reaching the limits of a statistical model. Yes, statistical models remove uncertainty and unforeseeableness from our lives and our world. However, accepting uncertainty means welcoming new possibilities. Do we really want to make everything predictable? Our bodies, minds, relationships, cities, our planet, not necessarily. Yet we already have lots of innovations with that goal. For example, Copy.ai can write for us in our own style. WaveNet EQ can speak for us using the tone of our voice and our arguments and our personality. Not to mention the applications that can read our thoughts. If you need some peace and calm, you can wear this bracelet which emits waves to all the microphones around you and deafening all the artificial intelligence, Siri, Google Assistant, and Alexa. So we hear a lot about predictability, but isn't doubt necessary? I would like to quote Nietzsche, it's not doubt but certainty that drives you mad. What do you think?
Yes, to doubt means to start thinking again, which can be complicated. For example, imagine a geometrical figure with multiple sides. Imagine it has 3 sides. That's easy, a triangle. 4 sides, a square. Now 5 sides, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now it's too complicated. Yes, so at what point does your mind switch off? It's just a simple exercise that shows us the limits of our thoughts and our intellectual comfort zone. Thinking about several objects with many sides is not easy. Yeah, that's exactly what I'll suggest in episode 2. There's not one unique, unequivocal future. provided by prediction and AI, which, after all, shape the future from the past. Data is a brief from the past, since it shows events that have already occurred, things that have already come to be. So instead of thinking about just one future, think of several overlapping futures. The pandemic has accelerated a change in our lives in a world of screens. Is this leading to different overlapping worlds? Yes, the screen acts as a powerful system to make up for social distancing, for physical distancing. All the studies have shown that screen time increased during the first lockdown. We can spend a day, in fact, going from one screen to the other between getting up in the morning and going to bed at night. We can do everything with screens. Go shopping, love, work, learn, be entertained. That's without counting all the people who just started using screens. It's as if the world has run towards screens, including people who did not use them excessively before, such as seniors, for example. The big difference between the physical world, or with the physical world, is that our identity is completely fragmented online. People don't post the same pictures on Tinder and on LinkedIn. We adapt to each use. In 1999, David Bowie explained in an interview with the BBC how the internet was leading to fragmentation. So, we are constantly representing ourselves differently on screens and on different social networks. Yes, out of necessity, because screens show images and representations of ourselves, and we play with that image. We change it and we perfect it. Like Portal, for example, it's almost a kind of teleportation. It's a high-tech hologram booth, 4K image, HD sound, and you can jump into a family or work meeting easily, or even several meetings at once. For children, Lego launched Video, a social network for children. Children can build avatars, sets, and record clips. This platform gives everyone a lot of freedom to express their creativity. Well, I would rather call it an artificial paradise, because you think that you're free, but you're actually using emojis, and you're using filters, so it's not really personal creativity. Then, each social network actually pre-formats its design by profiling its users. That's kind of the system's limit in promising creativity. So, would it be an illusion to say that we are expressing our creativity on social networks? It's a complete illusion, because you are using pre-designed practices. Not unlike the Japanese innovation Osampo Kanojo, which translates to walk with my girlfriend. So, picture this. It's a hand, it's a robot hand that you hold in your hand to go for a walk. This hand can imitate a little bit of sweat. It can even give off the smell of women's shampoo. Footsteps. It's designed to fight loneliness. But what this type of innovation shows is that your hand is being held, but by total emptiness. So on the flip side, we can also be who we want to be on screens. That can be quite liberating for some people. That's really fascinating, because joining all the facets of our personality together online, we achieve a sort of super personality, an enriched, enhanced personality that's a lot richer and a lot denser than our personality in real life. All the more so behind a screen, which can act as a mask, and where we are completely uninhibited. Can belonging to communities increase this phenomenon? Yes, exactly. It's the beginning of overlapping worlds. When a community had a parallel opinion in the past, it still knew that it was part of the whole. But now, with the current power of algorithms, this community considers itself to be the whole. Do you have an example of that? Flat earthers. People who think the earth is flat. Flat earthers could have been a community of enthusiastic believers spread across several countries. But the power of algorithms and social networks gives this belief and many others a very tangible reality. This flat earth belief becomes real on screens and feeds itself without interruption and without any contradiction. So if millions of people think that Earth floats in a spherical space, and other people think that Earth is a disk. So we really are at the heart of alternative truths and fake news. Well, on the subject of fake news, we should mention the never-ending race between the increasingly sophisticated means of producing fake news on the one hand and the ways of fighting them on the other. This innovation, for example, Twitter bot detection, detects AI writing fake news on Twitter based on fatigue. AI is tireless, whereas humans tire very quickly. Another question to touch on is the responsibility of social networks. Well, according to Barack Obama, it's up to social networks themselves to define the way in which we see real and fictitious information. But the problem is that even though social networks have become the #1 information medium, their final goal is not to inform, it's to collect data for business purposes. So can we really call them media? We obviously have to mention deepfakes, the system that can make anyone say anything. What's both frightening and fascinating about deepfakes is that these videos use tricks that are invisible to the human eye, at least the human eye. As such, we need an AI like FakeCatcher. FakeCatcher can detect blood pulses which ever so slightly change the color of the skin and which do not exist in a deepfake. You mentioned the word quantum at the beginning of our conversation. Have you been inspired by quantum physics? Yes, exactly. In quantum physics, a particle can be in different states at the same time. So no more 0 and 1. Exactly. No more zeros and ones. And thinking of an object being in several states at the same time, thinking of our world in several states at the same time, a superpositioned world, means that we can grasp its complexity, as well as the active role that technology can play in creating these worlds, and then observing the drift of these ideological continents. Are these worlds virtual worlds? No, in fact, they are no less real than the physical world. They allow real interaction, real action, they take real time. They also include much of our reasoning, our emotions, our sensations, even our bodies. Obviously not on a macro level because we're often sitting on a sofa or a chair in front of the screen. But on a micro level, because they absorb our sensations, our reasoning, our emotions, and then, as we know, they trigger adrenaline and dopamine releases to keep us hooked to that world. So if I've understood correctly, our physiology is somehow engaged in these worlds that also overlap with the real world. Yes, that's right. Through his films, film director David Cronenberg explored the relationship between flesh and machines. But without going to those extremes, we can trust technology to really stimulate our senses. Norimaki, for example, is a portable device. It's actually a screen shaped like a sushi roll. Its purpose is to reconstruct flavors. In so doing, it allows the immersion. It allows you to immerse yourself into a marketing universe, such as the gaming, food, and even erotic sectors. But beyond immersion, and what is even more interesting is not reconstructing the flavors that we already know on Earth in our world, but imagining completely new flavors that we've never experienced or tasted. This really shows that overlapping worlds can be richer and more exciting than our real world, especially in this current context, where lockdowns, restrictions, and curfews make it feel like our world is shrinking. In fact, the more the physical world shrinks, the more the technology universe expands. So the division of the internet into several worlds has been conceptualized as the splinternet. What does that mean? Well, it's as if the internet has been cut into pieces by country. We imagine that the internet, unlike the original utopia of the web, is fragmented and that each country has its own internet. And even its own intranet, really. Quite simply, the term splinternet does not describe the overlapping layer of technology surrounding our planet. How can we describe this layer in the real world? Well, it's a sphere that resembles the atmosphere. In fact, just like the atmosphere, it's invisible. It's all around us, and it's essential for life. The atmosphere is made up of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon mainly. This new sphere is made up of social networks, big data, and all our interactions and all our online content. It comes through the object of the screen, through the focal lens of the screen. It's both a physical medium, a piece of glass, and a very magical medium, because it's a door to other worlds. This sphere exists through our intellect.
par notre côté
our
cérébral,
brains,
par
our
l'imagination,
imagination,
par nos fantasmes.
our fantasies.
Voilà pourquoi on peut parler de
That's why we can
fantasme.
talk about the
Comment ces mondes
fantasphere.
superposés peuvent-ils naître?
How do these
En fait, les
overlapping
mondes
worlds come into
superposés
being?
de la
The most
fantasphère
successful
les
fantasphere
plus
worlds,
aboutis
in terms of
d'intégration
integration
actuellement
today,
sont
are
les jeux
video
vidéo.
games.
Alors pourquoi?
Why?
Parce que
Well,
ils sont
because they're
régis par
governed
des
by
règles.
rules.
Ils disposent de maps,
They have
de
maps,
décors, de
settings,
skins, d'apparence.
skins, and
Prenez
avatars.
Fortnite,
Take
par exemple.
Fortnite as an
C'est un jeu
example.
vidéo avec des
It's a
décors,
video
des
game with
personnages,
settings,
des actions, des
characters,
interactions,
interaction,
des
and
actions
actions,
qui
which
sont
are different from
différentes
the
de celles
physical
du monde
world.
physique, qui vont
They
au-delà
go
de celles du
beyond
monde physique.
actions in the
Donc,
physical
ils ouvrent
world.
d'autres
So they
perspectives.
open up other
En ajoutant des
perspectives.
fonctionnalités
By adding
à
features to
Fortnite, qui n'est
Fortnite,
qu'un
which
jeu,
is just
on
a
en fait un
game,
réseau
we can
social.
turn it into a
Et c'est ce
social
qui est
network,
en
and
train
that's what's
d'arriver
happening
avec les fonctions de
with messaging
messagerie,
services,
d'événements,
events,
de
and
bandes annonces.
trailers.
Si on pousse les
If we
curseurs
push it
encore
even
plus loin,
further,
on fait de
Fortnite will no
Fortnite
longer
non
be a
plus
game,
un jeu, non plus un
nor a
espace
social
social,
space. It'll be a fully
mais un
fledged
Internet à
internet.
part entière, en ajoutant par
They
exemple
could
des
add a
fonctions
shopping feature, for
d'achat,
example,
avec des fonctionnalités
with more
plus élaborées et
sophisticated
plus
and more
poussées.
advanced features.
Fortnite deviendrait donc un
Fortnite would then
Internet à
become a
part entière,
self-sufficient,
autosuffisant.
fully fledged
Deviendrait
internet,
l'Internet des 9-15 ans.
specifically designed for 9 to
Dès lors, pourquoi ne
15-year-olds.
pas envisager des
As such,
Internets
why not
par
consider
génération
generation or gender-based
ou alors par
internets?
genre?
Mais alors là, on a l'impression
We
d'être un
kind
peu
of have
dans
the
des
impression of
mondes,
entering worlds
à la demande, comme
like
dans
in a
une
TV
série
show
comme dans
like Westworld, for
par exemple, où
example,
il y a des
where there are very
règles, des
specific
propres
rules,
personnages, des
characters,
univers
and
très particuliers.
universes.
Oui, il ne nous
Yes.
reste plus
The
qu'à
only thing
imaginer
left
des
is to
doubles de
imagine
nous-mêmes
hyper-realistic
hyper-réalistes.
doubles of
En
ourselves.
Chine, le premier
A
présentateur
virtual news anchor
virtuel,
in
c'est un
China
avatar 3D
is a
hyper
super
perfectionné,
perfected 3D
présente les news.
avatar,
Et la société
and the
Epic
company
Games,
Epic
encore elle,
Games,
qui a
which
donc
produced
initié
Fortnite,
vient de
has just
lancer
launched
un
a digital
générateur
human
d'êtres
being
humains
generator.
numériques. Des êtres humains
Digital
numériques que
human
vous pouvez
beings you can
composer en
make in a
quelques
matter
minutes
of minutes.
en choisissant tous les
Choose all
détails,
the details
tous les détails
for,
anatomiques jusqu'à
all
la
the
forme de
anatomical
chaque dent.
details down to the shape of
Grâce à
each
une IA,
tooth.
vous pouvez
Thanks
aussi
to AI, you
composer
can
un
also
clone de
clone
vous-même
yourself
sans aucune image
without a video
vidéo,
image,
simplement à partir
just
du
using
code
code that
qui est capable
interfaces
de
with a
parler à une
camera,
caméra. Donc là, on peut parler d'un
like a double
double
of
de vous-même
yourself,
prêt
ready
à
to jump
être
into the
propulsé dans la
fantasphere.
fantasphère. Nous parlions des jeux
We talked
vidéo
about video
comme
games
origine
as
des
the
mondes
origin of
superposés.
overlapping
Eh
worlds.
bien, nous observons
Well, we
déjà
can
les
already see the
prémices d'une
signs
certaine
of
hybridation entre des jeux
hybridization
vidéo
between
et
video
des
games
enjeux
and stakes
qui
that
n'ont
are
pas de rapport
strictly
avec le
speaking
jeu à proprement
unrelated to
parler. Par
gaming.
exemple,
For example, Minecraft
est
is
le
the
jeu le plus
best-selling
vendu
game
au
in the
monde.
world.
Eh bien,
And
l'organisation
the NGO Reporters Without
Reporters sans
Borders
frontières, donc cette ONG,
um,
contourne
is
la censure
bypassing
des
the
systèmes
censorship of
autoritaires en
authoritarian
créant au sein
systems
de
by creating a
Minecraft une
library
bibliothèque
inside
avec des
Minecraft
millions
with
de
millions
briques
of Minecraft blocks.
Et dans cette bibliothèque, on peut y trouver
Here we can
des
find
articles
articles censored by
censurés
authoritarian
par les régimes
regimes,
autoritaires, écrits par des
written by
journalistes
journalists
qui
who
ont
were
été
imprisoned,
emprisonnés,
exiled, or
exilés,
even
voire
killed.
tués. C'est une façon de
This is a way to
reconstituer la liberté de
rebuild
la
freedom of the
presse
press
dans un
in
univers
a
qui n'est non
universe which
pas
is not virtual,
virtuel, comme on le dit
as we
souvent,
often say,
mais
but
superposé au nôtre.
overlapping
Dans la
ours.
série Westworld
In the show
dont
you
vous
mentioned,
parliez, on
Westworld,
retient surtout
we
l'univers
mostly
du Far
remember
West.
the Far
Mais
West
en fait,
setting,
ce sont 6
the
univers
Wild
qui
West
sont
setting, but
proposés
there are
aux
actually 6
visiteurs
universes
par
on
la
offer to
société
visitors
légendaire Delos.
by the parent
Et ce qui est
company.
très frappant dans
What is
ces 6
particularly
univers,
striking in these 6
c'est que
universes
l'IA
is that
nous
the AI
propose
does not
de se
offer a jump
propulser
into the
non pas
future,
dans le
but rather
futur,
into the
mais dans le
past.
passé. Et ça, c'est un
That
pied
is
de
a
nez
friendly sort
aux
of
univers
snub to the
futuristes
futuristic
auxquels on a
universes we
l'habitude de
usually think
penser,
about, such
Blade
as in
Runner et
Blade
autres.
Runner and other
C'est-à-dire que là,
movies.
nous nous tournons
In
vers
fact,
le
we go
passé
back to the
dans cette
past
série.
in that TV show.
Donc, un des mondes superposés
So one
pourrait
of the
être
overlapping
créé sur
worlds
un
could be
monde
created on a
du passé.
past world.
Exactement. Imaginez.
Exactly. Imagine
Nous
the
ne sommes plus à
scene.
l'UNESCO,
We're no longer
nous
at
sommes à
UNESCO.
Babylone,
We're in
au 6e
Babylon,
siècle
6th
avant
century
Jésus-Christ.
BC.
Et c'est une IA qui joue
AI
le
is
rôle de
playing
la
the part
machine à
of a
remonter
time
dans le temps.
machine.
En fait, cette IA est
This
capable
AI can
de
actually
déchiffrer
decipher
des tablettes d'argile
the
fissurées,
clay tablets
tablettes d'argile qui décrivent
that
tout un
describe a
système
whole
social,
social,
politique,
political, and
économique
economic
d'une
system of a
civilisation
lost
perdue.
civilization.
Un autre projet déchiffre
Another
lui,
project
des
is
langues
deciphering
anciennes,
ancient
des
languages,
plaquettes illisibles. Et
the
à partir de la
unreadable tablets,
reconstitution
and by
de ces langues
reconstructing these lost
perdues,
languages,
il refait
it
vivre
revives whole
des civilisations
civilizations.
entières. Et pour compléter le dispositif de
And to
voyage
complete
dans
the
un monde
idea
superposé,
of traveling to
mais dans le
overlapping
passé,
worlds in the past,
on peut citer ce
we
projet
can mention
colossal d'un
the massive
collectif de
project by a
chercheurs
group of
européens qui
European
rassemble
researchers that's
des
gathering
historiens, des
historians,
designers, des
designers,
parfumeurs, des
perfumers,
chimistes,
chemists, architects and technologists, they have an incredible goal, which is to reconstruct smells from the past. And AI is responsible for decrypting smells throughout all of European culture, starting in the 16th century. It's taking all of the mentions of smells, perfumes, everywhere they're mentioned in books, newspapers, music, and so on. And based on this information, researchers will try to reconstruct smells. So you could be walking down the roads of Venice in the 16th century. You could smell the dish that Balzac described and discover the smell of a flower that wilted 2 centuries ago. That's amazing. It's not an intellectual approach. It's a sensory or even sensual approach to history. So, since we're talking about senses, these overlapping worlds exist as parallel realities that can, in fact, reach all of our senses. That's right. We can talk about not only smell, but also hearing. Imagine a completely auditory overlapping world made up of only voices and sounds. We've seen the success already of apps like Cappuccino and Clubhouse, which let users meet in chat rooms and put the spotlight on audio. It's true that voices can appear more authentic and more sincere and less likely to be edited than an image. Sort of a guarantee of authenticity. That might also be why dating apps only work with voice without pictures to guarantee the speaker's sincerity. We can see that audio is a world that overlaps the real world. It overlaps it but doesn't replace it the way an image does. A good addition to this 100% audio universe would be this innovation, which lets you listen to a sound on your own without headphones, thanks to a directional AI. It creates a pocket of sound around your ears with a facial recognition system, so you can listen to your overlapping sound universe in complete peace without anyone around you hearing it. All these worlds that you're describing, which are created for different desires, gender experiences, are they self-affirming? They seem disconnected from real life. Well, they could be. The term Goldilocks zone exists in astronomy. It's the zone which is neither too hot nor too cold for a planet to be inhabitable. So the expression obviously comes from Goldilocks, who eats porridge that's not too hot or too cold. We can apply that idea to overlapping worlds, for a world that's not too far away from the real world, but it's not too close either. The solution allows farmers in Argentina to ensure stable income from their production, thanks to a parallel platform to official financial systems. It uses blockchain-based security. Or a journalist involved in the Me Too movement in India has created a platform to fight against patriarchy. She has gathered a group of people who have suffered sexual or sexist abuse into a community that is equipped with practical tools to take action, such as blockchain-based security for their stories. In this specific example, tech gives this movement structure when it could have been rudimentary and inefficient. Exactly. It's a structuring element. In fact, this idea, among others, gathers people spread out across the world who find new strength in it. Not only do they belong to a community of peers, people who have been through similar problems and struggles, but they benefit from new resources to move on to another stage in their lives. For example, the project Dastan in India is an empathy machine in the words of its designers. Let's not forget that the separation of India and Pakistan in 1947 caused the largest forced migration in all of history, 14 million people. In order to reconcile people and generations, this inventor uses virtual reality. So this overlapping world has an effect that we could call virtual, but which is very real, and through which the physical world can change, the real world can change for the better. We're talking about peace and a better world. And with all these worlds on demand that we can inhabit according to our affinities and imagination, could we end up not understanding each other anymore? An astrophysicist explains the expansion of the universe with the raisin cake or raisin bread metaphor. The more the bread rises, the more the raisins move away from each other. I think that's the general movement for all of these overlapping worlds. We can't return to a reunified utopia. Nevertheless, we can also question the bridges between these different worlds. That's in fact the topic of our third episode about trends. With the Japanese art of kintsugi, you can reconstruct a broken object not by hiding the cracks, but by highlighting them in gold. Imperfections count just as much as the original pieces because they make us imagine and create things. How can we connect worlds that are moving apart?
Alors, entre des mondes
Well,
qui
there are
s'éloignent
several
les
ways
uns
to
des
forge
autres, on peut
links
imaginer
between
plusieurs
worlds that
façons
are
de
moving
tisser des liens.
apart.
Le premier, c'est de
The first is
de
building a
forger
common
une
culture
culture commune avec
with events,
des événements, des valeurs qui ne sont
with
pas
values that aren't
relatives, qui
relative,
forment un socle
values that
stable.
form a stable
Par
base.
exemple, cette
For example, this
initiative
initiative
utilise
uses machine
l'apprentissage
learning,
automatique, l'IA
AI,
et
and
la technique de
holograms
l'hologramme
to
pour créer
recreate
des doubles des
Holocaust
survivants de la
survivors.
Shoah. Ainsi, vous
You
pourrez
can
leur
speak to
parler
them
les
face
yeux
to
dans les yeux
face, and
et
they
ils
can
pourront
answer
répondre
all
à
of your
toutes vos questions.
questions.
So
one of the problems with online storage is that it can fragment. It can also get lost and be forgotten. How can we reactivate the events, but also the dates and the movements that make up this shared story?
Sur Wikipédia, par exemple, il faut des mises à
On
jour
Wikipedia, for
fréquentes
example,
et
they do
précises
frequent
pour que
and very
l'outil
precise
soit encore un
updates to
socle
keep
commun
the
de
tool
connaissances. Eh
as
bien,
a
des
common
chercheurs ont mis
knowledge
au point
base.
un robot
Researchers
qui
have
fait
made a
les mises à
bot
jour
that automatically
automatiquement,
updates
nous
entries
garantissant
to
ainsi un
guarantee
socle
this
commun
common
de
knowledge
connaissances.
base.
Et puis, établir des liens
Pooling
par une mise en
resources
commun
requires
nécessite de
moving
dépasser,
beyond
de
barriers
passer outre des cloisons dès le début,
from the
by
beginning,
design.
by
Prenez
design.
l'exemple de
Take the
l'automobile
example of the
autonome.
driverless
On pourrait
car.
penser que ce sont
We
des
could think
plateformes
that there are
fermées qui
closed
finalement vont
platforms
régir ce
directing the
système.
system.
Eh bien, un groupement s'est
Well,
mis
a
en
group has
tête
got the
de
idea
donner
of
accès en
giving
open
all
source
researchers
à tous les
open
chercheurs
source access
une
to a
plateforme
platform
dédiée aux véhicules
dedicated to
autonomes.
driverless vehicles. So the idea of sharing seems to be essential, and data will play a crucial role in that
Exactement, mais pas
area.
n'importe quelle donnée. Par
Exactly,
exemple, la
but not just
fondatrice de
any
Data
data.
for Black
For
Lives,
example, when the
lorsqu'elle
founder of
dit
Data for
Abolish
Black
Big
Lives
Data, part du
said,
principe que le big data est perverti en quelque sorte
what
par
she
des
said,
biais.
she said that
Par
data
exemple, des
is
biais
corrupted by
racistes qui influencent
racism.
la police
Data is
prédictive.
racist,
Et
is
donc,
what
elle
she
se bat
said,
pour
and this can
l'accessibilité des
distort
données
predictive
pour que les personnes qui en ont
policing.
vraiment
So
la
she is fighting
nécessité
for
pour leur
justice in
vie, pour
data
leur combat,
so that
y accèdent.
people have
Les données peuvent
access
être mises en commun,
to
mais
just
aussi
data.
des éléments
These
de
data can be
calcul
pooled
et de
with
réflexion. Par exemple,
and
vous êtes
so
un
can
scientifique.
calculation and
Pour mener
analysis
vos recherches, vous
resources.
n'avez pas de labo de
Imagine that you're a
recherche.
scientist
Eh
and
bien,
you
avec
don't have a
Strateos,
laboratory
vous
for
avez
your
accès à un
research,
labo
but
dernier
you have
cri,
access to a
ouvert
state-of-the-art
24/24,
lab with
7 jours sur 7,
Strateos on the
dans le
cloud.
cloud.
It's open 24/7. But these tools aren't accessible to the general public. They're decision-making tools for
Alors,
leading
est-ce que vous
projects.
connaissez GPT-3?
Well, do you know GPT-3? It's the most powerful model of
Oui,
artificial
exactement, avec
language, isn't it?
175 de
Yes,
milliards de
that's right. It has
paramètres, dont la
175 billion
licence est acquise
parameters,
par
and Microsoft
en
purchased the
2020.
license in
Eh bien, un
2020.
collectif de hackers positifs, en quelque sorte,
A white
s'est mis
hat
en tête de
hacker
créer
game
un jumeau, un double
group
de
has
cette
the idea of
intelligence
creating a
artificielle,
twin of this artificial
considérant
intelligence
que,
with the
eh bien,
view that
une intelligence
such
aussi
a
puissante
powerful
devait être à
intelligence
la
should be
portée
within
de tous
reach
les
of all
chercheurs du monde.
researchers in the world.
Donc, ils ont créé
So they
une
created a
intelligence
twin intelligence
jumelle qui s'appelle GPT
called
Neo,
GPT
qui
Neo.
est vraiment
It's really
un
a
double
digital
numérique
double
de cette
of
intelligence
this
avec les mêmes
intelligence with
capacités,
the same
mais mise
skills,
en
but it's
open
open source. Open source is absolutely vital because it lets you connect ideas. That's the foundation of a project.
Exactement. En
Exactly.
95, en
In 1995,
1995,
Steve Jobs said
disait que
that
finalement,
creative
les personnes
people were
créatives,
ultimately
les personnes
people
qui
who
étaient
could link
capables de
things
relier
together.
des choses entre elles, et que, à
And that,
l'inverse,
on
les
the other
personnes non
hand,
créatives
non-creative
ne
people
pouvaient pas
could
relier des
not
choses
make
en
those
elles,
connections.
pas par manque de
Not
capacité
for
de
want of a
relier des
capacity
choses,
to link
mais
things,
par
but
faute
for lack of
d'expérience vécue.
experience.
C'est-à-dire qu'elles n'avaient pas assez
There
de
weren't enough
choses à relier
things to
entre elles.
link together.
Et voilà
And
pourquoi
that's
ces
why these
personnes qui
people
n'ont pas assez
who do not
d'expérience
have
vécue,
enough
finalement,
experience
passent par des
use
méthodes
linear
linéaires
and very
et très
conventional
convenues,
methods,
comme du
such as
brainstorming ou bien du
brainstorming
design
and
thinking.
design thinking.
Après, bien
But
sûr,
of
il
course,
faut passer des
ideas
idées
must
aux
become
actes.
actions. You just mentioned translation. Is this episode called Hope and Translation a nod to Sofia Coppola?
I just don't know what I'm
I
supposed
just
to be.
don't know what
C'est ce
I'm
que
supposed to
déclare
be.
Scarlett Johansson
That's what
dans
Scarlett Johansson
Lost
says in
in
Lost in
Translation. En fait, le
Translation.
langage est un
Language
élément
is actually a
décisif
decisive
d'une
element of
identité.
an identity.
Le langage
And
entre
language,
la traduction
the
entre deux langages est
translation
toujours une
between two
affaire
languages is
un petit
still
peu
a
délicate, un
delicate
petit peu
and difficult
difficile.
job. Yes, there are lots of traps and
L'automatisation de la traduction
subtleties.
par une IA permet
Machine
de donner une
translation with
très, très
AI
grande
is highly
efficacité,
efficient,
voire un côté
even
instantané. Par
instantaneous.
exemple,
For
cette
example,
innovation
this
permet de
innovation
traduire
makes
des
it
mangas
possible to
en un
translate
clin d'œil,
manga in the
jusqu'à
blink of an eye,
positionner
and
les
even
textes
place
dans
the
les
text
bulles
in the
des
speech
dessins
bubbles on the
d'arrivée.
page. And not having access to language can be very
Oui,
incapacitating.
exactement. Et c'est en pensant aux
That's right.
700 millions
With
de
700
personnes
million
illettrées dans
illiterate
le
people
monde, que
worldwide,
deux chercheurs ont créé
two
GENCODE.
researchers created
C'est une IA
GENCODE.
qui part du
It's an
principe
IA
que
based on the
les
assumption
assistants
that
vocaux,
voice
comme Siri,
assistants like
Alexa ou
Siri,
Google
Alexa, and
Assistant,
Google Assistant
sont nourris
are
finalement par des
ultimately
langues
fed with
majoritaires.
majority
Les
languages.
2000
The
dialectes
2000 dialects
présents
that
en
exist
Afrique
in
ne sont
Africa
absolument pas pris en
have not
compte.
been taken
Et
into
pour des
account at
personnes
all. And for illiterate people, this prevents them from accessing simple services like SMS and health, farming, and weather information platforms. These researchers have circumvented the problem. They made the AI listen to hundreds of hours of local radio stations. This simple resource made it possible to develop the first voice assistant that uses languages such as Maninka, Susu, and even Pular, which are languages spoken by 10 million people in 7 countries. Mastering language is thus vital for living in the world, but also for making yourself known. That's right. We could also talk about this AI, which translates world languages to sign languages to allow hard of hearing people to feel more at ease in sensitive situations, such as job interviews and medical checkups. Does that mean that translation can support healthcare? Yes, the technology is part of a bigger system. That is, a system that takes care of you. With this system, mind reading can become reality. This AI deciphers the words in your mind, which then opens doors in terms of therapy for patients suffering from locked-in syndrome, for example. So we translate not between 2 languages, but between thoughts and language. That's right. Another innovation even makes it possible to read the thoughts of a patient suffering from schizophrenia. As you know, there are voices in the minds of schizophrenic people. Sometimes these voices harass them in a way. Well, this model, avatar therapy, makes it possible to turn the demon that no one can see except for the patient into a 3D avatar. When controlled by the therapist, this creature can speak to the patient and help them regain their self-confidence. It's an incredible way of translating an element in someone's mind, and which, by definition, was completely inaccessible to the medical team and to the patient's family before. And we can also translate light into sound, for example. When we speak, tiny vibrations change the light. So in a room lit by a light bulb, we only have to aim this innovative telescope to analyze light vibrations and deduce the conversations that are taking place in that room or the music that's being played. What a great find for James Bond! After translation, what other bridges can we build between these worlds? Another bridge may be inclusion, like with one application, Rift, which lets you know if your financial investments are compatible with your convictions, for example, in terms of human rights or sustainable development. So this application tells you if your investments are compatible, and then, if not, puts things right by offering investments which are. Preparing for tomorrow means creating new models, which are more inclusive and create opportunities on a local level. Yes, exactly. Like in Nepal, for example, there's a platform exclusively for women who own farms and who can get microloans through this app, which secures their purchases and investments by SMS. And thus it enables local stakeholders to give meaning to an area and to boost its economy. Just like in Benin, this frugal initiative lets a very specific profession, motorcycle taxi drivers, gain access to a digital social security service center. We often talk about inclusion, but we talk less often about environmental inclusion. Why is it important? Including plants and animals in innovation often means knowing them better and sometimes respecting them better. For example, we can replace plastic packaging with seaweed. Plastic takes hundreds of years to disappear, whereas seaweed in the form of this packaging is even edible. And for food itself, when we really observe nature up close, we see the millions of plants, the billions of components inside them, and we wonder why we are still using synthetic additives. That's the main goal of this startup, Charaka, which is making food from ancestral Indian recipes and completely organic vegetables thanks to AI. Humans have been observing nature forever, precisely for inspiration and to create innovation. Biomimicry is the first step toward world hybridization. It's another way to link worlds together. For example, the 6-legged robot Antbot can navigate a desert without any type of GPS. For example, this flea can imitate the electric pulsations of a neuron, able to stimulate the heart rate. That's really an example of a hybrid organism that's neither organic nor robotic. Yes, exactly like the jellyfish that we have transformed into a cyborg. An electric implant has actually made it swim 3 times as fast by making it contract its body much more frequently. According to researchers, it's a way to explore the ocean floor with an animal, so it's a lot less intrusive than a submarine. Does that not pose an ethical question about transforming an animal into a semi-robot? Yes, it does pose ethical questions, especially because the goal of this transformed jellyfish and being able to operate it to map unexplored areas until now. From the ethics side, the researchers confirm the jellyfish does not have the nervous system that would make it feel pain. And in the event of stress, the jellyfish emits a type of mucus that researchers have not observed in this experiment. So we can make connections by hybridizing not just the animal kingdom, but also plants. Yes, imagine, one evening, night falls, instead of switching on a desk lamp, you turn on a fig tree. With glowing plants, indoor plants are lit up. The leaves and flowers light up. In fact, it reminds me of Miyazaki's Nausicaa or The Valley of the Wind, where the protagonist collects spores of luminescent mushrooms to use them in another experiment. Researchers have worked in the same way, by creating luminous mushroom and plant hybrids. We could even imagine this on a larger scale, with trees lighting a town instead of streetlights. It's almost paradoxical to talk about plants that feed from the light and also produce light. Yes, exactly. It's a funny paradox that plants feeding on light can also produce it. Incidentally, another experiment took place in the Philippines. When studying the northern lights, a student noticed that luminescent particles coming from rotting fruit and vegetables, for example, could produce light when they were captured. So he extracted these luminescent particles and compressed them into glass panels to equip buildings. As such, these particles collect UV rays and use them to produce light. So by reducing the gap between organisms and other things, can we create a new species? We could even create an edible robot. This one's ingredients are gelatin and citric acid and glycerol for sweetness. It doesn't seem very appetizing, but what's an edible robot used for? Well, an edible robot could be sent into nature to carry out a particular task, and then it would just decompose like a leaf without harming nature. So what kind of task would it do? It could make itself look like prey to a wild animal, for example, to give that animal medication. That means you don't have to capture and sedate the wild animal, which stays alive and awake in its natural habitat. So it would be like a new species on Earth. Not this edible robot, but one team has created a completely new species on Earth. It's a living machine, the first programmable organism. Researchers took and incubated frog cells. At the same time, they trained an algorithm, an AI, to design this new living being. It was tasked to design its shape and functionality, how it would move around in the water, for example, or the strength of its muscles. Then, the cells were assembled according to the design created by the AI, and then the organism grew. And the result is this small, completely independent 1 millimeter organism. So it was born, it appeared, and now we're observing its behavior. How does it behave? Well, we already know that it's able to heal and fix itself. We cut it in two, it puts itself back together. It can move independently, individually, which means it could potentially clean arteries. It can move collectively in a group. So if it was deployed in a fleet, it could help clean up toxic surfaces or polluted areas. Wouldn't this innovation end up breaking some conventions? We're often suspicious of breaking conventions, but that can bring us new ideas and new models. And with quantum supremacy, with the development of quantum tech, quantum advantage is when a quantum computer surpasses the performance of the most powerful classic supercomputers. So with quantum advantage, all operations using big data and AI will be transformed. Existing models will be shattered. That really will be breaking convention. In China, a supercomputer achieved quantum advantage, and according to the team of researchers, it's able to carry out a task in 4 minutes that would have taken a conventional computer 25 billion years.
Imaginez les conséquences
Imagine
de
what
la
quantum
combinaison
computing power
de la puissance quantique avec une
could bring
problématique, par exemple,
to
la biologie.
challenges in biology.
Tout récemment, une équipe de chercheurs
Recently, a
français
team of French researchers
a mis au point
developed
un
DNA
ADN
that
qui
doesn't
n'appartient à
belong
personne.
to
C'est un
anybody.
ADN
It's
humain
entirely artificial
totalement
human DNA.
fabriqué. Donc imaginez
So imagine the
la collaboration
collaboration
entre
between
la puissance
quantum
quantique
power
et
and
une
a
telle
similar
problématique.
issue.
Voilà, là c'est vraiment de la
Now that's really
science-fiction.
science
Là c'est vraiment
fiction. The
l'ouverture des possibles.
possibilities are
L'infinie
endless.
puissance de
The
l'infiniment
infinite
petit
power
n'a pas
of the
fini de
infinitely
bouleverser nos
small
repères.
hasn't
Le
finished
quantique,
shaking up the
par
system.
rapport au digital, c'est un petit peu
Quantum
l'armure
compared
de
to
Tony
digital
Stark qui le
is like
transforme en
Tony
Iron
Stark's
Man.
Iron Man
Très
armor.
bonne analogie.
Good
En même temps, quand on
analogy.
vous écoute, on se rend
Listening
compte
to you, we can
dans
realize
beaucoup de
that
secteurs,
if
si
we
on couple
pair
l'intelligence,
intelligence and
et
human
l'imagination
imagination
humaine
with
avec la
technology in many
eh bien, il y a
sectors, there are
simplement plus de
simply
frontières.
no more
Plus de
limits to what we can
frontières, plus de
achieve.
limites.
That's right, no
L'exemple des
barriers,
NFT,
no limits.
les tokens
We
non
like the
fongibles nous
example
le
of
prouvent
NFTs,
très bien.
non-fungible
Dans l'actualité
tokens.
récente, nous avons vu des
We've
gifs de
recently
chats
seen cat
valoir des
gifts
millions
purchased
d'euros,
for
des
millions
petits
of
lapins
euros,
colorés valoir
colored
des
rabbits worth
milliards
millions
de
of
dollars,
dollars,
etc.
etc.
En fait, le NFT, c'est vraiment une
NFTs
réalisation
belong
100%
to
fantasphère.
what
La
we call
fantasphère
the
dont nous parlions
fantasphere, which we
à
talked
l'épisode
about in the
précédent.
last episode.
Comme dans le monde réel,
Like the
nous
Mona
avons
Lisa
la
in the
Joconde,
real
et
world.
bien là,
We
nous
have
avons des
NFTs
NFT,
over
c'est-à-dire
there.
des œuvres d'art
That is,
qui
works
peuvent
of
atteindre
art
des
that can
valeurs
reach
faramineuses
enormous
par
value
la seule
just
puissance
through market power,
du marché, mais aussi
but
de
also by
l'imagination
imagination
dans un
in a
monde
world
qui
that's
n'est
no
plus le
longer
monde
the
sensible,
observable
qui est
world,
vraiment le monde
which is
de
really
la
the world
fantasphère.
of the
Alors
fantasphere.
Sylvain, vous parlez de la Terre,
So
mais
Sylvain, you've
au-delà
been
de
talking
la
about the Earth,
fantasphère, il y
but
a aussi
outside of the
évidemment une
fantasphere, there's
exploration
also
spatiale.
space exploration.
L'exploration spatiale est
Space
un domaine
exploration is a very interesting
très
domain
intéressant puisque c'est à la
because
fois un
it's
domaine
also
très
highly
concret.
pragmatic.
Par exemple, en 2020,
In 2020, for example,
50 planètes
50 planets were
découvertes en dehors
discovered
de notre
outside of our
système
solar
solaire grâce à
system
une IA.
thanks to AI.
Donc un domaine très très
All of
concret,
this is very
très
tangible.
tangible. Et puis aussi, c'est
But
un
it's
support
also a
puissant à
very
l'imagination.
powerful aid to our imagination,
Pas seulement des
not just the
auteurs,
imagination of
BD ou
comic
de
book
séries,
and TV
mais
series
l'imagination
writers, but the imagination of
scientifiques, pour les
scientists and
chercheurs qui
researchers
font de
who
Mars
are
une sorte de
mirroring the
miroir
Earth
de la
on
Terre.
Mars in a way.
Comment expérimenter des
How can we
éléments
test food,
d'habitat, de
housing, and
nourriture, de
sustainability
développement
solutions
durable sur Mars,
on
qui
Mars?
conditionne notre
Those are
survie en milieu
conditions for our
confiné,
survival in a
pour
confined
mieux pouvoir
environment.
les
How can we test them there so we
sur
can
Terre.
export them back
La
to
NASA
Earth?
a imaginé un poste complètement
NASA
incroyable.
has
C'est vraiment les
imagined
Men in
a
Black.
completely
Planetary Protection
amazing
Officer.
job for a
Sa
person,
mission, c'est de faire
planetary
respecter
protection
l'article
officer.
9 du Code
This person's
d'exploration
job is to
spatiale.
enforce Article 9 of
Article
the
qui
Spatial
stipule
Exploration Code,
qu'aucun
an
monde
article
ne doit
which
être
says that
abîmé
no
au
world
cours
must
de
be damaged
l'exploration
during
spatiale.
space
Ni
exploration.
le nôtre,
Not
ni les
ours, not
Bon,
other
évidemment, on
worlds.
ne parle pas
Obviously, we're not
actuellement
currently talking
d'extraterrestres.
about aliens,
Mais
but all forms of
toute
life,
forme de vie,
however small
si
or
petite,
microscopic they
microscopique
are.
soit-elle, c'est un alien, c'est un
All of them are
extraterrestre.
aliens, extraterrestrials.
mondes
So
ne doivent
our
pas être
worlds
contaminés
must
entre
not
eux.
contaminate each
Avec
other.
une telle fonction, on voit que l'on
So, with a
transgresse
job
l'ordre
like that, we
établi
can
et
see
que,
that we're breaking
justement,
a sort of
on va
established order and we're inventing
La
others.
transgression utilisée à
Breaking
dessein et
convention
dans un but
purposefully
positif
and with a
peut
positive
être
aim
bien
can
plus
be a
puissant
lot
que
more
l'adaptation.
powerful than
L'adaptation conduit
adaptation.
toujours à oublier une certaine
Adaptation
part de
always
nous.
leads to
Alors
forgetting
que
a
la
certain part of
transgression,
ourselves,
au contraire, révèle une
whereas
part de nous.
breaking convention
peut-être à chacun
reveals
de
a part of
trouver les
ourselves.
notions qu'elle souhaite transgresser.
So it's up to each one
Oui,
to decide
exactement,
what
c'est à chacun
conventions they
de
want to break.
transgresser ses propres tabous,
That's
ses
right.
propres règles,
It's up to
pour
each of
pouvoir
us to break our
avancer,
own taboos,
sortir de ses
our own
contraintes, de
rules,
ses habitudes,
in order to
et
advance,
passer
break
à un
free from our
cap
limitations
supérieur
and our
en termes de
habits,
création
and
et
take a
d'imagination.
better, imaginative, and
cachalot.
more creative path.
Sa respiration est volontaire. Donc,
Let's
lorsqu'il
think about a
dort,
whale.
les
It
deux
breathes
hémisphères de son
voluntarily.
cerveau
It chooses when to
restent en
breathe. So
éveil
when
de
it
façon
sleeps,
alternée,
the two
pour qu'il
hemispheres of its
puisse
brain
remonter
take
à la
turns staying
surface
awake,
afin de
so it
respirer.
can go up to
Sinon,
the
il meurt.
surface to breathe.
Faisons comme lui.
If
Ne
not,
nous
it
endormons
dies.
jamais
So let's do
totalement
the same thing.
et gardons
Let's
toujours
never
une
completely
parcelle
fall
de notre
asleep.
esprit enflammée.
Let's always
Voilà,
keep
bah,
part
je
of our
crois que
minds
ce sera le mot
switched
de la
on.
fin. Soyez donc un
All right, I
cachalot.
think we can end
Je vous
on
remercie
that. Be
beaucoup,
like a
Sylvain
whale.
Lourdour, de nous
Thank
avoir
you very
exposé
much,
donc
Sylvain
les
Lourdour.
tendances NetExplo 2021
Thank you for
dans
telling
ce
us
lieu
about the
magnifique
NetExplo
qui est donc le
2021
siège
trends
de l'UNESCO
in
à
this
Paris.
wonderful
Merci
place that
infiniment.
is the UNESCO headquarters in Paris.
Voilà, c'était les Global Trends 2021 dans
Those
un format
global
un
trends
petit
of
peu différent cette
2021
année
in a
que
slightly
on vous
different
reproposera tout à
format,
l'heure en replay
and
lors de la pause déjeuner.
we will
À
have
présent,
a
nous avons
replay
le
after
plaisir
the
et
lunch
l'honneur
break. So
d'écouter Cédric O,
currently,
le
we will
secrétaire d'État
have the
chargé
pleasure and the honor
de
to
la
listen to Cedric
transition
O, the
numérique et des
Secretary of State
communications
for Digital
électroniques. Il
Transition
va
and
également
Electronic
nous donner son
Communications,
point de vue sur ces
who will
tendances
give us his
technologiques.
point of view
Il
on
est
these
interviewé
new
par Thierry Happ
technological
et Sylvain
trends. He was interviewed by Thierry Happ and Sylvain Nouradou. Dear Minister, hello. Thank you for being with this 14th Forum for Innovation Forum for NetExplo. So as you know, we need to answer the following question. What about the new global digital trends? And since the pandemic and the first lockdown periods that we experienced a year ago, we noticed many different options in order to fight against this pandemic, an acceleration of the technology, but also a great reluctance among the population, especially in France, towards digital, but also globally towards science and technology. How could you explain that people are so reluctant, and what kind of solutions could be imagined by the states? Indeed, I think that it is one of the fundamental questions that we need to answer for the years to come. The pandemic is a challenge, and indeed, and we will need ever more innovations. Let's take the example of innovation. A quarter of the global population lives in less than $3 per day in order to survive, and of course, I would like to have access to a better standard of living. There are ever more people on Earth, and the resources are limited, so it is difficult to find a solution democratically and economically. We need to be ever more efficient. So in order to tackle the issues imposed by the pandemic, we will need more innovations, and vaccines is a very good solution. And at the same time, we need to bear in mind that we are living in an era where people are reluctant towards innovation. It is true in the world, in Europe, and especially in France. Why that? I think that it comes from different factors. I think that we will need to try to find a solution for that indeed. First of all, I think that there is some sort of a global depression, a European depression, and especially a French depression, and I think that we will need to find a way out of it. And the solution could lay in the ways the communication are shared currently, because we have access to a lot of negative information. Gerald Brunner released a very good book on those issues, on this vicious circle that we are stuck in. And I think that France lost track of progress a few years ago because we focused on innovation rather than progress, even though I think that innovation is a crucial component of progress. And also, I think that it's necessary to have a political thinking of progress. So it means that it comes from the national point of view on our fundamentals. When I talk about the Lumière brothers, Pasteur, Montgolfier, and so on. Yes, indeed, because what is interesting to notice is that France built its global domination, its growth, its social model on what inventors and innovators created at the end of the 19th, the beginning of the 20th century. And what happened is that during the Second World War was really linked to what the innovators did in the nuclear industry or the military sector. And it showed that progress and technological innovation was really a part of a national narrative, of the narrative of social development. And we lost it, and we need to find it back, but it is a part of the DNA of our country. So one thing people are reluctant about is the vaccine. We talked a lot about it in France and in Europe, and we noted that in order to work on this vaccination, vaccination, it would be necessary to have a vaccine pass. So it would be some sort of a digital tool in order to know who was vaccinated and what was the follow-up. And because we know that it is extremely strategic. However, it forces us to ask ourselves a lot of strategic and digital questions. So on the French and on the European level, how would we be able to implement this vaccine pass? So you mentioned a lot of keywords, because as you said, it will have to be done at the European level. First of all, it is a project led by Europe, especially by Thierry Breton's team. The main goal of this pass, and we will talk about what it is later, it is a way to centralize the market, because the single market was really under pressure because we needed to synchronize our healthcare decisions, and we need to streamline the documents which will allow us to go from one country to another to make sure that the freedom of movement is back. And we need this health pass for health reasons, but also for vaccine availability. So, of course, it could be discriminatory to say that we should limit the access to a few things, for example, to prevent vaccinated people to travel. So it would be a way for everyone to travel if they have a negative PCR test that was done less than 72 hours later, for example. So it means that it wouldn't be a constraint on the freedom of movement, and maybe people who are not vaccinated could even be free to travel in Europe as well. So we are currently thinking about national implementations, but I think that we wouldn't have to have a vaccine pass in order to have access to restaurants. It could be different in other cases, but we need to bear in mind that summer is coming. So when it comes to the health pass, I think that we will need a few weeks or a few months for it to be ready. And if we manage to get out of the pandemic in summer, it should be done at the time. But Europe will have new applications, and France will be among the first countries to have trans-border pass to travel, and it should be ready on the 17th of June. You talked about Europe, and apparently you said that Europe could have been a little naive when it comes to the digital matters. So you said indeed that there was the rise of hatred on social networks, the fact that sometimes in a few states, a few platforms were not really regulated. You've also mentioned that there was digital leaders that really tried to put in place tax evasion schemes, and I'm not sure that Europe managed to convince people that they were on the right track for the past few years, even though thanks to the digital compass and its very ambitious goals for 2030, I think that we should be back in track. Indeed, as you said, that we have very ambitious goals that we would like to abide by. There was a lot of dogma, liberal dogma in Europe, which encouraged Europe to go towards a ridiculous path. And I say that even if I'm a liberal. And it was the case for the regulations. We know that the Digital Market Act, for example, is a very important matter, especially when it comes to competition, and it forces Europe to be one of the pioneers of the digital regulations. But we shouldn't be limited by it. And I would like to go back to the first discussion we had on innovation and the way we see innovation. We shouldn't end up with the United States between
Je pense que ce serait
the country of GAFA, China of the B80X, and Europe the continent of the LGPD. So that's great to abide by the LGPD, but we need to be ambitious. So in order to preserve our role in the value chain, to defend our sovereignty, and to be around the table of the main stakeholders, it means that we will have to find our own champions and transform our traditional companies. It is crucial as well, and it is something that Thierry Breton has in mind, and also that the President of the Republic would like to encourage. We would like to have a European brand for innovation. Europe shouldn't only be the regulations of values and regulations, but also the continents where innovation is possible, a little differently maybe, but which could innovate as much as the others. So as you know, the NetExplo is an observatory that we have a partnership with 19 university professors around the globe, even in Seoul. So it's a private joke, but I know that it is particularly crucial for us to be present everywhere in the world. And France, thanks to those professors and for students, we spot more than 19 digital innovations of the year because we think that they are particularly interesting. We put forward 100 of them in our top 100, and we ask our scientists to work on trends. So it is mentioned in the news now. The book released, and a first chapter is focusing on the big data and IA and analyzing the limit of a prediction model, which would be entirely based on big data and IA. What do you think about this trend, which is the following? The digital, AI, and digital would be a silver bullet. Was it really the case during the pandemic? No, for two different reasons. First of all, the implementation modalities of IA and big data are really at the beginning, are their beginnings. So, for example, the consumer business has a lot of data. When on Facebook you're a pure player, you can collect a lot, generate a lot of data. But in many other areas, it is still at the very beginning.
Il y a un élément dont je pense qu'il faut sortir, c'est
But there is one thing
un peu déterministe ou démiurge qu'on attache
which
parfois à
is
l'IA.
crucial. It is the fact that IA is almighty in everyone's mind.
En fait, il n'y aurait plus de hasard.
It is synonymous with the fact that there is no coincidences anymore. And I think that we should take a step out of it and make sure to understand that AI is a vector of success. It can mitigate uncertainty. I talked about yesterday about the communication mathematics, and since there is more information, it is easier to manage it, and we can reduce the entropy, but there is nothing which is predetermined. And I think that we need to bear in mind that the world's complexity is still very relevant, because it shouldn't prevent us from innovating. Artificial intelligence, autonomous artificial intelligence won't happen right now. So it is a topic which is close to your heart, and because it was the President of the Republic, you started a new plan at the beginning of the year. It is quantum. You can see that our new trends are inspired by quantum. It is the fact that a particle can exist in different states at once, and it is extremely complicated to explain. But this reading matrix can help us understanding those overlapping worlds. When we think about an overlapping world, we think about the book Sylvain Radour wrote this year. It can, for example, put at the forefront the role of information, and information validated by big media outlets, and we could really witness the explosion of social media and fake news. Do you think that it could challenge our democracy the way we know it?
La réponse rapide serait oui.
A quick answer would be yes.
Maintenant, je pense qu'il faut ajouter deux choses.
Now I think that you should we should add two different things. First of all, it exists.
Oui, Internet et les réseaux sociaux
So indeed, Internet and social media in particular are threatening our democracy, are a threat for our democracy, but it won't be possible for us to shut them down. So it is crucial to implement a framework of a new regulations. It's what the new European Act would like to implement. We would like to really have a new agora where for the 2.5 billion people in Europe, in Facebook, sorry, because we need it to be a little bit more scrutinized. And when I talk about the Gerald Bronner connective apocalypse, we understand that social media are amplifying things, but that's the main issue originally is us. Indeed, the human mind prefer violent information compared with non-violent information, sexual information compared with non-violent information, psychocentric information compared with non-egotistic information, bad news rather than good news. So even without social media, the fact that currently we have access to a wave of information still shows that we would like to, in priority, have access to negative information. So it is a way we need to improve the regulation of Internet with all the following questions. Who will be in charge of the regulations? How will it be able to control the role of the state and so on? But I think that when it comes to the control of the communication and information technology, we underestimated the role of our society in the development of those tools and the Internet. And if there is a maturity issue, we need to work on it. The only way to work on the immaturity of the society is education. One of the solutions would be the national education, and also to educate adults in order to make sure that our democracy doesn't collapse. I think that we need to react because we can notice what happened in the Capitol in the United States lately. It could happen if there's not a real awareness about our democracies. Also, in our trends, we really try to get a grip on this world, which becomes ever more complex and complicated because of social media, partly. And one of the principles would be to work on the reactivity and the creativity of this education, of these innovations, and also to work on education. And now I'd like to work on one of the initiatives of Mrs. Parly, the Minister for the Military, who asked something called the Red Team with sci-fi authors to anticipate what the future could be. Do you think that imagination has its place in this world where the innovation keep coming at us? Do you think that scientists and creativity could help us identifying future threats? I think that indeed it could be a solution. I think that it is rather simple to check what it is. For example, what happened for the past few years with the election of Donald Trump and Emmanuel Macron. I think that no one could have foreseen the election of Emmanuel Macron, for example. I think that no model could have foreseen how hectic the former president of the United States would be. So I think that it would be really better for us to step out of the box and really try to imagine the future with an open mind. I think that it is particularly true in the administration because there is issues of organizational theories. There are mammoths in the way real mammoth, which is the way the organization works, and it is very difficult and tedious and long to change anything about it. So of course it shouldn't be the alpha and the omega economic of the defense policies of the French states, but it is still something which is interesting. And I don't know if you watched the AlphaGo documentary on Netflix. It is when the best Korean player of AlphaGo plays against an artificial intelligence, and there is one moment of this documentary which is the apex of this documentary. It is when Isedol, the Korean champion, plays a move which has one chance out of 400,000 to happen.
Enfin, en tout cas, moi j'ai trouvé que
So I think that it was wonderful. At least personally, I thought that this documentary was exceptional. It was frightening in a way, but we could see that human creativity could still prevail. So there was another question that is still prevalent in our democracy and the roles that you play as a minister. COVID-19 really showcased a lack of sovereignty. We could see it in our interdependence and the health chain, for example. Is it possible to talk about sovereignty without digital sovereignty? No, of course we can't. It would be weird for me to say different to say otherwise. But at the moment there is no international discussion on the issue. You could see it currently with cybersecurity. The digital issues are not really dealt with. The digital power and the fake news and the quantum we were talking about became a crucial part of sovereignty. I even think that on this topic, Telecom Paris and NetExplo are working on it through the Observatory of Digital Sovereignty that should be launched in the near future. But we should really try to improve our understanding of this complex matter. Indeed, it is impossible to reach sovereignty. It is impossible for Europe to be entirely independent.
Tous ces grands pays du monde sont en fait des géants aux pieds d'argile.
And we can see that all the main the powerhouses in the world are weak giants depending on Taiwan. And in order to get rid of the Taiwanese hegemony, we would need to invest billions of euros, and it won't happen. But for example, because US, the US with invest 20 billion euros on it in the next few years, and it will be able to, hence they will be able to reduce their dependence, but it will be impossible for us to stop our dependence on the technological chains, and it will be impossible for us to escape entirely this dependence. So on software and hardware, we need to work on it. Europe is not at the forefront on this matter, and we need to improve on it. So, in your opinion, last question, what could be the role of an observatory such as the one at NetExplo? It's what I said before. We need to have a better understanding of things. We need to have a better global understanding of the impacts of the digitalization on the society and the economy, our social relationships. We need to have a better understanding of what's changing and what isn't. Indeed, everything is changing extremely quickly. We are living in a very complex world, an interconnected one. So all of those who are proclaiming that tomorrow they will be able to reach the digital sovereignty because only a few tweaks are necessary, it's not really serious to say that. We are all interdependent. And I think that the main role of the observatories, such as the NetExplo Observatory, which is in direct link with the international stakeholders and also the national indicators and stakeholders, are crucial, because the main source of AI are data. Thank you very much, Mr. Dear Minister. I don't know if this year we would have to talk again about COVID-19, but I have to say that we discovered the innovators which are really brilliant. We managed to tackle the pandemic with their brain cells. So welcome to the next sequence, Hacking the Pandemic.
She's only 14 years old, but her discovery could help put an end to the global pandemic. Anika Shebrolu recently won the 3M Scientist Challenge in the United States for a drug that she found that could actually provide a treatment for COVID-19. Hello, Anika, and thanks for joining us.
Hi, thank you for having me.
So you initially entered the competition with the aim to try to find a cure for the influenza virus, and in the midst of this global pandemic, you shifted your focus and put all your efforts on COVID-19. Why were you interested in the flu in the first place?
It actually started about 2 years ago. I was researching about the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic, and I became interested with viruses, drug discovery, and pandemics. And that's when I started my research on it. And a couple months later, after more extensive research, I found out about the in silico methodology for drug discovery. And I was amazed at how we could use computational methods to identify potential antivirals against pandemics and viruses. So after a couple more months, I decided to combine my knowledge of the in silico methodology for drug discovery and the influenza virus to find a potential antiviral against the influenza virus. And I was almost finished with my project. I was looking for places to further develop my molecule, virologists and drug development specialists, and contacting them when the COVID-19 pandemic arose. And I had never thought that after researching about pandemics and drug discovery and viruses for so long that I would actually, or everyone would actually be experiencing something like that. And because of the immense severity of the pandemic and the absolute need for more effective therapies to combat the virus and its upcoming aftermath, I decided to pivot and change my project to target the SARS-CoV-2 virus.
So what exactly have you discovered and what technique did you use?
I found a molecule which can provide a potential antiviral against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. So this molecule was found out of a database of about 698 million compounds and can bind to the spike protein, which is a protein on the SARS-CoV-2 virus. By binding to the spike protein, it can change the shape of the spike protein. And by changing the shape, it can stop or change the function of the protein. The spike protein's initial function would be to enter and infect host cells. And by finding a molecule which can bind and change the function of it, we would stop the virus from being able to enter and infect host cells. And to do this, I used the in silico methodology for drug discovery, which uses softwares, databases, and other computational methods to identify potential antivirals against pandemics and drug diseases and all that, and which makes it a really effective way compared to lab testing and animal testing.
Now, you haven't just found a potential cure for COVID-19, you also received $25 in prize money. What will you be doing with this money, and what still lies ahead to develop this cure?
With the $25,000, I plan to use some of it to further develop my research, so contacting virologists and drug development specialists, and use it to attain more tools and things that I could use to more develop my molecule into a potent anti-coronavirus drug. And I would also like to use the rest of the $25,000 to promote STEM education, because not a lot of kids get the same opportunities to pursue a career in education in STEM as I did.
So as I said, you're only 14 years old and you've accomplished already so much. Were you always fascinated by science? How did it all start?
Yes, I've been passionate about science for a long time. It started at a very young age. My grandfather used to always inspire me to do more science and just pursue a little, learn about the periodic table of elements and all of that. And then over time, it kind of grew on its own. And then about in 6th or 7th grade, I started looking into problems in the world and how I could use my knowledge of science to solve those problems.
Now, Anika, what do you plan to become in the future?
I plan on becoming a medical researcher in the future.
Now, our second innovator is just a little bit older, but yet he's still 24 years old. Guillaume Rosier has just developed a data visualization concept that is helping journalists and decision makers alike follow the pandemic, but also help them mitigate the outbreak. Hello, Guillaume, and welcome.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So you've developed COVID Tracker and Vaccine Tracker. It's become a usual tool, as I said, for decision makers. How did you come up with this idea, and how did it all start?
Yes, it's quite a funny story because I never decided to build a COVID Tracker It was not anticipated. I just started to make a first chart really early in March 2020. It was, 10 days before lockdown in France, and we did not imagine that one day a European country would be confined. So I just compared the confirmed cases in France and in Italy, and I was really surprised because we had the same exponential growth in France than Italy. So I shared this chart with my friends and family and on Twitter, and people became addicted to the chart. They wanted an update every day. So I decided to build a blank web page with only the chart on it. So then I was able to share the link with all of them, and then they can view the chart. And month after month, day after day, it became bigger and bigger, and it became COVID Tracker. COVID Tracker only use data from public authorities and services.
Now, it seems like you found some inspiration in what Johns Hopkins University has done with the Coronavirus Resource Center.
Yes, Johns Hopkins University produced the first dashboard to track the epidemic, and we all had our eyes on it. It's a really great tool for tracking the epidemic around the world. But I think that it doesn't allow people to follow the epidemic in each individual countries. So I wanted to focus on France, and COVID Tracker makes it possible to track the situation in each local areas and also in each age group. It also allows people to track more data, like for example, hospitalizations and intensive care units, beds. So yes, the work of GHU really inspired me to build the COVID Tracker.
Now, Guillaume, you're actually a staunch defender of open source data, and you say that this is a question of democracy. Why is that?
Yes, of course, I am a defender of both open data and open source. If the French public authorities had not published open data about the epidemic, I would never have been able to create a COVID Tracker. So it's really important to publish this data in a public way, in an open way. It also gives confidence in authorities because it allows us to check that institutions are working properly. It also helps politicians to take decisions by providing facts and precise figures. So yes, I think that open data is really important for our democracy.
Guillaume Rosier, the founder of COVID Tracker, thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks to Julia for introducing us to those great young innovators. Now, we're going to look at two amazing innovations now, the first of which was picked out by our NetExplo project manager, Celeste Ancel. It's going to take us to Senegal, and we're going to be meeting the team behind a very helpful little robot because it's been providing some valuable support in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's been nicknamed Dr. Car, and it does the rounds of hospitals and schools. It's capable of all sorts of things like sanitizing surfaces, taking temperatures, and what's more, it speaks 3 languages. Let's take a look.
Bonjour chers patients, je vous prie de bien vouloir récupérer votre livraison sans toucher le robot. Je vous souhaite une très bonne récupération.
Dr. Car, il a 2 grandes fonctionnalités. La première, c'est qu'il peut faire du déplacement de charge, médicaments et repas à distance. L'autre, c'est qu'il permet de faire de la télémédecine. Donc en ce moment-là, on est dans une première version de télémédecine qui consiste à
This robot can carry out tasks remotely.
Le patient qui est confiné dans sa chambre
the patient is stuck in their room,
donc là
but
aussi,
the robot can allow the patient to interact with the
la
doctor.
prise de constante à distance, notamment la température, la pression artérielle.
The robot can measure the patient's temperature and blood pressure and so on, so that the doctor can have that information. Jana Anjebe created this robot, which is appropriate for hospitals and schools.
Pose la main.
This distributor, you put your hand under it, and it gives you hand sanitizer. We wanted to fight the pandemic in my country. We need to meet today's challenges. I felt that this was appropriate, given that I'm an engineering student. We want to do what we can for my country and the African continent. This school has always put an emphasis on practical projects. The pandemic is a natural challenge for students from this school to take up.
Nous sommes publics. À partir de ce moment, nous sommes obligés. Et il y a un concept qui nous lie tous.
We are all working to serve the population with the skills we learn.
Nous sommes une école d'ingénieurs et de managers. Tout ce que nous faisons doit servir.
We have an engineering school, and we hope to use what we learn to serve the population.
Okay, an amazing and helpful innovation coming to us there from Senegal. Well, staying with the same theme of the pandemic, there have been certain phases during these last 12, 14 months when medical teams in countries around the world have been stretched to their absolute limits. And in some places, that is still the case. So imagine a tool that helps doctors and nurses speed up the way in which they check in on their patients, keeping track of their temperatures and their oxygen levels. Well, as we're about to see, thanks to new technology, that is entirely possible.
Let's give nurses superpowers. Without superpowers, a nurse spends the next 5 minutes monitoring only a single patient in non-intensive hospital care. There is not enough protective gear to keep nurses safe, so they are at a high risk of infection. So what is this superpower? Our monitoring device. Now, instead of one, a nurse can check on 100 patients at the same time from a safe distance with less protective gear. In the span of 48 hours, we have created a fully functional pair of 3D printed glasses, allowing patients to initiate frequent measuring of their vital signs all by themselves. These include body temperature, oxygen saturation, and respiratory rate, the key values nurses regularly check on coronavirus patients. The design is simple and intuitive. It guides the user with light and voice signals. Once the measurement is completed, the data is uploaded online to a medical platform. Doctors and nurses can track progress and get alerts real time, so they can deal with deteriorating cases instantly. We had multiple discussions with healthcare institutions and professionals who showed optimism and a keen interest in testing our solution. For our prototype, we have also received recognition and an award from EIT Health for its innovativeness and feasibility. Now, we need your help to find partnerships to make a change as soon as possible. We are Team Discover, and we give nurses superpowers.
Okay, so a couple of great innovations there, and easy to imagine how useful they could both be. Well, as we've said, today is divided up into 3 episodes, the first of which is entitled Predictable Me. And Julia and Sylvain are going to be exploring the notion of certitude, and that's something that's been weighing on all our minds, perhaps more than ever, during the course of the last year or so.
De finir la séquence si tu juste.
Si je collapse.
Et pour discuter justement de ce premier chapitre qui s'intitule Predictable Me,
talk about this first episode, Predictable Me. I'm here with Sylvain Louradour, the Chief Creative Officer of NetExplo. Hello and welcome.
Je redis que vous êtes l'auteur de ce livre.
I was saying that you're the author of this book that I was speaking about earlier, The New Now.
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire un petit mot sur les tendances?
Could you tell me a little bit about these trends?
Les tendances en fait partent d'innovation, c'est une captation mondiale. Depuis la création de l'observatoire NetExplo par Thierry App en 2007, les milliers d'innovations sont captées chaque année.
La deuxième étape, c'est Marcus Godard, VP Intelligence chez NetExplo, qui opère une fine sélection de 100 innovations parmi ces 2000. Et ces 100 innovations constituent la matière qui ensuite permet de concevoir les tendances donc, toutes les années précédentes et puis aussi cette année avec les tendances de New Now, qui est un petit peu une invitation à recréer le seul temps qui nous reste, le présent.
Alors, ce premier épisode s'intitule Predictable Me, ça nous fait penser à un dessin animé.
So you said this first episode is called Predictable Me. It reminds me of the cartoon Despicable Me. What is the purpose of this
Dans ces
episode?
tendances, il y a 3 épisodes.
Well, within
et
these
chaque
trends,
épisode
there are 3 episodes, and each episode has its own function. The first episode, Predictable Me, is all about deciphering things. We're exploring the world of certainty and uncertainty, predictability and unpredictability, using technology like inclusive tech, AI, and big data.
Finalement, on est prévisible.
So, are we in fact
Beaucoup d'innovations considèrent que nous sommes prévisibles et nous font penser que nous sommes prévisibles. Des innovations qui écrivent à notre place, qui parlent à notre place en complétant les blancs éventuels de nos phrases par des mots selon notre personnalité, notre ton ou bien notre façon de penser. Sans parler des innovations qui, elles, pensent à notre place.
So these algorithms can almost think in our place. But do we really want to be that predictable?
De rendre prévisibles nos vies,
nos relations, nos
planètes, exactement.
Our planet's future?
Pas forcément, effectivement. Mais pourtant, imaginons, on va essayer de se projeter un petit peu, mais si le big data avait pu, par exemple, modéliser la crise dans toutes ses composantes, que ce soit sociales, que ce soit économiques, est-ce qu'on aurait pu prendre longueur d'avance?
Il n'y a pas forcément, et c'est là tout le paradoxe de la prévision.
Well, we don't know yet. That's the paradox of prediction. We predict a situation, we try to think about all the parameters, but things never happen just the way we expect.
En quelque sorte, on se désarme. On désarme nos capacités d'improvisation, de créativité et de réactivité.
We are in fact less prepared because we're not ready to react to the unpredictable. Would you say that AI is one of our allies? Well, AI has 2 sides to it. It can seem really wonderful. AI can beat us at chess, and it can beat us at Go, without ever having seen a game and without knowing the rules of the game either. AI can seem really smart, smarter than people, but that AI doesn't even know that it's accomplished something. So that's the second face of AI, second side of it. It's so naive. But then if you think about facial recognition, if I show a rabbit to a child, the child will know what a rabbit is the next time he sees one. But AI is the opposite. AI needs to look at thousands of pictures of rabbits in order to be able to recognize one later.
De reconnaissance d'image, c'est un festival d'erreurs souvent une IA.
So image recognition is just a comedy of errors with AI. You show it a squirrel, it thinks it's a washing machine. We think that AI is so smart, but it's like an alien that arrives on Earth and starts talking to a fire hydrant.
Est-ce que, du coup, on comprend de ce que vous dites que l'IA,
okay, so what we can understand is that AI is not as smart as we might think it is yet, because we have to make decisions based on what it tells us.
Si une entité qui est beaucoup plus puissante que vous fournit une prévision,
if an entity that's much more powerful than you gives you its predictions, you might trust it. You might lose your critical thinking.
La prévision force la décision.
So you might just believe its predictions and make your decisions based on them. So that can be dangerous in the medical field or in military, for military purposes.
Sur la suite à donner à ces prévisions.
So we have to think about the way we consider these predictions that AI gives us.
L'IA, dans ce cas, nous fournit une sorte de futur prêt à l'emploi, voilà.
AI can only sell us this ready-to-wear future. In your book, you say that it's not doubt that makes you crazy, it's certainty.
Dorian Astor, on écoute son
And that's something that the philosopher Dorian Astor talks about too. I'm so happy to be here with you today. The philosopher and writer Dorian Astor,
un ouvrage qui s'attaque donc
aux opinions trop assurées, a book called La passion de l'incertitude, The Passion of Uncertainty.
À des nouvelles formes de fanatisme. Ce
And
livre
s'intitule new forms of relativism.
Paru aux éditions de l'Observatoire.
Dorian Astor, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous aujourd'hui. L'Observatoire. Thank you for being here with us today.
Alors, on va commencer justement avec le titre de votre livre,
So
La passion de l'incertitude. Quand est-ce que l'incertitude est devenue une passion?
The passion of uncertainty. When did uncertainty become a passion for you, and why?
L'incertitude est devenue une passion à partir du moment où, travaillant beaucoup sur le philosophe Nietzsche, je me
When I started studying the philosopher Nietzsche,
chercheurs,
you learn something else.
médecins, qui sont
Scientists
convoqués.
and
Et ça, c'est peut-être
researchers
une première, c'est vraiment une
are trying
expérience
to make
nouvelle
this easier.
dans cette dimension-là. Scientifiques, chercheurs et médecins sont très
Scientists,
présents dans les médias,
researchers, and
et on
doctors
les
are very present
sollicite,
in the
on les
media.
interpelle
We're often asking for
pour
their
qu'ils donnent
opinions.
des réponses.
We
Or,
interrogate them,
un
we ask them for
scientifique, un chercheur, un
answers.
médecin
But scientists and
sait
researchers
très
and
bien dire
doctors
je ne sais pas.
know very
C'est-
well
ça
how to
fait
say, I don't
absolument
know.
partie de sa méthode
That's
scientifique, de
part
sa
of the
probité
scientific method.
Il n'y a pas plus sceptique que la science.
You don't get more
Sans quoi, elle
skeptical
ne chercherait
than
pas, elle ne poserait
science.
pas d'hypothèse, elle ne ferait pas d'expérimentation, il n'y aurait pas de controverse,
Scientists and researchers
il n'y
have
aurait pas de
hypotheses.
consensus
They do
autour d'un
experiments.
résultat. Donc le
They
scepticisme,
wait to reach a
l'incertitude est
consensus before
inhérente
pronouncing an opinion.
en réalité à l'expertise. Et on voit bien une espèce de clash
So
entre
what we are seeing now
les
is
structures
a type of
médiatiques,
clash between media
du flux
structures,
quotidien et
this
la temporalité
flow
propre
of media,
aux chercheurs. Et
and
par
the
ailleurs, je
way
me
that
permets
researchers
d'ajouter qu'il y a
work.
évidemment les chercheurs, les scientifiques qui ont besoin de temps. C'est
Researchers
absolument
and
incroyable
scientists
que,
need
par exemple,
time.
on
It's
ait
absolutely
trouvé un vaccin en
incredible
moins d'un an.
that we
Ça n'arrive
managed to
jamais.
get to COVID-19 vaccines in less
Tirer
than a
son
year, for
chapeau à
example.
cette
That's
rapidité-là.
amazing.
Mais les
That's
médecins,
very unusual.
qui sont vraiment des praticiens,
But
ils sont
doctors,
habitués à agir en
real
situation
practitioners are
d'incertitude
used
extrêmement
to
rapidement.
making very quick
Il faut agir très
decisions
vite
in
quand on a
uncertain
réanimé un malade, par
situations.
exemple.
You have to
Et
react very
pourtant,
quickly
ou alors à
in a lot
cause
of
de
times to
cela,
save a
les
patient's life.
médecins praticiens eux-mêmes savent qu'ils ont
Doctors
affaire
and
sans
practitioners
cesse à l'incertitude et à
are constantly
au
facing
scepticisme
uncertainty,
méthodologique de la science qui est la leur.
and they're constantly asking
On parlait
questions.
d'innovation et le fait qu'on ait développé
So
un
we're
vaccin
talking
aussi
about
rapidement,
innovation
le
and the
fait
fact that
d'être
we
dans une
developed a
ère
vaccine
technologique
so
peut nous
quickly,
donner
and we
l'illusion
thought
que
that might give
finalement
us
on a de
the
moins en moins
impression that there is less and less
d'incertitudes. Et au
uncertainty
final,
in the
quand on regarde
world.
l'évolution de l'homme, on voit qu'il y a des théories, par exemple, de
We
l'évolution
have
qui ont été
theories
remises en
about
question.
evolution
On
that
connaît
we've called into
finalement
question in
très
the
peu de
past,
choses sur
but there are in fact
nos
very
fonds
few
marins par
things
rapport
that we know
à la surface de Mars. On ne sait pas ce qui se passe
about
derrière la Mars.
the
Finalement, il y a
surface
peu
of
de choses
Mars.
qu'on
There are just
sait
so many
dans ce
questions
monde.
that are
Alors, comment ça
unanswered
se
in
fait
the
que
world
l'homme
of science.
aujourd'hui a encore des certitudes?
So what should people do today when facing uncertainty like this?
Évidemment, l'homme a des certitudes et comme nous
Well,
disions au départ,
man
il a des
has
certitudes
certain
parce que c'est vital pour lui.
uncertainties.
Qu'il s'agisse d'une vérité,
There
entre guillemets,
we have what we hold to
il
be
y a des régimes
truths.
de vérité, des ordres de vérité.
We have
Je parle
these sort
d'une
of
vérité
structures of
scientifique, d'une
truth.
vérité philosophique, d'une vérité théologique,
There are
religieuse.
theological
Les
truths
vérités sont
and
quelquefois de nature
different
différente,
kinds of
mais
truths
il
that
faut
are very important to
considérer
us in our day-to-day life.
les vérités comme des nécessités vitales.
We
Et au
have to
fond,
think of
Nietzsche
truth as a
disait
vital
même que,
necessity.
les vérités, la
Nietzsche said
vérité, les vérités, pardon, c'était
that
les erreurs
truth
fondamentales nécessaires à la
is
vie.
the fundamental
des erreurs
truths are the fundamental errors that are necessary to
du point de
life.
vue de l'absolu, on ne sait jamais si nos vérités
We can
sont
never know, in
éternelles
fact,
et absolues.
if
En
our
revanche,
truths will be
elles ont une
eternal and
efficace.
unchanging.
Et il
But
faut
they
considérer,
can
me
be
semble-t-il,
efficient.
et c'est très différent du relativisme, mais il faut
It's
considérer la
different
vérité
from
d'un point de vue
relativism.
pragmatique à l'intérieur
We
des
have to
conditions
be
dans lesquelles elle est
pragmatic
née. Et
about
ça, la
our
philosophie,
truths,
notamment
where
depuis
our
Kant,
truths
sans
come
rentrer
from.
dans les détails, nous a appris que toute connaissance
What we've learned
devait
is that
poser
all knowledge
les conditions,
has
les
its own
limites de sa propre
conditions
condition.
and
On
limits.
connaît toujours à l'intérieur d'un cadre. Quand on accepte
All of our
une
knowledge
vérité,
is
une
within a
vérité
certain framework, within its own
relative,
limits.
non pas au sens relativisme, mais relative
Our
au
knowledge is
cadre dans
relative,
lequel
not in the sense of
elle
relativism,
répond à quelque chose, à une
but relative in the
nécessité, à une
sense that it's
nécessité. À
connected
partir
to
de ce
something
moment-là,
and
on
pertinent
est
to
dans une
something.
position beaucoup plus pragmatique qui nous assure de certaines vérités et qui ouvre
We
sans cesse, comme vous
often
le disiez,
prefer to take
à
more
l'incertitude,
pragmatic
à
positions,
l'ignorance fondamentale
and
qui est notre position.
that we feel more secure
Un
when
des
we do
grands
that.
principes au XXe siècle, je pense à Karl Popper, un des grands principes de la science,
One
d'une
of the
vérité scientifique, c'est
main
qu'elle soit
principles of science,
falsifiable, c'est-à-dire qu'on puisse la remettre en question, montrer
and
qu'elle est fausse.
truth is that
Si
we
les
have to be
vérités
able
cessaient
to
d'être falsifiables, comme ça arrive dans
we have to be able to
les dogmes religieux, et
prove
encore,
things
on
true
pourrait
or false.
étudier dans l'histoire des religions l'évolution des
Things need to
dogmes
be falsifiable.
et les controverses autour des dogmes religieux, à l'intérieur même d'une religion. Eh bien, la possibilité qu'une vérité soit falsifiable,
The
c'est ce qui
idea that truth
nous
needs to be
projette vers l'avenir, c'est ce qui nous
falsifiable
permet d'avoir une
is what
visée
projects
et,
us, what
et le
pushes
fait
us
que l'homme,
toward the future.
l'animal
It's what
curieux
pushes
par
us to
excellence,
find out
la
more.
pensée est curiosité
Humans are
avant tout.
curious. That's why we do what we do.
Merci infiniment d'avoir répondu
Thank
à
you
nos
so much,
questions
Dorian
sur
Astor,
ce
for
plateau.
having
Je rappelle
answered
le
our
titre de votre
questions.
livre, La passion
I'll
de
remind everyone again of the title of your book, La
aux
Passion de
éditions de
l'incertitude, The Passion of
l'Observatoire. Merci
Uncertainty.
infiniment.
Thank you very
Merci à vous.
much.
Sylvain, on comprend dans cet entretien avec Astor
All right, so Sylvain, we've
Dorian
understood
que
from this interview
l'incertitude
that
a des vertus.
uncertainty has its virtues.
Accepter l'incertitude, c'est aussi
Absolutely.
accueillir différents
Accepting
possibles.
uncertainty
Plutôt que
means accepting that
d'accepter
there
un seul
might be
possible,
different
de recevoir,
possibilities or different
finalement, de subir
realities.
un seul scénario pour le futur.
It means
Nous
that there
pouvons
might
penser
not
plusieurs
just
futurs à
be
la fois.
one scenario for the
C'est
future.
exactement
It means that we can think about different futures
l'épisode 2
while at the same
des
time
tendances
we can
de
hold these
Zaniolo.
multiple realities in our minds.
Non pas avec un seul futur, non pas avec un seul scénario
We don't have to think
préécrit,
about just one
mais avec
predetermined
plusieurs
future.
futurs. Comme
There are
si nous
several
avions affaire à
futures,
plusieurs mondes
as if we had
superposés.
several worlds that were
Très bien, et nous
overlapping.
vous retrouverons d'ailleurs à 14h25
That's
pour
great.
ce
And
deuxième
at
épisode des Global Trends
2
Net
p.m.,
Expo
we'll
2021.
come
J'en
back
profite pour dire que
for
les
the next
100 innovations
episode.
qui sont donc déclinées dans ce livre sont disponibles
I would
sur le
like to
site de
remind everyone
NetExplo,
that this book,
netexplo.com
his book, The New Now, is available on the website of
Le livre est
NetExplo,
également téléchargeable sur
netexplo.com.
le site. Dans l'immédiat, nous allons retrouver donc Tom et Marcus Goddard
So we're going to
pour
come back
découvrir les
to
trois
Tom and
lauréats
Marcus
du top,
Goddard
les trois
to learn
premiers
about
lauréats
the
du top 10.
4 prize winners, the Grand Prize 2021.
Julia. Now, our first batch of award-winning innovations ties in with our first of three themes of the day, Predictable Me. In this first group, we've got DAL-E, we've got AlphaFold 2, and Abacus, all of which are in the sphere of predicting things, whether it be in finance, science, or technology. Now, there have been some great leaps forward in artificial intelligence during the course of the past year, and to talk us through each of these innovations, I'll be here with NetExplo's Vice President of Intelligence, Marcus Goddard. Hello, Marcus. Let's get started. As I said, the first innovation is called DAL-E. Now, we tend to think of human beings as being the source of creativity, composition, art, and design, but it appears that humankind now faces some pretty serious competition in the form of artificial intelligence. Marcus, it looks like AI is behind quite a number of this year's award winners, doesn't it?
That's right, Tom. Even more so than last year. In fact, the past year or two has been quite fascinating in terms of technological breakthroughs, but we're all very busy dealing with other things, and we haven't really noticed, many of us, the strides that AI has made. Most significant is perhaps something called GPT-3. We'll be coming back to that on a couple of times today. That is the very powerful language model that DALL-E is based on. And AI like this, like the GPT-3 model, has so many exciting possibilities, and we think maybe DALL-E is the most spectacular. So let's see what that has to offer.
Absolutely. Let's find out what DAL-E actually is. It is a program that creates images from a text description. So you tell it what image you want and it produces it, no matter how bizarre your request is. So here's an example for you. You ask for an armchair shaped like an avocado. You end up with something a bit like that. Now, it is headed up by Aditya Ramesh. I spoke to him and I started by asking him to tell us in his own words what DAL-E is all about.
So DALL-E is a project that we started about 1.5 years ago to see how well we could generate images from text using artificial intelligence. We thought it was an interesting problem to pursue just because language evolved as a way for us to describe our surroundings. And there's a lot of inherent complexity to the world around us. And language allows us to like encode all of this complexity in a stream of tokens that we use to communicate with one another. It's also interesting because in addition to being able to describe the things that do exist around us, language also allows us to invent fantastical scenarios and describe things that don't exist. And in some ways, it's one of the tools we have as part of human creativity. So it's an interesting and kind of challenging problem to try to model all of this complexity using a machine.
Okay, and I gather you've got a couple of slides you'd like to show us.
Sure. So here's just an example of how language can be used to describe a complicated scene. So this is a sample from the model for the caption, "A living room with a white armchair and a granite fireplace with a printing of a brain mounted above it." So, language allows us to encode a relatively complex scene just using a few words. So I guess I'll speak a little bit about how DALL-E works. It works basically the same way as GPT-3, which is a powerful language model that OpenAI released a few months ago. And the way it works is, well, GPT-3 works by, it's a language model that is just trained to predict each character in succession after all of the previous characters. So if you give it a sentence, it looks at the sentence you gave it and then tries its best to predict what the next character will be. And it keeps doing this over and over again. And the surprising thing is, if you just train a really big model to learn to predict the next character as well as possible, it ends up learning some surprising things about language. And so we decided to take the same approach where we train a model to predict one token after another. But in addition to just the text as being part of the languages, as being part of the vocabulary, the vocabulary is also augmented with image tokens. So the model is trained to predict one token after another. And it's given first the caption and then the tokens of the image. So now, after being given the caption, the model just predicts the tokens of the image one after another. So it works in a very similar way to GPT-3. And so the model allows us to do two things. One is, given a text prompt, we can generate an image completely from scratch. And another thing we can do is, given a text prompt and part of an existing image, we can complete the rest of the image in a way that's consistent both with the given prompt and the top half of the image. So here we took an image of a T-Rex from the internet and then completed the bottom half according to the caption, "A dinosaur dressed in a tuxedo."
Nice. Okay, well, thanks for doing that. I'd like to ask you to do a quick demonstration for us. Let's start with something easy. I've been asked to ask you, could you create an image of a person looking through a telescope at the Eiffel Tower? Let's see what that does for us.
Sure, I'll get back to you in a few seconds. All right, I got the samples. Let me share my screen.
Yep, that's it. That's a person looking through a telescope at the Eiffel Tower. Great. Okay, well, that was perhaps a bit easy. So should we try something a little bit more complicated? Let's stick with the French theme. Let's stick with Eiffel Towers. Why don't we try now an Eiffel Tower with a rabbit next to it, with pink sunglasses, drinking some orange juice with a straw. How about that for a complicated challenge?
Sure. I'll get back to you in a few seconds. All right, I have some samples for you. Let me share my screen in a second.
Okay, so there is a rabbit with pink sunglasses, orange juice, a straw, and the Eiffel Tower. Well, there we are. It really does work. Okay, so why don't we have a look now at something slightly different and along the same lines. Let's try an Eiffel Tower with rabbit ears, wearing skis, pink glasses, drinking orange juice with a straw. Can it do that, do you think?
It might have a bit more trouble with that one, but I'll see what it can do. So I'll get back to you in a few seconds. All right, I have the samples for you, so let me share my screen.
That's the rabbit sort of, yeah, that kind of works as well.
So it worked in this one particular case, but the model struggles a bit more with complex prompts that ask for many details. So I'll also show some of the failure modes as well. So here, there's no sunglasses or rabbit ears, but there is orange juice. And here, there's glasses and a ski, and the model got confused and colored the Eiffel Tower pink instead of sunglasses. And here, I'm not quite sure what happened. There is one ski, and there are rabbit ears and glasses, but the model appears to have put something inside a glass of orange juice.
I think the skis are in the orange juice.
Yeah, so not quite what we asked for. In general, the model struggles still with systematic reasoning. So for example, despite some of the things that it can do, such as putting together unrelated concepts and creating avocado chairs and such, it can't count reliably past 3 or 4. And it doesn't quite know the difference between left and right. So some of this is just attributable to the fact that we just trained it on a lot of data and saw what it could do. But it's still quite far from the reasoning capabilities of a human.
Has it ever come up with anything really surprising or really unexpected, some really freaky stuff?
I think so. For example, its ability to combine unrelated concepts like a snail in the shape of the harp that we show in the blog post, or the avocado armchair. We weren't really expecting those capabilities to emerge. I think probably the most surprising thing that we saw was its ability to do image-to-image translation. So a little while ago, I mentioned that DALL-E can be used not only to generate an image from scratch, but also to take the top part of an image and complete the bottom part in a way that's consistent with both the top half of the image and the prompt. So what we tried to do was we have a caption like, draw the exact same image on the top, but on a postage stamp or on a teapot, or various other kinds of transformations expressed using natural language. And we found that while this isn't always reliable, surprisingly, it sometimes works. And we show examples of this in the blog post. So you can take an image of a dog and draw the exact same dog on the bottom half wearing sunglasses or something.
And just tell us, how did you come up with DALL-E in the first place?
I think the motivation for working on this was a part of a series of broader conversations that our team had following GPT-2. So we knew that this technology for just doing the simple token by token prediction procedure worked really well for text. And so the natural extension to that to ask is, well, if it works well for text, can we extend it to other modalities like images and audio and other sorts of things? And that's kind of where a series of releases after GPT-2 came from, which included iGPT, Jukebox, and then DALL-E.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, what you've shown us so far, I'm seeing lots of potential for this technology being used by designers. What sorts of uses do you see it being put to?
I think it could be a useful tool for designers. I guess we could imagine something like a plugin for an image editing application where, rather than just doing something like context-aware fill, you can select a region of the image and then regenerate a specific region in a way that's consistent with the caption. And perhaps a tool like that would, help designers and artists. Perhaps in the future, a model like this could also be useful for helping to design visual assets for things like games.
And do you see yourself taking this to the next level in terms of improved graphics, a more sophisticated product?
Regarding releasing it as a product, it's something we're considering, but I'm still not quite sure about that. But I definitely do want to do another version of the model, since I think we could drastically improve it in various ways, and for example, generate higher resolution images with less of the blurriness that the current model has.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. And just tell us lastly how you feel about being considered for an award.
Oh, it's completely unexpected, and it took me by surprise. So I guess this project was just a fun thing that I decided to work on, and it's pretty, I guess, rewarding to see that other people are also finding this sort of thing interesting.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so that was Aditya Ramesh speaking to us there about DALL-E. Pretty amazing piece of technology that, Marcus. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's a very vivid illustration of how far artificial intelligence has come in the past few years. It's interesting to note that even Aditya, who invented it, was surprised by some of its possibilities. It shows that the latest AI models can be creative in very different ways from people, but it's very difficult to argue that this isn't creativity.
Okay, we certainly had a lot of fun with it. Let's get the perspective now of a professor. Professor Marcelo Pimenta is at the ESPM School of Marketing in São Paulo. This is what he had to say about DALL-E.
Hello, everyone. Since the Stone Age, the humans want to express themselves and the world on the wall of caves. The image always represents how men and women have a reality vision coming from their culture, their history, and the tools that they had. But now, DALL-E crosses the semiotic border. If you see how DALL-E understand, build, and imagine an armchair avocado, for example, you will be surprised and maybe agree with me. We are arriving in a new era. This technology comes to attend a new customer segment that isn't just digital-centric. It's also picky about design, material. These consumers are social engaged. They have increased and accelerate use of technology, and this also affects their preference, behaviors, and routines. I have hope that technologies like DALL-E come to improve our imagination to help us to create in real time more options to our problems. If you had more alternatives, they could inspire new options to find solutions and to bring quality of life and equality for all.
Okay, so a very big thank you to Professor Marcelo Pimenta for sharing his thoughts with us. Up next, it's our second innovation of the day. It's called AlphaFold 2. Okay, our next award winner has been described as a revolution in medical research. It is called AlphaFold 2, and it was developed by Google's DeepMind. Now, AlphaFold 2 is the successor to an earlier system of artificial intelligence, which became well known for applying AI to complex games like the Japanese game of Go. It's now evolved, it's become more accurate, and it's capable of tackling some major scientific challenges. And more specifically, it's capable of predicting the structure of a protein. Now, for those of you who didn't know this, the structure of a protein determines its function, and once that is properly understood, it can be applied in researching treatments for diseases like Alzheimer's or cystic fibrosis. So this has been described by many in the scientific community as being absolutely groundbreaking. Marcus, let me turn to you. This isn't the first time, is it, that NetExplo has tried to attempt to crack protein folding problems, is it?
Well, we haven't been trying to crack the problem, but we've been tracking the people that are trying to solve this this problem. And long-term followers at NetExplo may remember back at the very first Innovation Forum in 2008, we gave an award to a project out of Stanford University called Folding at Home. Folding at Home involved the creation of a massive supercomputer by using spare space on people's game consoles and PCs. Altogether, that made one of the most powerful computers in the world. And it made quite a lot of progress on working out how proteins come together in 3 dimensions, which, as you said, is an absolutely fundamental biological process. And we know that that approach, and even creating a game to solve the protein riddle that Folding at Home did, was something that inspired Demis Hassabis in the UK, who is the founder of DeepMind and a games champion, and he's taken this technology and then put it into use for scientific research.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. So let's get some more analysis now, and we can speak to Steve Moyle, who is a researcher in computer sciences and AI at Oxford University. Thank you so much for joining us, Steve. Just give us a little bit of background here, because you have some expertise in this very field, albeit a number of years ago. Appears we haven't got any sound on that live with Steve. Steve, we'll come back to you in just a moment, I hope. But we are, of course, talking about AlphaFold 2, a company that has made progress on understanding protein folding. And it's groundbreaking, as we were saying, Marcus. And let me just pick up with you, because this is, of course, something that could be at the starting point, at least, of many scientific breakthroughs. Is that why we watch it so closely?
Yes, definitely. It shows how artificial intelligence can predict and even model complex situations that are so complex that just number crunching won't do it. But they can, it can start to recognize the forms, the shapes that things will take. And it's fascinating to see that this technology came out of what was originally demonstrated by beating everybody at Go and chess. And it shows that if an AI can understand the strategy and analyze a situation that's extremely complex and decide what the best thing to do, you can apply that to anything. You can apply it to how viruses mutate, and you can apply it to how proteins come together. And as we said, that's the way that proteins come together is so hard to predict, because their components, amino acids, are so complex that just by using a spreadsheet, just by crunching the numbers, we can never know in advance exactly what they're going to look like. And what they look like, what shape they have, depends how they behave, what their function is.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. Let's try going back to Oxford University and speaking to our friend Steve Moyle. Steve, sorry, we didn't quite hear you that first time around, but I just was asking you, tell us about your own experience in this very field.
Yes, hello there. Can you hear me now?
Hello, Steve.
Okay. We've known since the discovery of DNA that the DNA encodes for proteins in the body. And it's been a long, many decades of research to try and work out what protein shapes are encoded for in this DNA. Back in the 1990s, not a lot of progress had been made. And I was part of a group that were working on this problem in Oxford in the machine learning and AI section. And they really didn't make any significant progress at the time. It's been a very slow progress. Humans themselves have about 80,000 to 400,000 different individual proteins in the body. And if we could really understand each and every one of these little machines and how they function, that opens a great pathway to human health and research.
Okay, so it's been off to a slow start, but some major leaps forward in more recent times. And just tell us, Steve, a little bit more about how AlphaFold 2 actually works.
So AlphaFold 2 is about learning from examples of previously identified protein structures. So there's a very small proportion of those hundreds of thousands of human proteins have actually been through laboratory processes to identify what their three-dimensional outer structures are. And what AlphaFold has done is it takes the examples that have already been analyzed and builds a model. Think of it like a guru or an expert, and that guru then has the ability to take proteins that we do not know the structures of from the DNA sequence and predict what those structures are going to be. So it goes, AlphaFold goes through a training phase from examples that have been produced through expensive and time-consuming laboratory work, and then it builds up this AI, this guru that allows you to predict without those costly laboratory experiments as to what the shapes of these little machines are going to be.
Okay, for anybody out there who's getting lost or confused, this is complicated stuff, and I have to confess I do struggle with some of it myself. So this could be a good point to ask you, Steve. Could you give us an example that perhaps everybody can relate to of just how all of this works?
Okay, so inside our bodies, inside every cell, we have our genomes, 23 pairs of chromosomes, and these encode, they're like an instruction manual of how to build the body. So each gene encodes for one of 20 amino acids. An amino acid is a molecule. This is sort of a small scale amino acid. They get much bigger than this, but we have 20 of different types of amino acid that we can build the body from. And we just need to work out how to put them in the right order. Just think, if we had to build a protein out of 10 amino acids, the number of combinations is 10 to the 13, 10 followed by 13. If our protein was built of 100 amino acids, the selection space is 10 with 130 zeros. Just the hemoglobin molecule that carries the oxygen around, the hemoglobin protein that carries the oxygen around the body has 574 amino acids. So we've got this instruction manual, our DNA, and it's a bit like building a charm bracelet. So here I have my wife's charm bracelet, and it basically says, oh, the next charm to add on is this particular one. And we slide it down and we get our sequence. But unfortunately, that's not the final shape of the protein folds up on itself. And why does it fold up on itself? Because some of these little charms act like little magnets, and that some bind together and others don't. But it's the 3D surface that gives us the machine. So here I have my set of magnets and paper clips that have all come together to form a shape. But I started out with a long string of paper clips and magnets. When I let them go, they form that shape. And it's that shape that really gives the property of the little machine, the protein. So how do we go from a one-dimensional sequence of instructions, put this amino acid next to that amino acid, to that whole shape, how it binds together? And the number of potential shapes that we could think of from this one-dimensional charm bracelet is enormous. If we tested one possible shape every microsecond here to the end of the universe just to find the correct shape. So it's a very complex problem.
It is, and you've made it less complex with those great visual aids. I'm loving the charm bracelet. I think I've got this. But just to tell us a little bit more about AlphaFold 2, because this is groundbreaking in many ways, but not least because of the fact that it is much more accurate than anything we've ever seen before.
That's right. So accuracy is key here. There's been a very principled program for about 20 years where the lab protein scientists have been slowly but surely getting some of these 3D shapes and to provide as examples for the modelers. And what they do is every 2 years they hold a competition, and all the modelers get to see the examples that have been analyzed in the past. And the other thing that happens is that the laboratory scientists say what are the next range of proteins, the next sequence of proteins they are going to put through the lab process. So the training examples are a small subset of proteins. Now, we've been getting model scores that have been able to do predictions around 50. In 2019, AlphaFold, the first version, managed to get to beyond 60, but AlphaFold 2 has got to beyond 90, which is really up there with the same sort of quality of information that it can predict as one can actually derive from these costly laboratory experiments. So now what we've got is the ability to have a reasonably high quality prediction of the shape, but without all of the cost and time of going through the laboratory. And if we've got more than 100,000 human proteins that we really would like to know their shape and their function, we're going to need something much faster than the laboratory.
That's a huge breakthrough then, but Steve, where do you see this type of AI going from here?
Well, I think, as you've already mentioned, Marcus, in the 70 years since AI has been a discipline, we've been watching breakthroughs come with in games, for example. So in 1960, an AI learned how to play tic-tac-toe. In the 90s, it was chess with IBM's chess playing system that beat Kasparov. And you mentioned AlphaGo beating the world champion Go player, Lo Sedou. What's interesting is each of these AIs are actually teaching us humans new strategies. So now the Go community are using, the human Go community are using strategies that were shown to be successful, that had never been thought of by AlphaGo. But where to now? Well, the fathers of, well, the first thing to say is we're not doing games anymore. We're actually doing science. And AlphaFold, it's molecular biology. But where are we going? Well, the fathers of AI always thought about tools to aid scientific discovery. AIs in the past have typically been assistants to the professors. Now we see that AlphaFold 2 has reached professor level in itself, but only in the one domain, only in molecular biology. It's not making discoveries in astrophysics, for example. So really our next challenge is to find a polymath AI, something that has a general purpose capability of making scientific discoveries in many different domains. And maybe we can think in the future an AI maths professor, for example, and we, the humans, could present it with a question, is this equation a theorem? For example, Fermat's last theorem. And the AI might come back and say, yes, it is a theorem, and I have a proof that it's a theorem, but you humans are not intelligent enough to understand my proof.
Hey, thank you so much, Steve. It's going to be fascinating to see where the polymath AI, that's a fantastic way of putting it, actually develops over the next few years. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Steve Moyle, researcher in computer sciences and artificial intelligence at Oxford University. Thank you very much indeed. So we're going to be finding out next about our third innovation of the day. It's called Abacus. Back now for our third award-winning innovation. We're going to be turning our attention to Argentina to find out about Abacus. That is an Argentine fintech startup which uses blockchain technology. And Marcus, NetExplo has been tracking the use of blockchain for quite some time, hasn't it?
Absolutely. For example, back in 2014, we were very interested to feature a project called Bitland, which was using the blockchain, this decentralized register, to create a land registry in Ghana, in this case, and to give formal title to people that had lived and farmed in somewhere for a long time, but had never any formal record of it, and also to prevent fraud. And in 2017, our Grand Prix was developed by the NGO called BitNation, which helps refugees. And by using the blockchain, they were able to give refugees an official identity that was proof of who they are, where they came from, and also to give them financial support through the blockchain. Later on today, we'll be looking at one of the latest trends in the use of blockchain, which is NFTs, but we were particularly interested to see this application in Argentina of the blockchain to help the agricultural sector.
Yeah, and you mentioned agriculture there, and of course Argentina produces about 40% of the world's soya, for example, but farmers there face challenges in the form of inflation and unmanageable currency exchange rates, and that is where Abacus comes into play, because what it does is it uses blockchain technology and it's launched a digital wallet and an app to help farmers to cope. The idea is that what the farmers produce is tokenized, and a cryptocurrency backed up by physical assets like their soya beans can then be exchanged for other goods or cash. We had hoped we'd speak to the founder of Abacus, but due to unforeseen circumstances, that isn't going to be possible. But Marcus, let me turn to you. Let me ask you, in your words, just tell us a bit more about what Abacus is all about.
Well, Abacus, which was founded by Martin First, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, it's a peer-to-peer financial ecosystem that starts in the agricultural sector. The idea is to increase financial freedom. It's a kind of digital wallet that even the unbanked can use. It gives users many different financial services from different suppliers.
Okay, and give us an example, therefore. So a farmer uses their Abacus product to trade some soya beans for something else, like what, for example?
Well, sure. I mean, look at the problem from the farmer's point of view, especially in a country with high inflation. The farmer, when they want to grow their soybean, they hire people in the machinery. Hopefully it's going to rain. 3 or 4 months later, after all this work, they can harvest. They need to sell some of that probably immediately to cover some of the expenses and start a new crop. But what if they could tokenize their production and turn a ton of soybeans into a token that is backed on the blockchain? And they issue a token that is backed by a real physical commodity and use it like a coin, which makes it there's much less friction in their trading. They are much less subject to inflation. They can more or less sell when they want and attract new funding. So, and probably get better prices by choosing the right time to sell.
Okay, and of course Abacus is addressing a lot of serious problems in Argentina, and we're talking here about poverty, economic uncertainty. So what are the implications then of this platform?
Well, the idea, I think, is to solve several kinds of problems. The first is that it's very difficult for small and medium-sized companies to find funding. So this could be a new way of funding for them that even ordinary citizens could invest in. And it gives ordinary people a new outlet for their finances. And particularly, it doesn't lose value through inflation. If you get your salary at the beginning of the month and there's a heavy inflation, it's worth less at the end of the month. If you put it into a token, then that token's value isn't necessarily going to change in line with inflation. It also solves the problem of exchange rates. Soybeans, for example, are priced in dollars, like many commodities, and the exchange rate that the farmers get for that can fluctuate. They can be very punitive. So the paradox is here, this is the blockchain, which is a system that's often been used for speculation, that is trying to make the economy much more stable and predictable. And I think if both the producers and the consumers can work together, they can stop focusing on inflation. Inflation is like a tax on poverty almost, focusing on devaluation, and focus more on things that matter to them.
Okay, and you've been in close contact with the founder
Yes.
of Abacus. Did he give you any clues as to how he came up with this idea?
Well, the founder, Martin First, is a farmer, but he's also an economist and an entrepreneur. And typically, farmers in Argentina will try to issue a trust, like a bit like a bond, to get funding. But that's very long, it's very expensive, and it only works if you have big investors investing large amounts at the same time. So they thought that issuing tokens, it'd be much more flexible, there'd be much less friction, and democratize investing and enable people to support their local agricultural economy much more easily.
Okay, so where to from here for Abacus, do you think?
Well, the wallet is out very soon, so people can start using it very soon. Probably early adopters will be the first people to use it, people that are familiar with cryptocurrencies and tokens. But the aim is then to bring in small businesses and even individual consumers, and it almost becomes like a digital platform for bartering. And once again, the surprising thing is maybe the economy can be more stable with this blockchain-based currency and token rather than the actual economy is with fluctuating exchange rates and very high inflation.
Okay, I gather we have a message from Abacus, who couldn't be with us today. What did they say?
Yes, Martin first said he was very proud to be one of the award winners. He was delighted and surprised to be recognised for their efforts, which above all are trying to give people more financial freedom.
Okay, well, that's a great message. Thank you so much for talking us through all of that, Marcus. Let's hear now from Bitange Ndemo, who is a professor of entrepreneurship and information and communication technology at the University of Nairobi. Let's get his take on Abacus.
My name is Bitange Ndemo. I'm a professor of entrepreneurship at the University of Nairobi's School of Business and a member of UNESCO's NetExplo Forum. Today, I am here to talk to you about one of the innovation entries into this year's NetExplo Innovation Challenge. This innovation, called Abacus, is a blockchain-based platform for barter trade in the agricultural sector. In my view, this platform is one of the most important innovations, especially for countries that are largely agricultural. I say this because it's going to help farmers at several levels. At macro level, it is going to help farmers to deal with such issues as poverty and uncertainty. At micro level, it would help farmers to deal with issues of pricing and inflation. This platform would be key also in matching demand and supply of produce, which is often a major problem to farmers. And this is the reason why I think that this innovation is one of the most important innovations in this year's entries. It would help the farmers and disrupt the entire farming industry throughout the world, as it would help them to create wealth and become better off than they would have been. So today, I'm wishing Abacus well in their competition and hope that they emerge the winners in this year's challenge. And thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to endorse this important platform. Thank you.
Well, a really big thank you to you, Bitange Ndemo, Professor of Entrepreneurship and Information and Communication Technology at the University of Nairobi. Thank you so much for those comments. Marcus, let me turn back to you. Why are we so keen on Abacus?
Well, I think at NetExplo, we were convinced by Abacus for two reasons. One is that, as we said before, we've been tracking blockchain initiatives for years, and a lot of them are quite futile. They have a huge carbon footprint. They're mostly used for speculation, like Bitcoins, Dogecoins, and things like that. So it's very good to have something that is used for the real economy. And secondly, it's a great fit with the trends that Sylvain outlined earlier, particularly the trend we call predictable me, how technology can make more sense of a chaotic world. And it's a paradox that the blockchain, which was previously used mostly for speculation, can help make the economy more stable for both producers and consumers alike.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us. Marcus Goddard, thank you. Up next, Julia is going to be back and she's going to be talking quantum physics and telling us why it is such a strategic sector. That's right after this.
Thank you very much, Tom. Now, some of you may not know this, but scientists say we are in the midst of the second quantum revolution. The first revolution enabled inventions such as the laser and the transistor, the basic blocks of computers. Back then, scientists knew the rules of quantum physics and built devices that followed those rules. But today, the story is quite different. Scientists are now using quantum mechanics to have them do everything for them. Well, to keep on talking about this, let's now welcome Eleni Diamanti, Senior Researcher at the CNRS here in Paris. Hello and welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on set.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, first of all, many people who have read up on quantum physics a little bit, because it's a very complicated issue, but everybody will tell you that it's mind-boggling, that it's extremely complex, and what's even more disturbing is that it really goes back on everything we thought we knew about the world and how we actually interact with it.
Yes, it is correct. Quantum physics is mind-boggling, but what is good about the second quantum revolution is that it doesn't force us to see differently the world around us. The world around us and the perception that we have of the world is the same, does not change. What really changes, what is revolutionary here, is the fact that we can process, we can communicate, process information, communicate via the usual channels of communication in a totally different way. So we need to rely on a new perception on how information is actually imprinted onto quantum objects. This is what changes really at the second quantum revolution. We're starting talking about what's happening at the level of single quantum particles, how they interact, and how this interaction can be used for information and communication technologies.
Now, precisely, what are the main applications of quantum technology, and what are you working on today?
Yes, so the community has structured, so there's a big range of applications, right? So I find it very useful to structure these applications in three main pillars, let's say, on application sectors. One of them is computing, quantum computing, how to accelerate certain quantum, certain calculations using quantum computers or quantum simulators, how to simulate complex physical phenomena. This is one category of applications with what expects to revolutionize and optimization algorithms, what we can do in finance, in medicine, new materials, so this type of categories. And this gives what is called the quantum computational advantage. The second big sector is cryptography and communication, how to transmit information with more security and with more efficiency and connect all these quantum devices efficiently. And then the third sector is quantum metrology and precision that allows us to build quantum sensors that are a lot more precise than what we can do classically. So my research is situated between the first and the second sectors. So I'm working a lot on quantum communication and cryptography with a touch on quantum computing.
Now, listening to you, we understand why this has become such a strategic sector, and nations, but also private companies are now engaged in this race. Who do you think is the most advanced in this race? We often talk about this divide between the United States, China, perhaps Europe still in the middle. How do you see this?
Yes, so that's a very good question. So there is a big informatic giants that have come into the play and have revolutionized in terms of funding and resources, of course, and having increased the stakes a lot. So up till now, China has been on the forefront on the second pillar we talked about, so quantum communication, by bringing up a satellite, for example, that has really become a huge milestone with quantum technologies. The big informatic giants in the US, and because of very good funding situation, have dominated quantum computing for the moment. But also in Europe, we're very well placed. We're being supported. The European Commission, with the flagship project on quantum technologies, has really led the way in all the sectors that we talked about. So we need to stay there, increase the funding, bring the industry with us to be on the race, to stay on the race for quantum technologies in Europe.
So earlier you were talking about quantum computers. How realistic is the prospect of one day reaching quantum advantage?
Yeah, so this is a good question. So there is no fundamental reason right now to believe, despite some criticisms that have been voiced by some critics of quantum computing, there is absolutely no fundamental reason, and there is a global scientific consensus on this, that a quantum computer will not exist. So we do believe that a quantum computer in its full scale, the large scale, will one day exist. Now, to go there, we need to go through several milestones, okay? And this is what Google has done, basically. They have shown, they have started at least the debate on one of these important milestones. Can we actually perform a specific computation faster than any, exponentially faster, like we say in science, than any classical supercomputer could do? And my answer to this is that they have answered in the positive to this question. We can debate about it. We can say, oh, maybe they should add a few more qubits, or maybe they should to push the technology further. But the fact that we're actually discussing this, and there is also demonstrations around the world going in the same direction, is already a huge milestone for me.
Now, you were just talking about how some people may be critical of quantum physics. What could be some of those arguments against quantum physics?
There is people that can say that the fact that it's so hard to actually bring a very large, big system, right? This is what a quantum computer does. You need to bring millions of quantum particles to interact in a coherent way, like we say, so with correlations that can be controlled, and correct all the errors that happen on the way because of the noise in this system, is something that comes down to solving some physical problems that are extremely hard. But that doesn't mean that they are not solvable. So I'm an optimist by nature. So I think there is lots of challenges in the way, but right now there is no fundamental reason to believe that it's not going to happen. And of course there is also lots of progress that needs to happen on the algorithm side to correct these errors that I just said. How to make all the system work, perform the computation, and at the same time correct the errors that appear at the quantum level.
Now, I'm just thinking about those who are watching us who may not know anything about quantum physics. In a nutshell, if we were to do Quantum Physics 101, how would you explain to people what's the most fundamental aspect of quantum physics do you think that people should understand today?
I think it's what we said before, how to combine the notions of a quantum particle and information. This is where the secret is. Why? What does it mean? Like the normal classical notion that we have of information, it's a little bit vague for us. In our computer, when we have a laptop, there is a digital information behind, where there is the classical bits of information, the 0 and 1s, that go on. So this is something we know, right? We kind of know even that our emails and our communications over the internet go through the 0 and 1 somewhere behind. So the difference in quantum technologies, quantum information, is how to actually you make the 0 and 1s, how they behave in the quantum world. And this is the big difference. The fact, this notion of superposition, that instead of having just 0 and 1, you can have quantum systems that exist in states that are in physical states that actually exist, that you can control, and they can become they can be between 0 and 1, and they can also become correlated with each other. So these are, if one understands this basic notion behind how you use quantum particles for this, then you will have done a big step towards understanding the advantage that comes behind.
Well, thank you very much for helping us take that step into the quantum world. Eleni Diamanti, senior researcher at the CNRS. Thank you once again. Now, in the next segment, Tom and Marcus Godar are going to talk about a very tasty innovation.
Welcome back. Now, as we approach lunch, we thought now would be a good time to start talking about food. Now, although healthy eating was already something very much on the minds of people before the pandemic, perhaps these last 12 months we've become even more conscious than ever about what we eat. Marcus, we've been talking about food tech here at NetExplo for quite some time, haven't we?
Yes, we have. It's been a very fascinating sector to observe, and I think we're now approaching a tipping point where many sectors in both the consumption and production of food will be disrupted. We'll go through massive changes, and perhaps the pandemic has accelerated these changes. If we look back at some of the outstanding projects that we've featured, we've had the pleasure to invite on stage at UNESCO, for example. Well, last year, here in the studio, we were talking to Aleph Farms from Israel. I'm sure everybody remembers the 3D printed space burger. Aleph Farms, just in case you don't, makes meat, real meat, but with no cruelty, by using stem cells in a laboratory. And to prove that that can be done anywhere, they even printed out a steak on the International Space Station. Here's a reminder of how that works.
Feeding the new space race. Aleph Farms is an Israeli firm that makes meat in a laboratory. It also created a steak from cow stem cells on board the International Space Station. The process is based on a natural process for muscle tissue regeneration. The startup identified which cells builds muscle and grew them in cow-like conditions. The aim is to create artificial, cruelty-free meat that makes efficient use of resources, as well as showing how future space colonies could sustain themselves.
Okay, so a really amazing innovation there from last year. And I remember at the time Marcus saying that's a steak that has never mooed or something along those lines.
Yeah, that's a steak that that's never mooed. And we also featured in 2018 a chef that has never eaten. From Chile, there's a very successful food tech company called the Not Company. They have since we invited them, they have expanded. They have ranges including not ice cream and not mayonnaise, for example. Where does the tech come in? Well, the tech comes into the fact that the chef is almost an artificial intelligence. They use AI to go through a database of ingredients and work out what that might taste like, what that might look like, what texture it might have. And their chef, their AI chef, is called Giuseppe. It was Giuseppe that won an award in 2018, and here's a reminder of that.
Tonight, we're trying Giuseppe's recipe. Giuseppe's not a chef. He's an algorithm. He's not designed to give cooking lessons, but to trawl through molecular databases of food and ingredients. Giuseppe designs plant-based products that reproduce the taste and texture of familiar dishes, from mayonnaise and yogurt to cheese. AI hopes you enjoy your meal. Giuseppe, artificial intelligence for lunch.
Okay, I think we'd all probably rather like a Giuseppe in our houses. It's at certain moments when we can't be bothered to cook, Marcus. Exactly. Thank you very much indeed for that. And when we consider climate change and the growing global population, it begs a lot of questions. Notably, will food supply be able to match demand and in a sustainable way? Well, thankfully, a growing number of companies is addressing that very question. We can start by looking at one such company which combines the wisdom of past generations with the latest modern technology, including artificial intelligence, to develop what it calls the plant-based foods of the future. Well, we were just talking about Chile just a moment ago there, and we're going to take you back to Chile because this is a country that's really heavily investing in precisely this segment, namely sustainable foods. Well, the company in question is called the Live Green Company. It's based in Santiago, and we caught up with its CEO and founder, Priyanka Srinivas. Here's what she told us. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Priyanka.
Thank you for having me here today.
Could you start by telling us a bit more about the Live Green Company?
At the Live Green Company, we combine nature and science to research and develop next-generation plant-based foods. We are building our recommendation engine, Charaka, that goes beyond imitating animal products and focuses on new and unique flavors, functional ingredients, clean label, and sustainable production and packaging. While competitors like Eat Just and Notco solely focus on molecular analysis to imitate animal products, at The Living Co, we blend ancestral wisdom of plant nutrition with biotechnology and machine learning and prescribe 100% natural plant alternatives to the synthetic, highly processed, and animal additives that are used in our daily foods at fraction of the research and development time and money. We are the only startup from Latin America on the Cleantech Global 52 watch list for 2019, and we have been just named as one of the Food Tech 500 companies for 2020.
So we're basically talking here ancient wisdom combined with modern technology. Does that roughly describe it, do you think?
Yes. We use ancestral wisdoms to reduce the R&D trial and error. For example, during the Vietnam War, Chinese scientists were looking for anti-malarial drugs, and they found the solution in traditional herbology recommendations of Artemisia. These ancestral wisdoms are then scientifically validated by looking at their functional, organoleptic, physiochemical, bioactive, and nutritional properties. And we use machine learning to scale this discovery exponentially. So far, we have inputted over 500,000 data points into Charaka through 15,000 plants, and we are expanding on this via partnerships with food manufacturer companies like Sigma Alimentos.
And Priyanka, could you give me some examples of some of the products that you make?
So using Charaka, we have launched 4 product lines, and the latest being what we call the world's cleanest ice cream. If you look closely at the Living Co ice cream, you will realize that it's 100% natural with functional ingredients like bananas, avocados, flax seeds, sunflower oil, sunflower seeds, instead of using the traditional synthetic emulsifiers, stabilizers, anti-freezing agents, and anti-caking agents used by food manufacturers. You will also notice that they are produced and distributed locally by local communities, and the packaging is 100% compostable, while delivering on lower calories and more protein, fiber, and amino acids.
So the ultimate goal, of course, is to make food in the end that tastes nice. What's the feedback you get from your consumers?
Yes, of course. Our ice creams taste no different than a regular dairy ice cream. In fact, some consumers don't recognize that they're eating a non-dairy ice cream. We have one of our burger variant, which is made out of mushrooms that mimics the texture of meat. But it is important to know that our objective is not to only make and sell plant-based foods globally, but we want to disrupt the way the world consumes and make sustainable eating available and affordable for all.
So it's not just a growing trend towards sustainable foods. I mean, it's really consumers that actively want this kind of food, isn't it?
Yes, the general interest in plant-based foods has been increasing even prior to the pandemic. Since 2014, there's over 600% increase in the number of vegans and vegetarians globally. The recent Euromonitor report says 42% of the world's population identify themselves as flexitarians, and that is a huge testament to the success of Beyond Meat, Impossible, Oatly, and the likes. And also, the big food manufacturers like Unilever, Nestle are jumping the bandwagon.
And of course, Priyanka, healthy for the consumer doesn't necessarily mean healthier for the planet, because when you think about the packaging and the transport, is it possible to have your cake and eat it?
Absolutely. Sustainability is the biggest issue of our time. We can do better and we should do better, right? At the Living Co, we are proud to say that all our products are 360-degree green. The product, production, and packaging, everything is sustainable. And we haven't spent a lot of time, effort, or money or people to achieve this. So we see that it's more about the intent than the possibility. Consumers are waking up to this, and startups are driving innovation with great momentum in this space. It's time that governments and big corporations start taking strong action steps and help us achieve these goals. So let's live green And let's start now.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Priyanka Srinivas, the CEO and the founder of the Live Green company. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was amazing talking to you today.
Okay, great talking there to Priyanka Srinivas about the Live Green company. And Marcus, just looking at that, it kind of reminded me a little bit of an innovation a few years ago called the digital lollipop. It was about 7 or 8 years ago, wasn't it?
That's right. That was back in 2014. That's one of these innovations we saw, and we thought, okay, this has huge potential, but you can't get any stranger than that. And of course, every year we prove ourselves wrong. But in 2014, we gave an award to the digital lollipop, which was exactly that. It was created by a researcher at the National University of Singapore. And it was the first invention we saw that brought taste onto the internet, that digitized taste in the same way we already digitize sound, image, video, and so on. So here's just a little reminder of what that digital lollipop was.
What if internet was a matter of taste? Nimisha Ranasinghe, a researcher from Sri Lanka, thinks it should be. He thought it was a pity that senses like taste and smell weren't part of the digital world. That's how he came up with the digital lollipop, a revolutionary invention that simulates taste. It works through electrodes that are linked to a computer and transmit minute variations in temperature and electric current. The taste buds instantly translate those stimuli into sweet, salt, bitter, or sour sensations, the 4 basic tastes. It's quite an achievement, especially as we still don't know exactly how taste mechanisms work. Nimisha's digital lollipop could help us overcome a sudden urge for sugar. And with his team, he's looking at how to transmit more subtle flavors. One day, we could enjoy what the chef has just made in our favorite cooking show.
Okay, so that was the digital lollipop 7 years ago. So let's fast forward to the present day, and we're going to head to Tokyo to find out more about Homei Miyashita, who is an associate professor at Meiji University in Tokyo, who is disrupting the art of eating itself. His innovation is called the Norimaki synthesizer, and allows you to experience a flavor without actually eating anything. And this is what it looks like inside his laboratory, Marcus.
His laboratory, which looked like a fantastic place to work and study. His students are encouraged to create their own technology, as you can see here, and they're really redefining interfaces, materials, and particularly they're working on food, and not only 3D printing little teddy bears, virtual reality trumpet playing, and many other devices. And as you see, one of their focuses is on food and the way we interact with what we're eating.
Okay, so pretty amazing stuff. I'm quite looking at
absolutely.
Interactive trumpet.
And of course, this Norimaki synthesizer goes one better than the digital lollipop because it has 5 different basic flavors, as well as being much easier to handle and looking a bit more like something you'd be willing to taste or put in your mouth. And this is how it works.
Okay, the Norimaki synthesizer, and a pretty exciting laboratory to work in by the sounds of things at Meiji University. Well, let's go to Meiji University and speak to Professor Homei Miyashita. Here's what he told us when we caught up with him a little earlier. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Professor. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
First of all, Professor, tell us, how does the Norimaki synthesizer work? Does it trick the tongue and the brain into thinking that it's tasted something that it hasn't actually tasted?
Well, the proposed system does not deceive the tongue or brain. It actually does change the taste perceived by the individual. It uses the principle that when the tongue made into an anode, it is hard for cations to adhere to it. So by applying electricity to a gel containing dissolved electrolytes, we simply change the concentration of ions that adhere to the tongue. And because the concentration of electrolytes corresponding to the 5 basic tastes can be controlled individually, we can create any flavor.
And of course, we all know norimaki is a type of sushi roll. So why did you choose this name?
This is because when the 5 gels are bundled together, they resemble the shape of Japanese sushi, rolled sushi. And of course, the taste of sushi can be reproduced. And the flavor of sushi rice is a good blend of salty, sour, sweet, and umami flavors.
So can it simulate any flavor? Could you give us a couple of examples?
Yes, soy sauce from different manufacturers can be distinguished. But the strength of this system is not only its ability to reproduce taste, but also its ability to change taste. For example, the system can simulate the change in taste of tea when lemon juice is added, or the sweeter taste of tea when sugar is added.
Other than the fun and entertainment value of it, can you think of some more serious uses for the norimaki synthesizer?
The system can also act like a pair of glasses or hearing aid to an individual's impaired sense of taste, making the mirrored taste of food stronger than they really are. And it is also possible to reproduce the taste of food based on individual preferences, such as reducing the sourness of the food for those who do not like sour food. And moreover, I'm currently testing weight loss effects by using this system, and I believe that it works to a certain extent.
Of course, taste and smell are very evocative. Do you see a day perhaps when dinner parties could be recreated with the audio, the video, and also the taste, for example, of what people actually ate at those dinner parties?
Yes, I believe that when combined with a sense of smell, taste can be better reproduced as a food experience. In fact, there has been considerable research on olfactory presentation technology, and we too are actively pursuing research in this field. In the future, we hope to develop a system that offers a combined sense of smell and taste.
Do you think we'll one day be able to just lick a sensor on our mobile phones and be able to experience a flavor?
Yeah. There are already taste sensors in the market. Hence, if we miniaturize these sensors and place them on a smartphone, the taste of every dish can be shared on SNS, just as many pictures of food are shared on Instagram. And I also believe that the system that combines taste sensor and taste display can become a tool not only for reproducing existing flavors, but also for creating new ones.
Professor Home Miyashita, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. It was very enjoyable interview. Bye.
What fun it was speaking to Professor Home Miyashita, and definitely very thought-provoking, Mark. It makes me think that we're in for some big changes in the way we eat and consume food and experience flavour.
Well, I think so. I mean, this what Professor Miyashita was talking about may seem a long way off, but maybe the first social media, the first Instagram for taste is being created somewhere, quite likely in Japan, I would think. But not only the way we eat, I think the way we produce food is very likely to change in the next decade. If growing meat in the lab, for example, becomes cheaper than raising cattle, the agricultural sector, the cattle sector, could reach its Kodak moment. What I mean by that is, remember Kodak, very innovative company. Then one year we all decided to switch to digital cameras and Kodak's market just collapsed. The day that growing meat in a laboratory becomes cheaper for beef or chicken than it is today, and than it is to raise cattle in the field, means that McDonald's, KFC, the big fast food chains will just change their supply in a very short of time. So the agricultural sector needs to brace itself for some huge disruptions. Don't know if it's going to happen this year or within a generation, but it's pretty likely to happen. And Those changes can be driven by technology, like we saw 3D printed steaks from Aleph Farms, the Norimaki synthesizer, which lets us recreate the sense of taste without food. But also we see changing consumer habits, changing consumer expectations. And that's where companies like Live Green come in. They will also help us to maybe to fight climate change by changing our daily food habits without having to eat things that of no flavor that we don't like. If you combine all these innovations, you can really see the way forward for a completely different approach to food and very different habits.
Yeah, very exciting times, exciting changes ahead by the sound of things. Thank you so much, Marcus Goddard. We'll be speaking again in the afternoon section, and all of that discussion has made me think about food. It's made me think about my lunch. It is, of course, nearly lunchtime, but before that, we're going to do a spot of meditation. And for those of you who weren't able to join us earlier, Julia and Sylvain will be talking us through the global trends in their New Now report, which comes from the emblematic headquarters of UNESCO. But first, as promised, here is Masha Begunova with 12 minutes of meditation for you.
Bienvenue. Welcome. Je m'appelle Masha et je suis ravie de partager cette méditation avec vous. My name is Masha and I'm ready to share this meditation with you. Trouvez une assise confortable. Please sit in a comfortable position. Prenez une longue et profonde inspiration. Take a long, deep breath. Fermez les yeux à l'expiration. Close your eyes as you exhale. Avec les yeux fermés, visualisez l'espace. With your eyes closed, visualize a space around you. Prenez conscience de cet espace autour de vous. Become aware of the space around you. Essayez de définir votre espace dans l'espace autour de vous. Try to define your own space in the space surrounding you. Examinez votre posture. Examine your posture. La construction de votre posture. Examine the way what your posture looks like. Observez les mouvements de l'air sur la peau. Observe how the air moves on the skin. La fraîcheur de l'air sur la peau. The coolness of the air on your skin. La sensation de vos vêtements contre votre peau. The feel of your clothes against your skin. Observez le souffle. Observe your breath. Observez les mécanismes du souffle. Observe the mechanisms of the breath. Le trajet de l'air dans les narines. The path of the air through the nostrils. Relayez-vous à la fraîchure de l'inspiration. Connect with the coolness puis à la tiédeur qui se répand sur l'expiration. And the warmth that spreads in you on the exhalation. Votre respiration est de plus en plus fluide et de plus en plus régulière. Just notice how your breathing becomes more and more fluid, l'inspiration regular. Se fait sans effort. The inhalation is effortless. L'expiration se fait sans effort. The exhalation is effortless. Observez comme un simple témoin sans jugement. Observe everything as a simple witness, without judgment. Tout simplement prenez conscience comme l'air passe librement par les deux narines. Simply become aware of how freely the air passes through both nostrils. Tous ces mouvements qu'anime le souffle dans le corps. Observe all the movements of the breath dans la cage thoracique. In the rib cage. Les clavicules. The collarbones. L'abdomen. The abdomen. Amenez votre attention, votre conscience sur les sons qui vous arrivent. Bring your attention and awareness to the sounds that come to you. Laissez votre conscience voyager de son en son. Let your awareness travel from sound to sound. Le son de ma voix. Sound of my voice. Le son de votre respiration. Sound of your breath. Peut-être d'autres sons. Maybe other sounds. Laissez votre conscience voyager de son en son. Let your awareness travel from sound to sound. Essayez de capter les moments de silence entre les sons.
Try to capture the moments of silence between the sounds.
Observez comme le silence encadre les sons.
Observe how the silence frames the sounds.
Laissez la conscience se déplacer à l'extérieur de cette pièce.
Let the consciousness move outside this room.
Écoutez les sons dans l'immeuble.
Listen to the sounds in the building.
Dans la rue.
On the street.
Dans la ville.
In the city.
Puis observez comme tous ces sons disparaissent à l'arrière-plan.
Observe how the sounds disappear into the background.
Dirigez votre attention sur le seul son de ma voix.
Focus your attention.
Le seul son de ma voix à présent.
The sound of my voice. Now, only on my voice.
À présent, amenez votre attention, votre conscience au niveau du point entre les deux sourcils.
Now bring your awareness
l'espace de la conscience, Chiddakash,
the
cet
space
écran
of
mental
awareness,
derrière les paupières
Chiddakasha,
closes.
that mental screen behind the
Dans cet
eyelids
espace propice à
closed.
l'imagination, je vous invite
The
à
closed
visualiser
eyelids.
l'océan.
And in this space of imagination, I invite you to visualize the ocean,
L'océan sauvage qui se déchaîne.
the wild ocean.
Le reflux des vagues qui se brisent sur les rochers.
Imagine the ebb and flow of the waves breaking on the rocks.
Cet océan est votre cosmos intérieur, votre inconscient que vous observez dans cet espace où tout est réduit à son
You're in a
essence.
cosmos, you're unconscious, that you observe in this space where everything is
Sans les
reduced
fluctuations
to
du
its
mental.
essence. The
Des
waves are
désirs, des
fluctuations of the mind, desires, instincts.
Regardez ces vagues comme un simple témoin.
Look at these waves as a simple witness.
Maintenant, imaginez que vous levez les yeux vers le ciel.
Now imagine that you're looking up at the sky,
Le ciel bleu sans nuages enivré de soleil radieux.
at the cloudless blue sky
Observez
with a
sa
radiant
douceur bleutée
sunshine.
et sa pureté.
Observe its blue softness, its
Les
purity.
vagues de l'océan sauvage de notre inconscient qui se déchaînent
And below
incessantes.
the waves of the wild ocean of your consciousness, seeming unceasingly raging,
Réalisez,
alive.
expérimentez. Réalisez
Notice
que votre
things,
conscience est à la fois
experiment.
l'océan sauvage d'impulsion,
Realize that your
d'instinct,
conscious is both the wild
désir.
ocean of impulses, instincts,
et l'espace
desires,
infiniment clair du ciel.
and the infinitely clear space
Un
of the
état de calme
sky,
et de pure conscience.
a state of calm and pure awareness.
Vous avez accès à l'image entière et vous pouvez vous déplacer où vous voulez.
You have access to the whole picture, and you can move wherever you want.
À présent, observez l'expansion de votre conscience à l'inspiration.
Now observe the expansion of
Comme
your
si à chaque
mind as you
inspiration,
breathe
votre
in.
corps s'élevait un peu plus vers le ciel.
As if with each inhalation your
Ce
body
ciel bleu
rises,
sans
was
nuages
rising
enivré de
up to the
soleil
sky.
radieux.
That cloudless blue
Plus haut.
sky with this radiant sun,
Encore plus.
higher and higher.
Sentez cette légèreté,
Feel the lightness,
l'infini,
the infinity,
la pesanteur.
the weightlessness.
Rien ne vous pèse, vous êtes libre,
Nothing weighs you down.
de plus en plus
You're
libre
free.
à chaque inspiration.
You're more and more free
Le
with
souffle alimente ce
each
sentiment de
respiration.
légèreté.
The breath feeds this feeling of lightness.
Laissez votre conscience s'imprégner de ces états positifs.
Let your conscience
N'oubliez pas
soak
que la réalité
soak
dans
up
notre
these
conscience.
positive states. Don't
Laissez
forget
votre
that
conscience se
reality
remplir de ces états.
is in our consciousness.
L'envol,
Let your consciousness be filled with these states.
l'infini,
Light, infinity.
infinity,
la liberté,
freedom,
la joie,
joy.
N'oubliez pas que vous êtes né avec un potentiel.
Bear in mind that you were born
Vous
with
êtes
a
né pour
potential.
accomplir de grandes choses.
You were born to achieve great things.
Vous êtes né avec des ailes, vous avez des ailes.
You were born with wings. You have
Apprenez à
wings.
les utiliser, envolez-vous dans ce ciel.
Learn to use them and fly into the sky.
Dans ce ciel,
In the sky,
avec l'aide d'une baguette magique, écrivez votre résolution en
with the
désir
help
spontané.
of a magic wand, write your resolution.
Répétez cette résolution
Spontaneous
3 fois
desire.
avec sincérité et
Repeat
conviction.
this resolution 3 times with fervor and conviction.
Dites-vous que si rien ne se présente à vous ici, d'être là,
Tell yourselves that if
à cet
nothing
instant,
presents itself to you,
le ressentir, le
you
souffle,
should be here at this moment. Feel it, the breath, the life.
est déjà précieux.
All of that is already precious.
Commencez à amplifier le souffle.
Gradually start to amplify your breath.
Connectez-vous à la
respiration.
fraîcheur de l'inspiration.
Connect to the coolness of the inhalation,
La chaleur qui se répand sur l'expiration.
of the warmth, of the warmth, to the warmth that spreads
Inspirez
on
un
the
peu plus
exhalation.
profondément.
Breathe in even deeper.
Kumbhaka, rétention poumon plein.
Kumbhaka, retention
Inspirez un peu plus.
in the lungs.
Plus.
Breathe in again, again,
Plus. Et expirez.
again, and breathe out.
Ouvrez les yeux à l'inspiration.
Open your eyes as you breathe in.
Bonjour Sylvain, merci d'être là. On est au siège de l'UNESCO à Paris. Pourquoi
Hello
avoir choisi
Sylvain,
ce
thank you
lieu
for
en
being
particulier
here.
pour
We're at the
raconter
headquarters
à
of
nos
UNESCO.
téléspectateurs
So why did you choose
de
this
NetExpo
specific
2021?
place in
Bonjour
order to
Julia.
talk about
Donc
the
l'UNESCO est un lieu hautement
2021
symbolique.
NetExpo trends?
C'est un lieu à
Because
vocation
this
internationale.
world is
Il est
highly
symbole
symbolic.
de culture, d'éducation, de
Internationally,
savoir.
it
Toute
talks
l'année,
it
il
rings a bell
organise
to
des
people. It
initiatives concrètes
organizes
pour un
practical
monde
initiatives
meilleur
all
en
year
faveur de la
round
paix dans le
for a
monde.
better world to
Le point
encourage
commun
peace
entre
in
l'Observatoire
the
NetExpo
world. The
et
common point
l'UNESCO,
between the
c'est
NetExpo
une certaine
Observatory
vision humaniste de la société.
and NetExpo is even
Lorsque
this vision,
l'Observatoire NetExpo
and UNESCO is a
capte des
humanist
innovations
vision
sur
of
tous les continents,
society.
ce n'est pas du tout la tech pour la tech qui
Observatory
intéresse.
spots
Et c'est
innovation.
la façon
Oh, every
dont la tech va
continent is not
transformer la
technology
vie
for
des
technology,
enfants,
but
des
the
femmes
way
et des
it
hommes
will
du monde
transform
entier.
the lives
Voilà
of
pourquoi
children,
l'UNESCO
men and women
et
of the world,
l'Observatoire
of
NetExpo
everywhere in the world. That's
co-organisent
why
le
the
Forum
UNESCO
Innovation
and NetExpo
depuis
Observatory
2011.
are co-organizing
Alors le
the
slogan et la
Innovating
raison
Forum
d'être
since
de NetExpo,
2011.
c'est
So
Making
the
Sense
slogan
of
and the
the
raison
Future.
d'être of
Et
NetExpo
cette
is
année
making
encore,
sense
ça
of
a
the
pris une
future,
autre
and
résonance.
it has
Oui, et
taken
d'ailleurs,
another
dans le
resonance
contexte
that
que nous
year
vivons,
again.
on peut même se
Yes, and
demander
in the context
s'il
that we are
existe encore
currently
un
living
futur.
in, we
Eh
can
bien
even
oui,
ask
il
it, there is
existe dans
still
le
a
cerveau
future.
des
It
femmes
does
et des hommes
exist
que
in the minds
NetExplo
of
est
men
allé
and women that
capter sur tous les
that it
continents
will gather from
en
all
2020
continents
et
in
2021.
2020 and
Alors justement,
2021.
combien d'innovations
So how many
avez-vous faites
innovations
cette
have you
année encore?
analyzed
En fait,
this
tous
year?
les ans,
In
depuis la
fact,
création de
since
l'Observatoire NetExplo par Thierry Happ en
every year,
2007, Since the creation of the Expo in 2007, almost 2,000 innovations have been gathered in every continent and in all sectors. The second stage is Marcus Goddard, who is the VP of Intelligence at NetExplo, choosing 100 innovations from these 2,000. The 100 innovations are the one which seems best to imagine the world of the future and understand the world of today. And those 100 innovations will help us create our annual NetExplo trends, which are going to explore. We are going to explore today. So the trend this year is called the New Now. Why is that name?
The New Now, pour moi, c'est le
I believe the New Now is a new
D'abord, le présent, c'est un petit peu le seul temps qui nous reste.
Si on considère que le futur est difficile, voire times that we have, because the future could be problematic and compromised, and if we consider that the past is nicely stored in the memories of big data, what can we do with the only time remaining present? The present is also an attitude which is being there, being present, an attitude which implies a certain responsibility. The present is perhaps a new world to be explored, because if we do not use a predictive model of AI, we can maybe pay more attention of what is happening around us. So this trends will be set out in 3 different
Alors, ces tendances sont conçues selon 3 épisodes. Chaque épisode a une fonction. Le premier épisode a une fonction de décryptage, le deuxième de prospective, le troisième est plus pour action. Le premier épisode de décryptage s'intitule Predictable. Il s'intéresse aux notions d'incertitude et de prévisibilité en lien avec la predictive tech, le big data et l'IA. Le deuxième épisode est plus prospectif. Il s'intitule Worlds and Demand. Il s'intéresse à une façon différente de penser notre futur. Non pas un futur unique, tracé par les statistiques, mais un futur en état superposé. Nous allons voir comment nous pouvons penser notre monde en plusieurs mondes superposés. Et le troisième épisode, Hope in Translation, s'occupe de jeter des passerelles entre ces mondes différents, entre des mondes qui peut-être divergent, comme les continents à la surface de la Terre. On peut tisser des liens de différentes façons, avec la traduction, l'inclusion, l'hybridation, mais aussi peut-être la transgression, qui est, selon nous, éventuellement,
potentially the best solution to invent the future.
Alors Sylvain, avant de
So Sylvain, can you set the scene before we go any further?
On va se mettre dans l'ambiance avec 3
Let's set the
citations
scene with 3 quotes which sum up and somehow tell us about our perception of the current state of the world. The first quote is from Shakespeare in Hamlet, who says that time is out of joint.
La deuxième citation de David Bowie insiste sur l'étrangeté que l'on ressent face à un monde qu'on ne reconnaît plus quand on sort de chez soi. La troisième citation de Daft Punk est peut-être plus optimiste, c'est une invitation en fait à considérer l'incertitude comme une chance.
And there was no preconception of what to do.
Alors pour toute personne, comme pour toute entreprise d'ailleurs, pourquoi est-ce que c'est si important de pouvoir
so for everyone and every individual, why is it so crucial to project yourself in Latin is to go forward, and as Victor's philosopher said, by projecting myself, I'm objectivizing myself, so it means that we try to create a double of ourselves, a version that's a bit different and better. For example, when we go on holiday, we relax and tan. It's a positive tension between what we are and what we want to be.
Le problème, c'est que
the problem is the pandemic has broken this positive tension.
On ne sait plus quand on
we don't know when we can go on holiday again. Businesses or institutions can no longer plan ahead for 8 years, 8 months, or even 8 days. Our references have changed. Yes, our references are very different now indeed. Planning ahead is one way of trying to control the future.
For example,
Lilia is a platform for freezing egg cells. It allows women to take control of their body clock. Women can choose when they will give birth.
Dans ce cas, c'est une façon
This is an example
de façonner le
of shaping
futur
the future
comme on
the
le
way we
souhaite.
want
Alors est-ce que c'est pas le principe
Isn't innovation about trying to control the future?
Prévoir par définition,
We always want to prevent accidents, predicting
ce que l'on ne peut pas prévoir. Alzheimer's screening
is an AI that can predict Alzheimer's by analyzing facial complexion, whereas before we'd need a psychology test to form a diagnosis, and we know early diagnosis is important to help fight diseases, so it's a very worthwhile, worthy innovation. Prediction can have a very positive aspect, yes indeed, because AI's power and accuracy see, make it a fantastic ally. This innovation, for example, AI plastic pollution spotting, is able to spot the plastic waste in ocean by making a difference between that and seaweed and other elements of the ocean, so it is very easy to clean up the oceans. Also, talking about the oceans, we can quote Tidal, which is a facial recognition app applied to fish. So we can not only could we make the difference between two halibut, but we can also map out sustainable fishing zones. On the land, we have mineral plant. A robot buggy that analyzes every aspect of sustainable farming, soil, plants, climate, and so on. So crops can be grown with less water and fertilizer, which is revolutionary.
Et puis aussi, si on s'intéresse au changement climatique à long terme, donc encore au développement durable, on peut simuler notre adresse sous les eaux. Avec ce moteur de recherche un petit peu particulier, en fait, vous tapez votre adresse et là, vous avez une visualisation de votre rue, de votre jardin, de votre maison totalement submergée. Ce qui peut aider à faire prendre conscience des enjeux.
Alors beaucoup de personnes se méfient de l'intelligence artificielle et on voit bien avec certains exemples que ça peut vraiment être une amie.
En fait, il y a deux visages. D'un côté, il y a le visage d'un génie, génial. Prenez Musero, par exemple. Cette IA qui est capable de battre des humains à des jeux de stratégie. Eh bien, vient de battre des champions du monde humain à des jeux d'échecs, à des jeux de Go, sans connaître les règles du jeu et sans avoir vu une seule partie auparavant. Ça, c'est complètement fascinant. Les humains sont fascinés. Et ils sont d'autant plus fascinés que l'IA, elle s'en fiche royalement d'avoir gagné. Non seulement elle s'en fiche, mais elle n'a même pas conscience d'avoir réalisé une prouesse. Et c'est là le deuxième visage de l'IA, la naïveté totale. Il faut montrer une image de lapin à un enfant pour qu'ensuite il reconnaisse un lapin. Mais une IA doit ingurgiter des milliers d'images de lapins. Et ensuite, en termes de reconnaissance d'image, c'est un festival d'erreurs, une IA. Souvent, on peut lui montrer un écureuil, elle y voit un lave-linge.
And if we see washing machines, we mentioned AI's naivety. They also issue as car cognitive biases, which exist in the AI since the design part of it all. If you present an woman body to AI, it completes the body with a bikini at 53 by 33%, but if you show a face of a man, it will be completed at 56% with a man with a suit. And that's why we created on LinkedIn the gender perfect project in order to classify algorithm. It is a duality of genius and naivety, which makes it very troubling. It is a big, like a super intelligent alien who lands on Earth and talks to a fire hydrant. You have to explain everything. That can cause problems when we give the AI sensitive projects with dangerous consequences. Yes, one example of AI failure is one used in oncology. The AI was responsible for prescribing treatment for patients suffering from cancer. The AI almost puts the patient's life in danger. In a different domain, for example, military versus Pride, it's a new tool from the US Defense Department, which tries to predict the enemy's emotions, to help formulate decisions made by military command, for capital decisions or on military commands. But in the end, is it people who make decisions? Yes, but when an entity more powerful than you gives you a prediction.
Très précise.
That's very precise.
Vous aurez peut-être tendance à suivre cette précision.
Detailed. You tend to follow this prediction, and it will have an influence on your decision. You might abandon your own critical thinking and predictive capacities to let yourself be influenced, being influenced. Yes, that's how it could have an impact on the decisions. AI was providing a ready-to-use future because it took into account all the parameters.
Le pouvoir de dessiner notre futur. Cette même IA dont les contours nous sont complètement inconnus parce que le big data reste totalement invisible.
AI is because big data is invisible. This is why people are so worried. Yes, because we tend to think of AI as a twin that's stronger than us, smarter than us, and more powerful than us. A twin that makes us anxious, and that's why we often design robots with reassuring appearances.
Des formes rassurantes. Prenez Bolly,
like Bolly,
une boule,
a robot shaped like a
robot en forme de boule, une sorte de mix entre un animal de compagnie et un assistant personnel. Alors il roule de pièce en pièce, un peu comme le bébé 8 de Star Wars, en commandant aux autres appareils de la maison et en prévenant vos désirs, le café, l'ouverture des volets, la musique, etc.
All your needs are taken care of, such as playing music, making coffee, and so on.
On peut remarquer que le mouvement est une tendance sur les nouvelles interfaces. Beaucoup d'interfaces deviennent mobiles et ultramobiles. Par exemple, une équipe de chercheurs a imaginé un spray qui est capable de transformer n'importe quel petit objet inerte en robot capable de se déplacer, en robot programmable. Donc ce petit robot peut se déplacer comme une chenille ou alors en roulant sur lui-même.
Alors, quelles pourraient être les applications
What are potential uses for these little robots? For example, the little robot could bring
un médicament à l'endroit précis du corps où il doit le déposer. Et comme le spray est biodégradable, eh bien, le robot se dissout dans votre corps.
Donc,
and since it is biodegradable, it's a robot will dissolve itself in your body, so it could take any kind of shapes, not only the one of the human brain. Yes, exactly. That might be the source of all our issues. Look at this team of Austrian researchers. They didn't look at the brain, human brain and its billions of neurons, but instead of the brain of a worm. With only 19 neurons, and with these 19 neurons, they managed to drive an autonomous car. So it is a great example of frugal AA. So the goal would be to go beyond this battle between human and AI that we talk here about so much. Yes, it's a wonderful battle for books, series, or novel. But it's counterproductive to think about artificial intelligence. Three biases make this comparison completely sterile. The first bias is that we are interested in intelligence, which is one component, but not the only one. Are we talking about artificial will, artificial intuition, artificial critical thinking? What would be the second bias? The second bias is that we play
et la machine sur un terrain de jeu humain, comme les échecs par exemple. Mais est-ce qu'il nous viendrait à l'esprit de nous jeter du haut d'une falaise avec une mouette pour savoir qui vole
to see which of the two flies better? No. It's the same with IA. We know it calculates faster than us. That's it. The third bias is the world intelligence itself. I think that it is cliché now. It prevents us from thinking about it straight in a straight manner. I think that we use intelligence because we're lazy or for an easy anthropomorphism. So should we rename artificial intelligence? Sure, why not? Without revolutionizing the world, we could try to rename AI since the term is overused and prevents us from thinking about it. We could use interactive algorithm by keeping the initials IA. It is an interactive algorithm could constantly be in interaction
qui permet
d'adresser directement les flux de données, de leur fournir une aide ciblée à partir de la simple analyse de données de consommation téléphonique. Alors, algorithme interactif, c'est aussi le cas pour Dark Trace Antigena, qui est une IA anti-cyberattaque qui est capable, sans aucun brief, d'inventer ses propres règles pour prévenir une cyberattaque.
Alors, quelle pourrait être une seconde
suggestion for renaming AI? A second option
pourrait être assistant infini, car l'IA s'intéresse à tellement de sujets, tellement de domaines qu'elle peut nous assister dans finalement tous les champs de la vie. Un assistant santé, par exemple, un coach santé, avec Bisou Body Coach, qui est composé d'un bâton d'analyse, d'un lecteur super design scanner et d'une app. Avec une simple analyse d'urine, vous avez un diagnostic ultra précis de tout votre état corporel.
This diagnosis tells you about your health, it gives you encouragement and advice,
de
coaching you for your tailored athletic profile and diet.
So
we should see AI as a personal coach or assistant.
Un assistant personnel.
C'est exactement ça, et dans tous les domaines. Dans le business,
in the business
vous avez envie de créer une start-up,
if you want to
eh bien, vous pouvez
create
demander à
a startup,
qui génère des
you
idées
can
de start-up à flux tendu que vous pouvez noter ou bien acheter pour vous.
and you
Dans
can
le
just
domaine
note it
parental
down,
aussi,
buy them for you,
l'assistant
for
infini
yourself,
peut
for
devenir un
parenting as
assistant
well.
parental
It could become a
avec cette
parenting
innovation
assistant
qui est une veilleuse
using an intelligent
intelligente qui
night
permet de
light
gérer
that
votre
helps you
bébé.
monitor
En
your
fait,
baby.
elle a
The
été
AI
nourrie
was
par
actually
les
fed
cris
with the cries of
150 000 bébés
150,000
dans
babies in
150 pays différents.
150
Et donc, elle va
different countries.
traduire
So it can
les pleurs
translate
de
the
votre
cries
bébé,
of your
qui ne
baby
parle pas encore parce
who
qu'il a 2 ou
can't
3
talk
mois,
yet.
en
Because
j'ai
it's
faim,
only
j'ai soif, je
1
veux
or
jouer,
2
j'ai sommeil,
months
j'ai mal
old
au ventre.
into I want to play, I'm
C'est une IA aussi
tired,
qui gère
my
le
stomach
sommeil de
aches and
votre
so on.
bébé, qui
The
va
AI can also
endormir
manage
votre
the sleep
bébé
of your baby.
et
It
le
can help him
réveiller
fall asleep and wake
après
it
avoir
up after
analysé son
analyzing
cycle
its
de
sleep
sommeil.
cycle.
Oui, chacun
Each of us will
décidera, mais
decide,
donc,
but human contact is still
important,
important,
surtout avec les
especially with
enfants. Mais en tout
children.
cas,
But why these interactive algorithms or infinite assistants unable to predict the crisis we're in now, for example, this global pandemic? We can't say that this crisis could in an unexpected manner, but apart from the system itself, Mark Zuckerberg directed the film Contagion in 2011, which describes the mechanisms of a pandemic. During a conference in 2015, Bill Gates warned us about the dangers of a global epidemic and pointed out how to address it. For example, a medical corps trained all year long like an army, or a germ game modeled on serious games, war games, where each individual in society will be assigned the right role to fight a pandemic in a specific country. And in 2019, a report from the WHO gave us some sort of a manual for head of stealth, an international organization, in order to know how to face a pandemic. So the question is not really to know what is a pandemic, but how to prepare for it. So we should use a precise, brief, permanent control and a clearly defined goal, and algorithms can be very valuable. For example, researchers at MIT have created an application capable of detecting COVID-19 from the sound of a simple cough with 98% accuracy. So we must combine AI as a powerful tool with human action. Exactly, by creating roles like chief health officer, for example. We should also trust human creativity. Frugal tech can make wonders. For example, 5 students created self-diagnostic glasses, which can be 3D printed for €21. These glasses allow adult patients at home to transmit data about their health to nurses, which means one nurse can monitor 100 patients
Alors
at
imaginez que le
once.
big data ait pu modéliser toutes les conséquences économiques et sociales de cette pandémie.
What if big data could model all of the consequences of the pandemic? Could we have predicted this? It's very uncertain, which is the paradox of prediction. When you transform uncertainty into a prediction, we lower our guard. We lack the capacity to improvise and react. Prediction gives us a false sense of security. It makes us believe that we're prepared, when in reality, the so-called predicted situation never really occurs the way we predicted.
Alors pourquoi est-il différent?
So why is it different? Because when creating a predictive model, we create a model that's both partial and outdated. It's partial or biased because it can't take in all the phenomena, spatial, astronomical, political, biological, societal. And it's outdated because as soon as we create a perfect model, the perfect model reflects a reality which is imperfect and constantly changing and advancing and transforming. The model becomes outdated. So in a way, this means we're reaching the limits of statistical models. Yes, statistical models remove uncertainty and the unforeseen from our lives and our world. And yet, accepting uncertainty means welcoming new possibilities. Do we really want to make everything predictable? Our bodies, minds, relationships, our cities, even our planet? Not necessarily. Yes, we already have lots of inventions with that goal. For example, Copy.ai can write for us in our own style.
WaveNet EQ
can speak for us, using our tone of voice, our arguments, and our personality. Not to mention the applications that can read our thoughts. If you need some peace and calm, you can wear this bracelet, which emits waves that cut all the microphones around you and deafens all the voice devices around you, like Siri, Google Assistant, and Alexa. So we hear a lot about predictability, but isn't doubt necessary? Here's a quote from Nietzsche. It's not doubt but certainty that drives you mad. What do you think about that? Yes, in fact, doubting means starting to think again, which can be complicated. For example, imagine a geometrical figure with multiple sides. Imagine it has 3 sides. That's easy, a triangle. 4 sides, a square. Now 5 sides, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's too complicated now. Right, so at what point does your mind switch off? It's just a simple exercise that shows us the limits of our thoughts and our intellectual comfort zone. Thinking about several objects with many sides is not easy. Yet that's exactly what I'll suggest in episode 2. There isn't one single unequivocal future provided by prediction and an AI, which after all shapes the future from the past. Data is a brief from the past, since it shows events that have already occurred. So instead of thinking about just one future, think of several overlapping futures. The pandemic has accelerated a change in our lives in a world of screens. Is this leading to different overlapping worlds? Yes. The screen acts as a powerful system to make up for social and physical distancing. All the studies have shown that screen time increased during the first lockdown. We could spend a whole day going from screen to screen between getting up in the morning and going to bed at night. We can do everything with screens. Go shopping, love, work, learn, be entertained. And that's without counting all the people who just started using screens. It's as if the world has run towards screens, including people who didn't use them excessively before, such as seniors. The big difference with the physical world is that our identity is completely fragmented. People don't post the same pictures on Tinder and on LinkedIn. We adapt our profile to each use. In 1999, David Bowie said in an interview with the BBC that the internet was leading to fragmentation. So, we're constantly being represented and we play different characters on screens and social networks in particular. Yes, out of necessity, because screens show images and representations of us, and we play with those images. We change it, we perfect it. Like Portal, for example, it's almost a kind of teleportation. It's a high-tech hologram booth, 4K image, HD sound, and you can jump into a family or work meeting, or even several meetings at once.
Pour les enfants,
Children, Lego launched Video, a social network for children where they can build avatars and sets and record video clips. This platform gives everyone a lot of freedom to express their creativity. Well, I'd prefer to call it an artificial paradise, because you think you're free, but you're actually using emojis and filters that are provided, so it's not really personal creativity. Then, each social network actually pre-formats its design by profiling its users. That's kind of the system's limit in promising creativity. So, is it an illusion to think that we are expressing our creativity on social networks? It is a complete illusion, because you're using pre-designed systems that someone else designed. It's not unlike the Japanese invention Osampo Kanojo, which translates to I walk with my girlfriend. Imagine a robot hand that you hold in your hand to go for a walk. This hand can imitate a little bit of sweat. It can also give off the smell of women's shampoo and the sounds of footsteps. It's designed to fight loneliness, but what this type of innovation shows is that your hand is being held, but by total emptiness. On the flip side, we can also be who we want to be on screens, and this can be quite liberating. That's really fascinating, because joining all the facets of our personalities together online, we achieve a sort of super personality, an enriched and enhanced personality. It's richer and denser than our personality in real life. All the more so behind a screen, which can act as a mask, and where we are completely uninhibited. Can belonging to communities increase this phenomenon? Exactly. It's the beginning of overlapping worlds. When a community had the same opinion in the past, the community still knew that it was part of the whole. But now, with the current power of algorithms, this community considers itself to be the whole. Do you have an example of that? Flat earthers, people who think that the earth is flat. Flat earthers could have been a community of enthusiastic believers spread across several countries, but the power of algorithms and social networks gives this belief and many others a very tangible reality. This flat earth belief becomes real on screens. It feeds itself without introduction and without any contradiction in a self-reinforcing cycle. So millions of people think that Earth is a sphere that floats in space, and millions of people also think that Earth is a disk that floats in space. So we really are at the heart of the alternative truths and fake news. On the subject of fake news, we should mention the never-ending race between the increasingly sophisticated means of producing fake news and the ways of fighting them. This innovation, for example, Twitter bot detection, detects AI writing fake news on Twitter.
avec un critère
based
qui est
on
la fatigue.
fatigue.
Les IA sont infatigables,
AI is
là où les
tireless,
humains
whereas
se
humans get
fatiguent
tired
au bout
pretty
d'un moment.
quickly.
Une autre question se pose,
Another
c'est la
question to touch on is the
responsabilité des réseaux
responsibility of social
Alors, sur
networks.
cette question, selon
Well,
Barack Obama,
according
c'est
to
aux
Barack
réseaux
Obama,
sociaux
it's
eux-mêmes
up to social
de
networks
définir
themselves
la
to
façon dont
define
nous
the way in
voyons
which we see
les
real
infos
and
réelles des infos
fictitious
fictionnelles.
information.
Mais le problème, c'est que
problem
même si les réseaux
is
sociaux
that
sont
even though
devenus le
social
média
networks have
d'information
become the
numéro
number one
1, leur
information
but
medium,
ultime n'est pas
their final
d'informer.
goal is not to
Leur but
inform,
ultime est de
it's
capter
to
des données
collect
dans un
data
but
for business
commercial.
purposes.
Donc peut-on vraiment
So
parler
can
de
we really
médias?
call them media?
Alors on est obligé d'évoquer
We
évidemment
obviously
les
have to
deepfakes,
mention
ces systèmes
deepfakes
qui
too.
permettent de faire dire à
These
n'importe qui
system that can
absolument
make anyone say
Alors
anything.
c'est ce qui est effrayant et à la fois
What's both
fascinant dans les
frightening and
deepfakes,
fascinating
c'est
about
que ce sont des
deepfakes is that
vidéos
these
avec
videos
des
use
trucages
tricks that are
complètement
invisible,
invisibles à
at
l'œil
least to the
humain, en
human
tout cas.
eye.
Il nous faut donc l'apport d'une
So we
IA,
need an AI like Fake
qui elle
Catcher
est capable
that can
de
tell them apart.
déceler les
They can
pulsations
detect blood
sanguines
pulses
qui modifient
which
de
ever so
façon
slightly
infime les couleurs
change
de
the
la
color
peau
of the skin
et qui donc
and which
n'existent
do not
pas
exist
dans
in a
une
deepfake.
deepfake.
Vous avez évoqué le mot
You
quantique
mentioned the
au
word
début de notre
quantum at the
conversation.
beginning of our
Est-ce que vous avez trouvé
conversation.
votre
Have you ever been
inspiration
inspired by
dans la
quantum
physique
physics?
quantique?
Alors oui, exactement.
Yes, exactly.
En physique quantique,
In
une
quantum
particule
physics, a
peut être
particle can
dans
be in
différents
different
états
states at the same
en
time.
même temps.
Donc fini le 0 et le 1.
So no more zeros and
Exactement.
ones.
Fini le
That's
0 et
right.
le 1. Et penser
And
un
thinking of
objet
an
dans plusieurs
object
états en
being
même
in
temps,
several states
penser
at the
notre
same
monde
time,
dans plusieurs
thinking of our
états en
world
même
in
temps,
several states at the same
le penser
time,
de façon superposée,
superpositioned
c'est en
worlds,
saisir en
means we
quelque
can
sorte
grasp its
toute la
complexity,
complexité. C'est aussi
as well as
voir
the
la
active
part
role
active que la
that
technologie peut
technology
jouer
can
dans la
play
création
in
de ces mondes.
creating these
Et
worlds,
puis,
and
c'est
then
observer
observing
la
the
dérive
drifts
de
of
ces
these
continents
ideological
idéologiques.
continents.
Ces mondes sont-ils des mondes
Are
virtuels?
these virtual
Non.
worlds?
En fait, ils ne sont
No,
pas
in
moins
fact,
réels
they
que
are
le
no
monde
less
physique.
real than the physical
Ils
world.
permettent de vraies
They
interactions,
allow
de
real
vraies actions.
interaction,
Ils prennent
real
du vrai
action,
temps.
and they take real
Ils
time.
incorporent aussi
They also
beaucoup
include
de
much
nos
of our
raisonnements, nos
reasoning,
émotions,
our
nos
emotions, and
sensations.
our sensations,
Et même notre corps.
even our
Alors évidemment
bodies.
pas au niveau
Not
macro,
on a
puisque
macro
nous
level,
sommes
because we're
devant un
usually
écran,
sitting on a
souvent
sofa
assis
or a
dans un
chair in front
canapé,
of the
une
screen,
chaise, mais au niveau
but on a
micro,
micro level,
puisqu'il absorbe
because they
nos
absorb our
sensations, nos
sensations,
raisonnements,
our
nos
reasoning,
émotions.
and our
Et puis,
emotions. And
comme
then,
on le sait,
as we
ils nous
know,
procurent des décharges
you trigger
d'adrénaline et
adrenaline
de
and dopamine
nous
releases to
maintiennent
keep us hooked to that
accrochés
world.
à ce monde-là.
Donc si j'ai bien compris, notre
So if I've
physiologie
understood
serait
correctly,
engagée en
our
quelque
physiology is
sorte dans ces
somehow
mondes
engaged in these
superposés au
worlds that
monde réel.
overlap with the
Oui,
real
exactement.
world.
Donc le
That's right.
cinéaste David
Through his
Cronenberg,
films,
dans
film
toute
director
sa
David
filmographie,
Cronenberg
a exploré les
explored the
relations entre la
relationship
chair
between
et la
flesh
machine.
and
Mais
machines.
sans aller jusqu'à
But
ces
without going to
extrêmes-là,
those extremes, we can
on peut faire
trust
confiance à la
technology to
technologie
really
pour
stimulate
vraiment
our
stimuler
senses.
nos sens. Par exemple, Norimaki,
Norimaki, for
qui est un
example,
appareil portable.
is a portable device
C'est un écran à lécher en fait
that
en
is a
forme de
screen
maquis
shaped
entouré
like a
d'algues.
sushi roll.
Sa fonction, c'est de
Its
reconstituer
purpose
les goûts.
is to
Donc,
imitate
reconstituer
flavors.
les goûts, ce qui permet
By
en
doing
termes
this, it allows
de
you to
marché,
immerse
par exemple,
yourself in a
d'immersion dans
marketing
des univers,
universe,
évidemment de penser aux univers de
or the
gaming,
gaming,
aux univers culinaires
food,
ou
and
érotiques.
erotic sectors.
Au-delà de l'immersion, ce qui est encore
But
plus
beyond
intéressant,
immersion,
c'est non pas de
what's even more
reconstituer
interesting
les
is
goûts
not
que nous
reconstructing
connaissons sur
existing
Terre
flavors.
dans notre monde, mais
What's
d'imaginer
more
de tout
interesting
nouveaux
is
goûts,
imagining
des goûts
completely
que
new
nous n'avons
flavors
jamais
that we've
éprouvés,
never
de
experienced
tout
or
nouveaux goûts
tasted.
que nous n'avons jamais goûtés. Ça montre bien
This
que le
shows
monde
that
superposé peut
overlapping
être
worlds
plus
can be
riche,
richer
plus
and
excitant
more
que notre
exciting than our
monde
real world,
réel, surtout au moment,
especially
dans ce
in this current
contexte,
context,
où les
where
confinements, les
lockdowns,
restrictions et les
restrictions,
couvre-feux
curfews
réduisent
make it
notre
feel
monde.
like it's
En fait,
shrinking.
plus le monde
In
physique
fact,
se
the more the
rétrécit,
physical world
et plus
shrinks,
l'univers
the more the
technologique
technology
se
universe
déploie.
expands.
Alors la division d'Internet
So the division
en
of the
plusieurs
internet
mondes
into
a été
several worlds has been
conceptualisée, ça s'appelle
conceptualized.
le
It's called the
Splinternet.
Splinternet.
Qu'est-ce que c'est exactement?
What does that
Alors, le
mean?
Splinternet, en fait,
Well, it's as if the internet had been cut into pieces by country. We imagine that the internet, unlike the original utopia of the web, is fragmented and that each country has its own internet, and even its own intranet, really. Quite simply, the term splinternet does not describe the overlapping layer of technology surrounding our planet. How can we describe this layer in the real world? Well, it's a sphere that resembles the atmosphere. In fact, just like the atmosphere, it's invisible. It's all around us, and it's essential for life. The atmosphere is made up of oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon, mainly. This new sphere is made up of social networks, of big data, and of all our interactions and all our online content. It comes through the lens of the screen. It's both a very physical medium, the screen is a piece of glass, and it's also a very magical one because it's a door to other worlds. This sphere exists through our intellect, through our brains, our imagination, and our fantasies. That's why we can talk about rather this idea of a fantasphere. The most successful fantasphere worlds in terms of integration today are video games. Why is that? Well, because they're governed by rules. They have maps, settings, skins, and avatars. Let's take Fortnite as an example. It's a video game with settings, characters, interaction, and actions which are different from the physical world, which go beyond actions in the physical world. So they open other perspectives. By adding features to Fortnite, which is just a game, we can turn it into a social network, and that's what's happening with messaging services, events, and trailers in Fortnite. If we push it even farther, Fortnite will no longer be a game. It won't be a social space either, it'll be a fully fledged internet. And they could add a shopping feature, for example, with more sophisticated and more advanced features. Fortnite would then become a self-sufficient, fully fledged internet, specifically designed for 9 to 15-year-olds. So why not consider another idea, gender-based internets? Or generation-based internets. We kind of have the impression of entering worlds like in a TV show like Westworld, for example, where there are very specific rules and characters and universes. Yes, the only thing left is to imagine hyper-realistic doubles of ourselves. There's a virtual news anchor in China who's like that. For example, she's a super-perfected 3D avatar. And the company Epic Games, which produced Fortnite, has just launched a digital human being generator. Digital human beings you can make in a matter of minutes. You can choose all their details, all the anatomical details down to the shape of each tooth. Thanks to another AI, you can also clone yourself. You don't even need a video image, you just need code that interfaces with the camera. It's like a double of yourself ready to jump into the fantasphere. We talked about video games as the origin of overlapping worlds. Well, we can already see the signs of hybridization between video games and stakes that are, strictly speaking, unrelated to gaming. For example, Minecraft is the best-selling game in the world, and the NGO Reporters Without Borders is bypassing the censorship of authoritarian systems by creating a library inside Minecraft with millions of Minecraft blocks. Here we can find articles censored by authoritarian regimes. These articles were written by journalists who were imprisoned, exiled, or even killed. This is a way to rebuild freedom of the press in a universe that's not virtual, as we often say, but overlapping ours. In the show you mentioned, Westworld, we mostly remember the Wild West setting. There are actually 6 universes on offer to visitors by the parent company Delos. What's particularly striking in these 6 universes is that the AI doesn't offer a jump into the future, but into the past. So that's kind of a thumbed nose to the futuristic universes we usually think about, like the Blade Runner universe. In fact, in Westworld, we go back into the past. So one of the overlapping worlds could be created based on a past world. That's right, imagine the scene. We're no longer at UNESCO, we're in Babylon in the 6th century BC. AI is playing the part of a time machine. This AI can actually decipher the cracked clay tablets that describe a whole social, political, and economic system of a lost civilization. Another project is for deciphering ancient languages. These tablets that can't be read anymore, and it can reconstruct these lost languages and bring back whole civilizations. To fill out this idea of traveling to overlapping worlds in the past, we can talk about the big project by a group of European researchers that's gathering historians, designers, perfumers, chemists, and technologists. They have an incredible goal, which is to reconstruct smells from the past. An AI is responsible for decrypting throughout the entire European corpus, starting from the 16th century, all the mentions of smells, perfumes, everywhere they're mentioned in books, newspapers, music, and so on. From this, researchers will try to reconstruct smells. So you could be walking down the roads of Venice in the 16th century, where you could smell the dish that Balzac described in one of his works and discover the smell of a flower that wilted 2 centuries ago. That's amazing. Yes, it's not an intellectual approach, but it's a sensory or even sensual approach to history. Since we're talking about senses, these overlapping worlds exist as parallel realities that can, in fact, reach all of our other senses. Exactly, after smell, we can talk about hearing. We can imagine a completely auditory overlapping world made up only of voices and sounds. We've seen the success already of apps like Cappuccino and Clubhouse. which let users meet in chat rooms and which put the spotlight on audio. It's true that voices can seem more authentic and more sincere and less likely to be edited than an image. They seem like a guarantee of authenticity. That might also be why dating apps only work with voice without pictures to guarantee the speaker's sincerity. You can see that audio is a world that overlaps the real world. It overlaps it but doesn't replace it the way an image does. A good addition to this fully audio universe would be this innovation on the screen, which lets you listen to a sound on your own without headphones, thanks to a directional AI. It creates a pocket of sound around your ears with a facial recognition system, so you can listen to your overlapping sound universe. And nobody around you can hear it. All these worlds that you're describing, which are created according to preferences, desires, gender experiences, are they self-sufficient? They seem disconnected from real life. Well, yes, but not necessarily. In fact, the term Goldilocks zone exists in astronomy, and I think it's apt. It's the zone that's not too hot or too cold for a planet to be inhabitable. The expression obviously comes from the Goldilocks story. Goldilocks eats only the porridge that's not too hot or too cold. We can apply that image to overlapping worlds. It's a world that's not too far away from the real world, but not too close either. There's a solution developed that allows farmers in Argentina to ensure stable income from their farm's production, thanks to a platform that is parallel to official financial systems and secured with blockchain. There's also a journalist involved in the Me Too movement in India who has created a platform to fight against patriarchy. She has gathered a group of people who have suffered sexual or sexist abuse into a community that's equipped with practical tools to take action, such as blockchain-based security for their testimonies. So in this specific example, tech gives this movement structure, where it could have been rudimentary and inefficient. Exactly. It's a structuring element. This idea, among others, gathers people spread out around the world who find new strength in it. Not only do they belong to a community of peers, people who have been through similar problems and struggles, but they benefit from new resources to move on to another stage in their lives. For example, the Dastan project in India is an empathy machine in the words of its designers. Let's not forget that the partition of India and Pakistan in 1947 caused the largest forced migration in all of history, 14 million people. In order to reconcile people in generations, this inventor uses virtual reality. So this overlapping world has an effect that we could call virtual, but which is very real, and through which the physical world, the real world, the sensitive world can change for the better. We're talking about peace and a better world. And with all these worlds on demand that we can inhabit according to our affinities and imagination, could we end up not understanding each other anymore? An astrophysicist explains the expansion of the universe with this raisin bread metaphor. The more the bread rises, the more the raisins move away from each other. I think that that's the general movement for all these overlapping worlds, and I think we won't be able to return to a unified utopia. However, we can also question the bridges between these different worlds. That's in fact the topic of our third episode about these trends. With the Japanese art of kintsugi, you can reconstruct a broken object not by hiding the cracks, but by highlighting them in gold. Imperfections count just as much as the original pieces because they make us imagine and create things. How can we connect worlds that are moving apart? Well, there are several ways to forge links between worlds that are moving apart. The first is to build a common culture with events
des valeurs qui ne
and
sont pas
values that aren't
relatives, qui
relative,
forment un socle
values that
stable.
form a stable base.
Par exemple, cette
For example,
initiative
this initiative
utilise
uses machine
l'apprentissage
learning,
automatique, l'IA, et
AI,
la
and
technique de
holograms to
l'hologramme
recreate
pour créer des
Holocaust
doubles des
survivors.
survivants de la Shoah. Ainsi,
You can
vous pourrez
speak
leur
to
parler
them
les
face
yeux
to
dans les yeux
face, and they
et
can
ils
answer
pourront
all of
répondre
your
à toutes vos questions.
questions.
Alors, un des problèmes de la mémoire
So
en
one of
ligne,
the problems with online storage is that it can fragment. It can also get lost and content can be forgotten. How can we reactivate the events, but also the dates and the movements that make up the shared story?
Sur Wikipédia, par exemple, il faut des mises à jour
We need
fréquentes
frequent and
et
precise
précises
updates
pour que
on
l'outil
Wikipedia,
soit
for
encore un
example,
socle
to keep
commun
the
de
tool
connaissances.
as a
Eh bien, des
common knowledge
chercheurs ont mis au
base.
point un robot
Researchers have made a
qui fait
bot
les
that
mises à jour
automatically updates
automatiquement,
entries
garantissant
to
ainsi
ensure
un
that
socle
this
commun
knowledge
de
base
connaissances.
remains
Et
shared and
puis,
up to date.
établir des liens par une mise en commun
Pooling resources
nécessite de
requires moving
dépasser,
beyond
de passer outre
barriers
des cloisons dès le début,
from
by
the
design.
beginning, by
Prenez
design.
l'exemple de l'automobile
Take the example
autonome.
of the driverless
On pourrait
car.
penser que ce sont des
You
plateformes
might think
fermées
that there
qui
would be
finalement vont
closed
régir ce
platforms
système.
directing the
Eh
system,
bien, un groupement s'est mis en
but
tête
a group has
de
gotten
donner
the
accès en
idea
open
of
source
giving all
à tous les
researchers
chercheurs
open source
une
access
plateforme
to a
dédiée aux
platform
véhicules
dedicated to
autonomes.
driverless
Donc la notion de
vehicles.
partage semble
So
essentielle.
the idea
Et
of
dans ce
sharing seems
cadre-là,
to be
les données
essential, and
sont
data will
vraiment
play a crucial role in that
Exactement,
area.
mais pas n'importe quelle donnée.
Exactly,
Par
but
exemple,
not just
la
any
fondatrice de
data.
Data for Black
For
Lives,
example,
lorsqu'elle dit
when the
abolir
founder
le
of
big
Data for
data,
Black
part du
Lives
principe que le big
says
data
data is
est
racist, she
perverti
means
en
that
quelque
big
sorte par
data
des
is
biais.
corrupted by
Par exemple, des
racism,
biais
for
racistes
example,
qui influencent la police
which
prédictive.
distorts
Et donc, elle
predictive
se bat pour
policing. So
l'accessibilité
she's
des
fighting for
données
data
pour que les personnes
accessibility
qui
so
en ont
that people
vraiment
who really
la
need it
nécessité pour leur vie,
for their
pour leur
lives
combat,
and their fight
y aient
have
accès.
access to it.
Les données peuvent être
The
mises en
data can
commun,
be
mais aussi
pooled,
des éléments de calcul et
and
de réflexion.
so
Par
can
exemple, vous êtes un
calculation and
scientifique
analysis
et pour
resources.
mener vos recherches, vous
Imagine that
n'avez
you're a
pas de labo de
scientist who
recherche.
does not have a
Eh
lab
bien,
for
avec
your research.
Strateos,
You
vous
might
avez
have
accès à un
access to
labo
a state-of-the-art lab with
ouvert
Stratios
24/24
on the
et
cloud.
7 jours
It's
sur
open
7 dans le
24/7.
cloud.
Alors le problème, c'est que
But these tools are not accessible to the general public, though.
de décision pour mener des projets.
They're
Alors, est-ce que vous
decision-making tools to
connaissez
lead
GPT-3?
projects.
Alors c'est le plus
Do you know
puissant modèle de
GPT-3?
langage artificiel.
It's the most
Oui,
powerful
exactement,
model of
avec
artificial
175
language, isn't it?
milliards de paramètres,
Yes, it has
dont la licence est
175
acquise par
billion
Microsoft
parameters, and
en
Microsoft
2020.
purchased the
Eh bien, un
license in
collectif de
2020.
hackers positifs, en quelque
Then, a
sorte,
white hat
s'est mis en
hacker
tête de
group had
créer
the
un
idea
jumeau,
to
un
create
double
a twin
de
of
cette
it,
intelligence artificielle,
a twin of this AI.
considérant que eh bien,
They
une intelligence
decided
aussi
that
puissante
such a
devait
powerful
être à la
intelligence
portée
should
de
be
tous les
within reach
chercheurs
of
du
all
monde.
researchers in
Donc,
the
ils ont
world.
créé une
So they
intelligence
created a twin
jumelle qui s'appelle
intelligence
GPT
called
Neo,
GPT
et
Neo.
qui est vraiment un double numérique
It's
de
just a
cette
double
intelligence,
of this
avec les
AI
mêmes
with the same
capacités,
skills,
mais
but
mises
it's
en
open
open source.
source.
Oui, l'open source, c'est absolument
Yes, open source is absolutely vital because it lets you link ideas. That's just the foundation of a project.
Exactement. En 95,
That's right.
en
In 1995, Steve Jobs said
disait que
that
finalement,
creative
les
people were
personnes
ultimately
créatives étaient des
people who
personnes
could
qui
link
étaient
things
capables de
together.
relier des choses entre elles. Et que, à
And that, on
l'inverse,
the
les
other
personnes non
hand,
créatives ne
uncreative
pouvaient pas
people
relier les
could not
choses en
make
elles.
those
Pas
connections,
par manque de
not
capacité
because they
de
didn't
relier
have
les
the
choses,
capacity to
mais
link
par
things, but
faute
because they didn't
d'expérience
have the
vécue. C'est-à-dire qu'elles
experience.
n'avaient pas assez de
There
choses à
weren't enough
relier entre elles.
things to link together.
Et voilà pourquoi
And
ces
that's why these
personnes qui
people
n'ont pas
who
assez
don't have
d'expérience
enough
vécue, finalement,
experience
passent par des méthodes
use linear
linéaires
and very
et très
conventional
convenues,
methods,
comme du brainstorming
such as
ou bien du design
brainstorming and
thinking.
design thinking.
Après, bien sûr,
But
il
of
faut passer
course,
des idées
ideas
aux
must
actes.
become
Alors, vous
actions.
venez d'évoquer la traduction d'une
We
certaine
just
manière.
mentioned
Et sur cet épisode
translation.
qui s'intitule
Is this
Hope
episode
and
called Hope and
Translation,
Translation, a nod to Sofia Coppola?
I just don't know what
I
I'm
just don't
supposed
know
to
what
be.
I'm
C'est
supposed
ce
to
que
be.
déclare Scarlett
That's
Johansson
what
dans
Scarlett Johansson says
Lost in
in Lost in
Translation. En
Translation.
fait, le langage est un
Language
élément
is actually a decisive
décisif d'une
element
identité.
of an
Et
identity.
le langage
And
entre
language,
et la
the
traduction
translation
entre
between
deux
two
langages est toujours
languages,
une
is
affaire
still a
un petit peu
delicate and
délicate,
difficult
un petit peu
job.
difficile.
Oui, il y a beaucoup de pièges.
Yes,
et
there are
de
lots of
subtilités.
traps and
L'automatisation de la
subtleties.
traduction par une IA permet
Machine
de lui donner une très
translation with
très grande
AI is highly
efficacité.
efficient.
voire un côté instantané. Par exemple,
even instantaneous. For example, this innovation makes it possible to translate manga in the blink of an eye, even positioning the speech bubbles on the right position on the page, and not having access to language can be a real issue. Yes, exactly. With thinking about the 700 million illiterate people in the world, two researchers created GENCODE, which is an AI based on the assumption that vocal assistants, like Siri, Alexa, and Google Assistant, are ultimately fed by majority languages. The 2,000 dialects that exist in Africa have not been taken into account. And for illiterate people, this prevents them from accessing simple services such as SMS or health, farming, and weather information platforms. These researchers have circumvented the issue and they made the AI listen to hundreds of hours of local radio stations. This simple resource allowed to develop the first vocal assistant using languages such as Malinka, Susu, or even Pula, which are languages spoken by 10 million people in 7 countries. Mastering language is thus vital for living in the world, but also making yourself known. We can mention this AI that translates words into sign language to allow hard-to-hearing people to be more at ease in sensitive situations such as job interviews or medical consultations. So does that mean that translation can support healthcare? Yes, and the technology is part of a bigger system, that is a system that takes care of you from translate tech to translate care. This system makes sure that we need to read your mind. It will decipher the words that will be into your mind and will open doors in terms of therapy for patients suffering from locked-in syndrome, for example. We translate not between 2 languages, but thoughts into language. Yes, exactly. Another innovation even makes it possible to read the thoughts of a patient suffering from schizophrenia. As you know, there are voices in the minds of schizophrenic people that harass them in a way. Well, this model makes it possible to turn the demon that no one can see except from the patient into a 3D avatar. When controlled by the therapist, this creature can speak to the patient and help them regain self-confidence. It is an incredible way of translating an element in someone's mind, and which, by definition, was completely inaccessible to the medical team and the patient's family. And we can also translate light into sound, for example. When we speak, tiny vibrations change the light. So in a room lit by a light bulb, we only have to aim this innovative telescope to analyze light vibrations and deduce the conversations that are taking place in that room or the music that were played. That's a really good find for James Bond. After translation, what other bridges can we build between these worlds? Another bridge may be inclusion, like with one application, which lets you know if your financial investments are aligned with your convictions in terms of human rights or sustainable development. So this app tells you if your investments are compatible, and then, if not, puts things right by offering the right investments for you. So preparing for tomorrow is creating new models, more inclusive ones, but also creating opportunities on the local level. Yes, like in Nepal, for example, there is a platform exclusively for women who own farms and who can get microloans through this app, which secures their purchases and investments, and thus enables local stakeholders to give meaning to an area and boost its economy. It's the same in Benin. This frugal initiative lets a very specific profession, motorcycle taxis, to gain access to a digital social security service center. We often talk about inclusion, but we talk a little less often about environmental decisions. Now, including plants and animals into innovation is knowing them better and sometimes respecting them even more. For example, we can replace plastic by seaweeds. Plastic takes hundreds of years to disappear, whereas seaweed in the form of this packaging is even edible. And for food itself, when we really observe nature from close, we see the millions of plants, the billions of components inside them, and we wonder why we are still using synthetic additives. It is main goal of this one startup, which is making food thanks to AI from ancestral Indian recipes and completely organic vegetables. It's what man do in order to create biomimetism. Biomimicry is the first step toward hybridization. For example, the six-legged robot inspired by the desert ant can navigate a desert without any type of GPS. For example, this flea can imitate the electric pulsations of a neuron able to stimulate heart rate. This really is an example of an hybrid organism that is neither organic nor robotic. Yes, exactly, like the jellyfish that we have transformed into a cyborg. An electric implant actually makes it swim 3 times as fast by making it contract its body much more frequently. According to researchers, it is a way to explore seabeds with an animal, so it's less intrusive than a submarine, for example. does not
transformer un animal en un semi-robot.
Issue to transform an animal into a semi-robot. Yes, especially because the ultimate goal of this transformed jellyfish is to map unexplored areas. So researchers confirm that jellyfish doesn't have the nervous systems that could make it feel the pain, and in case of stress, the jellyfish emits a mucus that was not observed during the experiment. So this hybridization is not just about the animal kingdom, but also plants. Yes, imagine. So one evening, it is night time, and instead of switching on the desk lamp, you light up a ficus. So with glowing plants, indoor plants can be lit up. The leaves and flowers light up. In fact, it reminds me of Miyazaki's Nausicaa, the Valley of Wind, where the protagonist collects spores of luminescent mushrooms to use them in another experiment. Researchers have worked in the same way by creating luminous mushroom and plant hybrids.
On pourrait même
We can
imaginer
even
à grande
imagine
échelle
this
que
on a large
des
scale,
arbres
with
illuminent une
trees
ville
lighting a
remplaçant les
town to
lampadaires.
replace street lights.
paradoxal.
It is almost paradoxical to talk about plants that feed from the light and also produce light.
Oui, exactement.
Yes,
Et c'est
exactly.
vrai que c'est un joli
It is a
paradoxe
nice
que les
paradox that
plantes de
plants
centre de
feeding
lumière
on light
puissent en
can produce
produire.
it.
D'ailleurs, à ce sujet, une autre
Incidentally, another
expérimentation a
experiment
eu
took
lieu
place in the
aux
Philippines.
Philippines. C'est un étudiant
When
qui s'est
studying
aperçu, en
the
étudiant les
northern
aurores
lights, a
boréales,
student
que des
noticed
particules,
that
par
luminescent
exemple émanant
particles
de
coming
fruits et
from
légumes en
rotting fruit and
décomposition, des particules
vegetables, for
luminescentes,
example,
eh bien, pouvaient
could
produire de la
produce
lumière quand
light
elles étaient captées.
even
Donc il a
when they were
extrait ces
captured.
particules
So he
luminescentes,
extracted these
les a
luminescent
comprimées dans
particles
des
and
plaques de verre
compressed
pour
them
équiper
into
des
glass
bâtiments.
panels to equip
Et
buildings.
ainsi, ces
As such,
particules
these
recueillent
particles collect
les UV
UV
pour
rays
produire de la lumière.
and use them to
Alors,
produce
est-ce qu'en
light. By
rapprochant les organismes
reducing
et la
the
tech,
gap
on ne pourrait
between
pas
organism
considérer
and
créer une nouvelle espèce?
technologies, could
On
we
peut même
consider
créer un
creating
robot
a new space? We
comestible.
can even
Ces
create
ingrédients
an edible
sont de la
robot.
gélatine, de l'acide
These ingredients are
citrique et du
gelatin,
glycérol pour lui
acid
donner de la
citric,
douceur.
citric acid, and glycerol to
Très
make it
appétissant
sweeter.
malgré
This
tout, mais
seems
à quoi ça
very
sert un
appetizing,
robot
but
comestible?
what is an edible
Alors, un robot
robot used
comestible,
for?
par
So
exemple,
an edible
peut
robot,
être
for
déposé dans la
example, can be
nature
sent
pour
into
remplir une
nature
certaine
to
mission,
carry out
et puis
particular
ensuite se
task and then
décomposer
decompose
comme une
like a
feuille
leaf
morte
without
sans abîmer
harming
la nature.
nature.
Alors quelle mission?
So what task
Il
are we
peut prendre
talking
par
about?
exemple
It
des
can
allures
make
de proie
itself look like a
aux yeux d'un
prey to
animal
a wild
sauvage
animal, for example,
pour lui administrer un
to give
médicament,
it
ce
medication
qui évite de sédater,
that
de
avoids
capturer
capturing
l'animal
and sedating
sauvage,
the
il
right
reste tout
animal,
à fait
which
vivant,
remains completely
éveillé dans son
alive in
milieu
a wake
naturel.
in its natural
On a envie de dire que
habitat.
ce serait comme
So
une
it would be
nouvelle
like a
espèce
new
sur Terre.
species on
Ce
Earth.
robot comestible, non,
Not
mais une
for
équipe a
this
créé
edible
une
robot,
toute
but
nouvelle
one
espèce
team has
sur Terre.
created a
C'est une machine
completely
vivante,
new
le
species
premier
on Earth. It's
organisme
a living machine, the
programmable.
first
Les
programmable
chercheurs ont
organism.
prélevé des cellules
The
de grenouilles,
researchers took
puis
an
les ont
incubating
incubées.
fraud cells.
Parallèlement, ils ont
At the
briefé
same
un
time, they
algorithme, une
trained
IA,
an algorithm,
pour
an
designer
AI,
ce
to
nouvel
design
être
this
vivant,
new
en
living
lui demandant de
being. It
designer
was
sa forme et
tasked
puis aussi
to
ses
design
fonctionnalités.
its shape
Par exemple,
and
comment
functionality,
se déplacer en
how
milieu
it would
aquatique,
move around
ou
in
alors
the
la
water,
puissance de ses muscles.
or the strength of its
Ensuite,
muscles.
les cellules ont été assemblées selon
Then
le
the cells
design
were
conçu
assembled according
par
to the
l'IA,
design created by the
et puis
AI,
cet
and then
organisme
the
s'est
organism
développé.
grew.
Et le résultat,
And the
c'est ce
result
petit
is
organisme de 1
this small,
mm
completely
totalement
independent,
autonome.
1 millimeter long
Donc il est
organism.
né, il est
So
apparu,
it was born,
et
it
à présent
appeared,
on
and
observe
now
son
we are
comportement.
observing its
Comment se
behavior.
comporte-t-il?
How does it behave?
Alors on sait déjà qu'il
Well,
est
we
capable de
already
se
know that
soigner,
it
de
is
se
able to
réparer
heal
lui-même.
and
On l'a
fix
coupé en
itself.
deux, il s'est
We
reconstitué.
cut it in two and it puts itself
Il est
back
capable de
together.
se déplacer de
It is
façon
able to move
individuelle,
individually,
ce qui pourrait le conduire à
which
nettoyer
means
des
it could
artères
potentially
éventuellement.
clean arteries.
Il est capable de se
It is
déplacer de
able
façon
to
collective,
move
en groupe,
collectively in a group.
et déployé en
When
flotte,
deployed
il
in a
pourrait
fleet,
contribuer à,
can
par
help
exemple,
clean up
nettoyer des
toxic
surfaces
surfaces
toxiques ou bien des
or
milieux
polluted
pollués.
areas, for example.
Est-ce que cette innovation ne
Wouldn't
crée
this
pas
innovation
finalement une
end up
transgression?
breaking convention?
Ça constitue pas une transgression.
Wouldn't
La
it be
transgression,
a
on s'en méfie souvent.
transgression?
Pourtant, elle porte en elle de nouvelles idées, de nouveaux modèles.
We are
Et avec l'avantage
always
quantique,
reluctant when it comes to
avec
that,
le
but it
développement du
brings new
quantique,
ideas, and
l'avantage
with
quantique étant le
the
moment
quantum
où un
advantage
ordinateur quantique
being
dépasse les
when a
performances
quantum computer
du
surpasses
plus
the performance
puissant
of the most
des
powerful
supercalculateurs
classic
classiques.
supercomputer.
Donc,
This
avec
quantum
l'avantage quantique,
advantage
toutes les opérations
allows all operation using big data and AI to be transformed.
Tous les modèles vont exploser
Existing
en vol.
models
Là,
will be shattered. That really be a breaking
un supercalculateur a atteint l'avantage quantique.
Terrific change. A supercomputer in China reached quantum advantage, and it could perform in 4 minutes a task which would have
Imaginez les conséquences de la combinaison
could have
de
taken
la puissance
55
quantique avec une problématique, par exemple la biologie. Tout récemment, une équipe de chercheurs
Recently,
français
a team of French researchers
a mis au point
developed a
un
DNA
ADN
which does
qui
not
n'appartient
belong
à
to
personne.
anybody.
C'est un ADN
It is an
humain
entirely
totalement
artificial human DNA
fabriqué. Donc imaginez
so imagine the collaboration between
la puissance
quantum
quantique
power and a similar
et une telle
issue.
problématique. Voilà, là c'est vraiment de la science-fiction,
That really is
c'est
science
vraiment
fiction.
l'ouverture des possibles.
Possibilities
L'infinie
are
puissance de
now
l'infiniment
endless.
petit
The
n'a pas fini
infinite
de
power
bouleverser
of
nos
the
repères. Le
infinitely
quantique, par rapport au
small
digital, c'est un petit peu
is
l'armure de Tony
disruptive.
Stark qui le
The
transforme en Iron
quantum
Man.
physics is
C'est
like
une très bonne
the
analogie. En même temps, quand on vous écoute,
shield
on
of
se rend compte que,
Tony Stark
dans
making
beaucoup de
him
secteurs,
Iron
si
Man.
on
So
couple
we notice that in many sectors, if we pair intelligence and human imagination with technology, there are simply no more limits, no more barriers, no more
L'exemple des
limits.
NFT,
It's
les
like the
tokens non
examples of
fongibles
the
le prouvent
NFTs and
très très bien.
non-fungible tokens.
Dans l'actualité récente, nous avons vu
We have
des
recently
gifs de
seen
chats
that
valoir des
GIFs
millions d'euros,
purchased
des
for
petits lapins
millions of
colorés
euros,
valoir
colored
des
rabbits
milliards
worth
de
billions of
dollars, etc.
dollars, and so
En
on.
fait, le NFT, c'est vraiment une
NFTs belong
réalisation
to what we
100%
call the
fantasphère. La
fantasphere.
dont nous parlions
We
à l'épisode
talked about
précédent.
it during the last
Comme dans le monde
episode.
réel, nous avons
Like
la
the
Joconde,
Mona
et bien là, nous
Lisa in
avons
the
des
real
NFT,
world, we
c'est-à-dire
have
des œuvres d'art qui
NFTs,
peuvent atteindre
which
des valeurs
are
faramineuses
works of
par la
art
seule
which can reach
puissance
an enormous value
du marché,
just
mais
through
aussi
market power,
de
but also
l'imagination
by
dans un
imagination
monde
in a
qui
world
n'est plus le
which
monde
is no
sensible,
longer the
qui est vraiment le
observable
monde
world,
de la
which is
fantasphère.
really the world of the
Sylvain, vous parlez de la
fantasphere.
Terre, mais
Sylvain, you have
au-delà
been talking
de la
about Earth, but
fantasphère, il y a
outside
aussi
of the
évidemment
planetosphere, there is
l'exploration
also space exploration.
L'exploration spatiale est
Space
un domaine
exploration is a very
très
interesting
intéressant puisque c'est à la fois un
domain
domaine
because
très
it
très
is
concret.
also
Par
very
exemple, en 2020,
pragmatic. In 2020,
50
for example, 50
ont été
planets
découvertes
were
en dehors de
discovered
notre système
outside
solaire
of our
grâce à une IA. Donc un
system
domaine très
thanks
très
to
concret, très tangible.
AI. So
Et
it
puis
is
aussi, c'est un
very
support puissant à l'imagination.
concrete
L'imagination, pas seulement des
tangible.
auteurs de BD ou de
And it's not
séries,
just the
mais
imagination of
l'imagination
comic books
pour les
authors,
scientifiques, pour les
but
chercheurs,
also
qui
the
font de Mars
imagination
une
of
sorte de miroir de la
scientists,
Terre.
which are
Comment
mirroring
expérimenter les éléments d'habitat, de
making
nourriture,
Mars a mirror of
développement
Earth. How
durable
can we test food
sur
housing
Mars,
and sustainable
les conditions de
development
notre
of
survie
Mars,
en
which
milieu
are
confiné,
conditions
pour mieux
for
pouvoir les exporter
lives in a
sur Terre.
confined
La
environment in
NASA a
order to
imaginé un
export
poste
it.
complètement incroyable. C'est vraiment les Men in Black.
NASA
Planetary
imagined,
Protection
such as
Officer.
the Men in Black
Sa mission,
Planetary
c'est de faire
Protection
respecter
Officer,
l'article 9
officers, their mission
du
is to
Code
enforce Article
d'exploration
9 of the
spatiale,
Special Exploration
article qui
Code, an
stipule
article which provides
qu'aucun
that
monde
no
ne doit
world
être
must
abîmé
be
au cours de
damaged
l'exploration
during
spatiale.
space
Ni le
exploration,
nôtre, ni
neither
les autres.
ours nor
Bon,
others.
évidemment, on
We
parle pas
obviously are not
actuellement
currently
d'extraterrestres.
talking about
Mais
aliens. But
toute
all
forme de
forms of
vie,
lives, however
si petite,
small or
microscopique
microscopic they
soit-elle,
are
c'est un alien,
are
c'est un
aliens,
extraterrestre.
extraterrestrials.
Donc les mondes
So the
ne doivent
world
pas être
must not
contaminés
be
entre eux.
mutually
Avec une telle
contaminated.
fonction,
With
on
such a
voit que l'on
position, we can
transgresse
see that
l'ordre
we
établi
break
et
an
que
established order
justement, on
and
va
we
en inventer
invent
d'autres.
others.
La transgression
Breaking
utilisée à
convention
dessein et dans un but
purposefully and
positif
with a positive
peut être
aim
bien
can
plus
be a lot
puissante que
more powerful
l'adaptation.
than adaptation.
L'adaptation conduit toujours à
Adaptation
oublier une
always
certaine part
leads
de
to
nous,
forgetting
alors que la
a certain
transgression,
part of
au
ourselves.
contraire, révèle une
Whereas
part de nous.
breaking convention, however, reveals a part of ourselves. And isn't
Oui, exactement. C'est à
and
chacun
is it maybe
de
up to everyone
transgresser
to
ses propres
find
tabous,
its
ses
one
propres règles pour pouvoir
disruption?
avancer,
Yes, sort
sortir
of
de
to
ses
break our own
contraintes, de ses
taboos in
habitudes
order to
et
advance
passer
and break free
à un
from our
cap
limitations and
supérieur
habits
en termes
and
de
take a better
création et
imaginative and
d'imagination.
creative
Le
path.
cachalot. Sa respiration est volontaire. Donc,
The
lorsqu'il
sperm
dort, les
whale's
deux
breathing is
hémisphères de
voluntary,
son
and
cerveau
when it sleeps,
restent en
the
éveil
two
de façon
hemispheres of
alternée
its
pour
brain
qu'il puisse
take
remonter à la
turns
surface
to stay
afin de
awake, so
respirer.
it can
Sinon, il
go
meurt.
up to the
Faisons
surface to
comme lui.
breathe.
Ne nous
If not,
endormons
it
jamais
dies.
totalement.
Let's do the
Et
same.
gardons toujours
Let
une
us
parcelle
not
de notre
ever
esprit enflammée.
Voilà, je crois que ce sera le mot de la
be
fin.
the same and always
Soyez
keep
donc un
part of our
cachalot.
brain
Je vous remercie beaucoup, Sylvain Noradour, de nous
as
avoir
the
exposé
sperm
donc
whale.
les
So thank you very much,
tendances
Sylvain
NetExpo
Noradour, for
2021
telling
dans
us
ce
about
lieu
the
magnifique
NetExpo
qui est donc
2021
le siège
trends
de l'UNESCO
in
à
this
Paris.
wonderful
Merci à
place
vous.
that is UNESCO House, the headquarters in Paris.
Welcome back to all of you. We hope you enjoyed your lunch break and the replay of the new Now. Up next, I'll be joined by our guest, Elisabeth Chungi. She's in charge of corporate social responsibility at Orange. Et merci à vous tous qui nous rejoignez pour
Thank you to all of you who are joining us for the new session of NetExplore this afternoon. So to start this afternoon at the outset, let's welcome Elisabeth Chungi, which is the Executive Director for CSR, Diversity and Solidarity of the Orange Group. She's also a member of the Executive Committee of the Orange Group. So let's join Elisabeth. Hello, Elisabeth. Thank you for being here with us. Hello. So, Elisabeth, the CSR strategy of Orange is on three different axes: so the environment, the digital environment, but also the diversity and gender equality. So let's start with the environment, because Orange would like to carry up their challenges in a very innovative way. What are the initiatives in a very innovative way? What are the initiatives? Okay, so it will be very difficult to carry on after the sperm whale and those hybrid creatures such as these robots/human beings. So it's very fascinating to be a part of this forum. So to begin with, we would like to underline that in the Orange Group, we really think that it is impossible to have an economic performance without a sustainable performance, and that it is impossible to have a social accessibility of the technological evolution if the environment doesn't follow. So innovation should go hand to hand with the environment. And there are a lot of initiatives were carried out regarding that, because the good news is that when it comes to those environmental challenges, the digital sector is a part of the solution. The mobile technologies are preventing CO2 emissions in another sector with a factor of 1 to 10, which means that for 1 unit of CO2 released by a mobile network, 10 CO2 units are not released elsewhere. And in 2018, the GSMA and mobile networks prevented the release of 2 million tons of CO2 worldwide. The digital sector also offers a lot of opportunities in order to reduce our carbon footprint. We can notice it and experience it firsthand. While teleworking during this health crisis, we stopped commuting and we started to work remotely. We can regulate the health, the heat and the lighting, the offices, and also digital tools are the way to go towards the functionality economy, which means that we are not focusing on what we own, but how we use things. So we can own cars and bikes, and it will help us with all this functionality economies, which is at the heart of the social innovation. So, Elisabeth, the main goal of this environmental axis is to reach the net zero carbon emission for 2040. What does it mean concretely? So, our ambition would be to reach a release of zero net carbon emission in 2040, which means that we need to reduce as much as possible our greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And there's a difference between carbon neutrality and net zero carbon emission. When we talk about carbon neutrality, it means globally that I can keep on emitting greenhouse gases in the atmosphere if I propose offsets by planting trees, for example, while net zero carbon emissions means that we need to do whatever we can in order to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions linked to an economic activity. So our economic businesses are linked to networks. So in order to reduce the carbon emissions of our networks, we need to develop standby modes in our antennas, and also new energy-saving networks. It is also a way for us to start using renewable energies, and we also need to develop the circular economy. For example, with the RE program, RE for recycle, reuse, reconditioning of phones. It is a way for us to reach a net zero carbon footprint for 2040, and we also need to sequester the carbon, and we will have to use carbon sinks. So let's talk about another axis of CSR, which is gender equality, the fact that women can have access to technological or digital jobs. Why is it so crucial to start working on that? It is fundamental because we know that 85% of 2030 jobs are yet to be invented, but they will all be digital-centered, and we know that you women are not present enough in that sector. And it starts in the very beginning of the chain, because in engineering schools, women are not very present. In France, the number of women is stagnating. Has been stagnating for the past few decades, and it has only 30% of women on average. And we should also find new inclusive solutions, and we are pioneer on that in Orange, because with Arborus we proposed a first inclusive artificial intelligence audit, because we know that artificial intelligence is recreating the biases of our real world. Because, for example, let's see if I take the example of one of the main stakeholders of the GAFA. I won't say its name, but they started to change their algorithm because the feminine candidates were automatically discarded because for senior positions, because beforehand only men were considered. So Orange is also encouraging fostering neurodiversity, because it is very well known elsewhere in the United States, for example, but not really in France. So what does it mean? Our conviction, inner conviction, is that a group, an organization, a company needs all the diversity to innovate and develop. It is a source of performance, and neurodiversity is one of the sources. We also talk about cognitive diversity. It means that employees have brains wired differently. Their brains wired differently. So, for example, autistic people have different brains, and we know that there are a lot of autistic engineers in the Silicon Valley, not as many in France. What we know is that they have skills that we don't have in areas where we need people, for example, in artificial intelligence sector or the data sector or defense sector, and it is really crucial to be able to welcome those different employees in all their diversity. So we will use the Neredim program and helping us to find and track and train those atypical candidates. So of course we work with our management teams. We try to adjust our workstations, because we know that a few of those people are very sensitive to sounds, for example. Thank you, Elisabeth Chungi. We know that we are the executive director for CSR, Diversity and Solidarity for Orange.
One of the most French authors in the world. In the last 25 years, Marc Lévy has been translated in 49 languages and has sold over 50 million books. Today, he's come out with volume 2 of his novel, The Dusk of the Beasts, published by Robert Laffont. We spoke to him a little while ago. So it's your 22nd book. It comes after It Happened at Night. The storyline is articulated around 9 hackers who are fighting to preserve freedom. I have to say, the first moment when I opened your book on the first page, the first thing I thought about was the series that you may have seen already that's called, in Spanish, Casa de Papel, in English, Money Heist. These outlaws that are from different cities in the world and who are fighting for freedom. There's the same strong sense, in a way, of resistance and outrage. So tell us a little bit more about this book.
I think my outlaws are a little bit different in the meaning that they have a specific skill. They are hackers, and as you may know, there is 3 big family of hackers. You have the white hat that work for security, the black hat that are criminals, and like in every criminal organization, it goes from the small criminal to the big criminality, and in the middle there is a category of hackers which are not as known, which are called the gray hats, and the gray hats are mainly, I would say, whistleblowers. They are using their skills of hacking to hack into big corporation or in government assets, and to publish documents that are establishing proof of criminal actions, whether it's economical or political criminal actions. They are whistleblowers with high and sophisticated degrees of technicality, which make them particularly efficient, but also which worries a lot the people that they are tracking. So they are in great danger. I mean, the real ones are always in great danger.
On so many topics that have actually become very current topics. I'm thinking, of course, of the spread of misinformation, but also how it was funded, and it is being funded right now. Why has this specific issue caught your attention, and what are we witnessing today in our society, would you say?
Well, I mean, it all comes up with the deviance about the monetarization of the information. I think you have what we're seeing today is something that was very well predicted and written a long time ago by Orwell. We can rewrite the past, can decide of the present and of the future. The key question is, and that's what brought it to my attention, what is the agenda of those peoples? What is the real agenda of the people who have made a fortune by selling lies, division, and hate? And are they working alone, or is there a lien between them? And that's what the 9 hackers are going to discover in these two books, which is based on a lot of documentation and a lot of work. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the word in English for enquête, and it's not inquiry, but you might help me there.
Well, it seems like there has been indeed a lot of research on your part to try to understand what's at stake here. I mean, how you were just talking about the facts, but indeed it seems like it's becoming harder and harder today to understand what are the facts, what is the truth. And one of the questions I have is, it's becoming harder and harder also because of deep fakes and things like that. So in French media, for instance, in the mainstream French media, it's becoming clearer and clearer that they're saying that the evil is or the bad guy is easily identifiable, when indeed lines seem to be more and more blurred.
I mean, this is a very long story of propaganda. And I think it's quite important to name, I think the name fake news is not the right name. It's too kind, because, I mean, it's not what it is. Fake news is propaganda. And the purpose of propaganda is manipulation. I believe that with every power comes responsibilities and accountabilities. This is the price of having power in your hands. When I was younger, and I know we're going to talk about generation a little bit later, my generation, a journalist working in a mainstream media had a responsibility. And I've seen many times, in my youth, like national scandal, because one news brought up in the 8 p.m. TV show was not exactly that. And the journalist had the next day to say, yesterday we said this, we made a mistake and we have to correct it. And I think that was a proof of a great intelligence and of a moral contract between the people and the people in charge to inform them. And I think that today, these mainstream medias, wherever they are, I mean, from France 24 to the mainstream European media, are fighting to survive, while the propagandists, and I'm not going to attach the name media to them because that would, to make them too much of a honor. The propagandists are financed with billions of dollars to sell, as you say, fake news. So we as democracy has to consider and to think a lot. And this is not only our government, it's we, the people. We have to think. We have to think about, how much we prioritize and how much we support the real press, the real TV. And once again, really is not a matter of opinion. Really is a matter of bringing the truth. And it's very different, I mean, you can have any opinion you want, but when you bring the news have to be fact. And because that's the only truth, that is scalable.
You say in your book, you actually quote Orwell. I'm going to add another quote from Orwell that I love. It's, "To see what is in front of your own nose needs a constant struggle." Do you think that people actually understand what's at stake today and see everything that you've been talking about?
So, because that's the whole danger of the propaganda. So propaganda is, when it's efficient, it makes you believe in a parallel reality, but you're not aware that you are in a parallel reality. And that's the whole danger of it. When you innocently take a picture of you on Instagram with your children, you have no idea of what you're doing. You have no idea about the millions of data about yourself that you're spreading on the web that you don't control, and where people are going to collect those data and use them not kindly to sell you more specified advertisement, but later on against you and to manipulate you. This is, how the propagandist machine is working now. And I assure you, I'm not like, a crazy writer behind his desk being really alarmed. I'm as much as crazy and anxious as the young German in love with democracy were frightened in 1932 and trying to yell to their friends, "It's coming, you have to fight against it." And everybody was saying, "Come on, they're not a risk." They are.
We're actually coming to the end almost of this interview, but on a more positive note, we're going to see during this forum innovations by very young people who are from the Gen Z generation. You were just talking about it. Do you think that they'll be able to make a change and make our world a better place? Do you actually trust them in that quest?
I don't know. If I see Generation Z quitting Instagram one day and saying, "We are going to dictate the rules because we are the consumer, and we are going to build an internet world where the consumers are not going to be called anymore users. And we are going to be as responsible as we have started to be responsible with the way we eat and, the way we live." Then yes, I think they can change the world for the best.
Time now for our second episode of the day, World on Demand. Julia is going to be back with Sylvain to explain why we live in an increasingly overlapping world.
Nous voici donc dans le deuxième épisode de ces tendances NetExplo 2021, toujours en compagnie de Sylvain Lourado.
Global Trends 2021. So why did you choose this title, World on Demand?
En fait, les mondes à la demande, c'est un petit peu la promesse de la tech. Nous passons d'un monde à un autre, avec le basculement dû à la crise sanitaire du monde dans les écrans. Nous pouvons passer de temps d'écran en temps d'écran, du lever au coucher,
are spending all of their time on screens, just from the beginning of the day till the end.
De toutes les activités, nous pouvons aimer,
all of our activities are happening on a screen now, loving, working, having fun.
De créer des mondes réels en ligne.
So it's like people are creating new worlds online. Exactly. We all live in several worlds at once. And the origin of these overlapping worlds is the video game world. Because video games have rules and they have characters with different skins and there are different backgrounds as well. There are actions that you can take in these worlds that are completely different from in the real world. Okay, so we're going to soon speak to an expert, Celia Hodent, an expert in game UX. She also has a PhD in psychology. She's going to tell us about Fortnite.
Alors, moi, j'ai travaillé sur Fortnite. J'ai travaillé chez Epic.
I worked at Epic Games from 2013 to 2017. I was a director of UX, so I didn't only work on Fortnite, but I did do a lot of work on Fortnite, especially at the very beginning.
Notamment le tout début, parce que moi, je suis partie octobre 2017, donc
I left in October 2017. While I was there, I mostly worked on the game mechanics and the gameplay of Fortnite in a general way, and the Save the World mode, where you teach the players a huge amount of mechanisms and systems. So why did it take off like it did? Obviously, I want to say because of all the UX work we did on it. We made sure that we tracked down all the problems that the game might have that would make it not so fun to play or hard to understand. We did a lot of work on that to improve it.
On a fait beaucoup de travail là-dessus pour l'améliorer. Maintenant, je pense que il n'y a pas que ça qui a fait que Fortnite a un gros succès.
That's maybe part of what made Fortnite such a big hit, but there are a lot of different things to take into account. It was relatively new.
Après, le mode Battle Royale,
there was the free Battle Royale mode.
Aussi, qui a été rendu gratuit.
I think that making it free removed some of the barriers to access.
D'un point de vue financier pour les joueurs, le fait que
and then there was also the fact that Fortnite was just lucky enough to have very famous people like Drake who streamed the game. Then there were also players from the NHL and the NFL. There were all sorts of reasons. Also, Fortnite is accessible on all platforms.
Donc c'est tout un ensemble de choses.
There are many different factors. It's not just that it's a good game and that we fine-tuned the UX. We wanted to make the game as easy to use and as fun as possible. But there's everything else too. There's the marketing and the fact that there are a lot of people who started streaming Fortnite, especially already well-known streamers. It became sort of a fashionable thing. It became trendy, so you wanted to go onto Fortnite to see what was happening. Fortnite became a sort of meeting place. Lots of people play Fortnite, less to play the game and more to just hang out with their friends. There are even gigs now. Fortnite has become a platform where people share events.
Des événements, donc il y a tout ça.
All of these are reasons why Fortnite took off.
Après, je pense qu'il y a une part de chance.
And there's always a bit of luck when you bring out something new. But yes, I expected it to be pretty successful because we worked on it so much, and I expected people to have fun playing it. But I never thought that it would take off the way it did.
Ça a explosé de la façon dont ça a explosé.
Alors Sylvain, on le voit bien dans ce que dit Célia Hodent. Le jeu vidéo peut vraiment être un point de départ de quelque chose d'autre.
Could really be a starting point for something new.
En fait, un jeu vidéo, comme je vous disais, est un monde en soi.
A video game, like I was saying earlier, is a world of its own. Let's take the example of Fortnite or another video game.
C'est un jeu vidéo, donc rien qu'un jeu vidéo. Et on voit qu'en ajoutant des fonctionnalités, on change de nature.
We add features to that change its nature, like a video game with messaging features.
Qui comporte des actions événementielles, des concerts, des bandes
you can have events in it, you can have concerts in it.
Du statut de jeu vidéo au statut d'espace social. Non, même
it's not just a video game anymore, it's a social space.
Si on pousse encore un petit peu plus loin
and if we go a little farther,
d'autres fonctionnalités,
if we add other features, for example, a shopping feature, then it goes from a video game to a social space to a whole internet, completely independent and self-sufficient internet. And if we consider that, for example, and we could have a video game that's like an internet for people aged 9 to 15, why not have an internet for a different age range or for a different gender? Why not have gendered internet or an internet for a given generation? Yeah, it's very interesting, but wouldn't we end up with worlds that are separate from each other? What about this idea of the splinternet? Well, this idea of splinternet was an internet that was cut up into different parts by country.
Donc ce mot de splinternet ne décrit pas
But this word splinternet doesn't really describe this superposed, this overlapping layer that encases the whole Earth. How would you describe this layer? Well, this layer looks like the atmosphere, or it could be conceived of as like the atmosphere. But whereas the atmosphere is composed of carbon and oxygen mostly, this sphere is all around us, it's invisible, and we need it to live. But it's not the atmosphere. What is it made of? It's not carbon and oxygen. It's made up of all of our online interactions and data. And we comprehend it through our brains only, through our imagination and our fantasies. So I think we should call this the fantasphere, this layer that surrounds the Earth, this layer of technology. Right, so we have a fantasphere around us. Can we also create new worlds around us? Well, often when we think about AI and big data, we think about the future. And there are lots of films out there to make us think about the future and associate that with technology. But some AIs are focused on the past, like the one that I was talking about earlier that helps decipher clay tablets from lost civilizations. And there's also a collective of European researchers, chemists, designers, and perfumers who are trying to reconstruct smells from the past. You imagine yourself walking through the streets of Venice in the 16th century.
Alors, vous parlez un peu de mondes superposés. Du coup,
so you're talking about these overlapping worlds, which makes me think about the conversation we had earlier with Eleni Diamanti. So what really inspired you when you came up with this idea of superposed overlapping worlds? It is related to quantum mechanics. A particle can be in several states at once. This idea of a world superimposed on another, overlapping with another, does include all the complexity of this idea. So the problem with overlapping worlds is that they can be separated from each other. That's right. We have to think about this idea of the raisin bread. As you bake a raisin bread and it rises, all the raisins move farther away from each other. I don't think we'll ever be able to bring all of these superimposed worlds, all these overlapping worlds back together into a single utopia. It seems like they're all moving farther away from each other. But what we should look at is the different bridges and the things that connect these different worlds. This is something that we are going to explore in episode 3 of our Global Trends later. So we will see you again at 3:45 for the third episode of the Global Trends 2021. Next, we're going to speak to Marcus Goddard and Tom again to talk about neural decipherment. We were talking about bringing back lost worlds, and this is something to do with that. We're going to talk about deciphering lost languages.
Welcome back. It is time now for our first innovation in this category of Worlds on Demand. And as Julia just said, it's called Neural Decipherment, and it could help us to unlock the door to civilizations we never even knew existed. Well, in the past decade, we've come increasingly accustomed to using online translation platforms. And as things stand right now, on Google Translate, you've got the option of about 108 different languages, amongst them Latin, which is perhaps the best known of all the extinct languages. Marcus, when you think back 10 years ago or so, when you started using Google Translate, what you input quite often came out as something a little bit garbled. It's much better now, isn't it?
It's much better, particularly for European languages. That's because natural language processing has come a long way, because there are more and more data sets online that enable these tools to learn the correspondences, the matches between different languages. But some languages are still left out. In most cases, you have to translate by going through a Western language. You might remember last year we gave an award to a great project called Masakane, which came from across Africa. And that was a project to bridge the gap between languages that have been left out of the internet, so that people that spoke different African languages could speak to each other without having to go through English, French, or other Western languages first. So we're not quite there in making translation available for every language at every time in history.
Yeah, I remember Masakana from last year. And there are lots of other languages that simply have disappeared with the passage of time. And until now, deciphering them has been incredibly difficult, because there was nothing to base the initial steps of decipherment on. And we don't know what languages they're related to, so where do you even begin? But help is at hand in the form of neural decipherment, which uses artificial intelligence, meaning that lost languages can be decoded even if we don't know what the origin of those languages was. Well, Regina Barzilay is a professor at the MIT School of Engineering, and Jiaming Luo is a PhD professor at CSAIL, that's the computer lab at MIT. Thank you both so much for joining us. A very warm welcome. Let me begin by asking you, Professor Barzilay, you had a major role in this, the development of this tool. Just tell us what your role was.
So let me tell you how I came up with this question in the first place. So when I was a graduate student, which was, many years ago, I read a book which about the undeciphered languages, and it was kind of fascinating to read all these big breakthrough stories of human intelligence which managed to uncover lost languages. And what surprised me even more, that there's so many languages which are undeciphered. And also the book made a claim that it's such a feat of human intelligence that machines would never be able to do it. So since that book it was book by Robertson, which I liked, I decided that I have to prove him wrong. And I started my journey to try to develop methods, automatic methods for deciphering of the languages. And I was very we first demonstrated that it's possible looking at a language called Ugaritic. It's an ancient Semitic language which is close to Hebrew. Then for a while we kind of didn't have great next ideas. And our next step was to look into multiple undeciphered languages and ask the question if we can find an algorithm that can work across multiple languages. And jointly with Jiaming, we start thinking how to create this algorithm. So I would say my main contribution was just obsession to try to demonstrate that machines can do it.
That's a great start. Jiaming, could you just tell us a bit about what your role was and how you came on board with neural deciphering?
Well, first, I'm a PhD student here, and I'm always excited about the possibility of using AI and ML in general to help us understand some more fundamental questions about humanity, about linguistics. So that's why I'm interested in this field to start with. And my main contribution would just be I try to figure out what the past research has done on this topic, and what are the challenges, and what are the new opportunities opened up by the advancement of recent AI. So yeah, that's my role.
And Jiaming, here in Paris, Marcus and I were talking about your innovation yesterday. We were talking about how the Rosetta Stone helped people to decipher hieroglyphics about 2 centuries ago. And we were wondering whether perhaps there's a comparison to be made here between neural decipherment and the Rosetta Stone. What do you think?
I have a couple of comments. First of all, yes, there's definitely potential to use this technology to, let's say, discover or rediscover the lost civilizations. So in terms of the contributions, there is great potential there. But I will emphasize that differences at Rosetta Stone is still like what we call the parallel text in the sense that they are translations of each other. So we do know, like, the sentence is translated to another sentence in another language. But in our case, I don't want to go into details just now, but we do not have the luxury, so we have to do some sort of engineering and smart design of the model.
Professor Basile, let me turn back to you. Could you just tell us a little bit more about how neural decipherment actually works?
So the key challenge in neural decipherment is that neural models like the machine translation models that you just described require large amounts of data, and they require this type of parallel data like Rosetta Stone, but like hundreds of millions of Rosetta Stones to be able to do the translation. So in this particular case, we don't have this data. So you need to design a neural model which can learn the correspondence between, the laws, how the sounds change over time, and incorporate into the probabilistic model some kind of priors that will guide the learning into the right direction. For instance, we know from linguistics that the repository of sounds across human languages doesn't significantly change, or that whenever the word develops over time, moving from one language to another, when the languages evolve, like the order of the letters is typically preserved. So the mastery here was to create an algorithm that on one hand can, in a soft way, to capture these constraints, but on the other hand, can capture automatically these patterns of change. And that's what we've done in this algorithm.
Okay, so still in the fairly early stages, Professor. Where are we taking things to from here?
I wouldn't say that it's fairly early. Actually, the algorithms that we've developed already have demonstrated that it can do the decipherment and map the alphabets and identify cognates, words which were kind of have the same proto-language, come from the same proto-language, that they are preserved. And what it enables us to do is, for instance, to provide, quantitative validation of many hypotheses that, scholars had about their languages. For instance, we know that, Iberian language is not something there is a lot of discussion, where does it come from and what is the origin? And, depending who you ask, you get very different answers. So the algorithm can actually identify and quantify exactly how it relates to different predecessors that, humanities scholars hypothesized.
So you could even say that it's helped to settle some arguments or to put an end to some controversies in the linguistic community.
Absolutely. This was the case of the Iberian language. But in this case, as we know, many times these controversies are solved by egos rather than by, hard scientific evidence. So using this type of model can actually enable you to solve it in a semi-objective way.
Jiaming, let me bring you back into the conversation because I'd like to ask for your opinion. I mean, beyond translating a hitherto unknown language, what are some of the broader implications in your opinion? I mean, could we unlock the key to civilizations we never knew anything about up until this point?
I would say this would just be part of the effort in a more like interdisciplinary research, just because when we try to say when we try to answer the question, okay, what is the ancient Egyptian civilization like? Language is one of the keys, right? You also need archaeological evidence. We cannot just say based on the language, there must be something. We can also have to rely on, dig out and see, okay, 2,000 years ago, this blah, 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 and that happens, something like that. So what I consider the linguistic study or our computational approach towards linguistic study is part of the key, but not the entire thing.
Okay, and let's just talk about your background, Professor Barzilai, because you've got a background in AI, but for healthcare. And I'm just wondering how you made the transition from healthcare to linguistics.
Well, actually, my original education and my primary role at MIT is actually professor of AI for natural language processing. So I've been doing it since '97. It's in the last 5 years I branched out to chemistry and to clinical AI. But actually, because I have backgrounds in these different fields, I want just to kind of return back to the question that you just asked, Jiaming, regarding the broader implication. So if we're looking about to life sciences, we know a lot about how life evolved, and we can really model evolution in very sophisticated way, how we as a species evolved and what was our imprint of change. If we're looking on what happened with languages, which is, our primary means for kind of conversing with each other and express, our thoughts. If you look at the science behind it in the linguistics, it's very much, case-based, anecdotal-based. It's like one study versus another study. There is no general algorithm that can tell you, how the languages are progressed. Are the rules of change in Slavic languages are exactly the same as the rules of change, let's say, in Semitic languages? We don't know. We can just look for some examples and make conclusions. So the hope is that by using machine learning and AI to properly model the evolution and the change, you can quantitatively understand all these different questions about the change and what impacts change, and maybe be, on one hand, look back and see what happened to all civilization and why their languages changed the way they did, but also predict, how English or French is going to be in 100 years from now.
That would be fascinating as a study. We're nearly out of time. I'd just like to ask Jiaming for reaction, really. How do you feel about being chosen for this award?
I'm honored. I'm surprised a little bit, even though, yeah.
Professor Barzilai, your thoughts, your final thoughts on being chosen for this award?
We are very, very super excited, and we are really glad that the research on decipherment is featured by the award, because we hope that more people in the community, both in AI and the humanities scholars, we see great opportunities to bring more techniques and kind of find answers to many mysteries which are currently hidden and buried in undeciphered languages.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us, Professor Regina Barzilai at the MIT School of Engineering, and the big thank you as well to Jiaming Luo, PhD student at the CSAIL, that's a computer lab at MIT. Thank you so much. Let's get more perspective now, and we can speak to Wallace Chigona, who's a professor of information systems at the University of Cape Town, who's going to give us a bit more context on the significance of this innovation. Let's listen in.
My name is Wallace Chigona. I'm a professor of information systems at the University of Cape Town. So I voted for the neurodeciphering innovation. I believe this innovation has the potential to contribute tremendously to the socio-human development. So deciphering is essentially taking a lost language and trying to make sense of it. So it's about bringing the lost language to life. So a lost language is different from a dead language. So a lost language means we can't read it, we can't understand the script. So we need to decipher, we need to reconstruct that information. And this is a tedious and it's a long process. So thanks to the artificial intelligence, which is helping to make this process faster and efficient. So deciphering is important in that it helps the present to be connected to the past. So the information which our forefathers might have documented and kept, and now it's lost for whatever reason, we can now retrieve that information and use it in the present. So whether it's records and trading deals and some communication, some wisdom, I keep on wondering if maybe our forefathers might have had some wisdom around the pandemic, which is lost in the language, in the scripts which they have. So deciphering would help us to tap into that wisdom. Most of the past technologies, whether artificial intelligence or otherwise, often they work from a known language. So you try to decipher another language based on an existing language which you know. This new neural deciphering is working different in that it can decipher a language without basing it on a known language. And that's a huge improvement. It allows us to explore this much more, to go to different places and decipher languages. So I find that very, very important. So based on this, the innovation on the technology and the impact it has in humanity, I think this technology has got a huge impact on humanity. Thank you.
So a very big thank you there to Professor Wallace Chigona. What an amazing use of artificial intelligence all of this is. Now, up next, we're going to be hearing about our next innovation. It's called Give Directly Togo. Welcome back. Our next innovation takes us to the West African nation of Togo to find out about a partnership between the NGO Give Directly and the government of Togo. Give Directly Togo aims to alleviate poverty through direct aid and by using an algorithm that was developed at Berkeley University, which helps identify precisely who is most in need. Well, 90% of Togo's 8 million people has a mobile phone, and an algorithm using data from the country's telecom operators enables the model to find out who needs aid, and it could be used right across Africa in any number of countries. Marcus, let me ask you, I was a bit surprised when I found out that phone data could be used to identify people in need. Were you?
Well, not really, because a few years ago we saw the emergence of models that use phone consumption data or even social media connections to assess people's creditworthiness in developing countries where there are emerging middle classes with access to loans, for example, but they don't have any financial history. So banks were using that sort of data to judge whether these people were likely to pay back their loans. But this is very refreshing because those projects were for commercial use. So it's very positive to see that this smart approach to data used to help fight poverty and help people in need.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. Let's find out more now from Alex Nawar, who is the Humanitarian Director of Give Directly. That's a charity that lets you send money directly to those who need it. We're also going to be joined by Morley Kudeka, who's Director of Technology in the government of Togo. Let me begin with you, Alex. How does this initiative work, and how does an algorithm on a mobile phone translate into direct aid for people in need in Togo? Ok, we don't seem to be able to reach Alex. Let me turn to you, Morley. Et là, je vais poser les questions en français
And I'll speak in French because the Togo government was really engaged in this initiative. With this initiative, you really committed for Give Directly in Togo. So how does this partnership work? Thank you very much. Before anything else outside, I would like, on behalf of the President and the government of Togo, and also on behalf of the Minister of Technology and Digital Technologies, to thank you for allowing us to participate in this session, especially because also the French Agency for Development and the World Bank also participated in this project, so I would like to thank them. Togo really tried to address the emergency situation because of COVID-19, and we needed to find very quickly a solution in order to provide a financial help to the most vulnerable people. That's why I had the honor to lead the project allowing to deploy toucher technology. We used SMS, text messages, and mobile bank transfers in order to deploy this technology. It was a great success. And this program allowed the Togo government to help its people. It was easy to target where we should help people thanks to this technology, but we then needed to find a way to identify who to help. That's why we decided to put in place this partnership with Berkeley University in order to help us have access to satellite images in order to identify the poorest areas of our country where the most vulnerable people are living. So we analyzed satellite image, but also telecommunication data in order to identify who the most vulnerable people were. This way, we could transfer money to the most vulnerable people, and we could use this technology for the fight against COVID-19 as well. Once everything was put in place, we could start the second phase of that project, the Movici. I would also like to ask you if you had feedback for this initiative. Yes, just to... when we started this project, we didn't know that it would be so successful, and the platform became completely saturated. The field surveys led by the National Agency for Statistics also confirmed that the financial help was for great help for the local population. This collaboration and those partnerships were really useful. Okay, thank you very much. So please stay with us, because now we will hear the opinion of a professor.
On this particular initiative. Leonardo Bonanni is a professor of data visualization at MIT Media Lab and Columbia University, and also is a former NetExplo winner for his innovation SourceMap, which maps supply chains. Let's listen to what he had to say about this award.
Hi, I'm here to speak on behalf of my favorite project, Give Directly Togo. I look at innovation in terms of impact, in terms of innovation, and in terms of market size. In terms of impact, this project could not be any bigger. There's at least 1.7 billion people who are still unbanked, many initiatives have tried to redress extreme poverty through various programs, and consensus is that giving the people who need it the most money directly is the only program that works. And that's exactly what Give Directly Togo is doing. In terms of technological innovation, there are still almost 4 billion people who don't use the internet on a regular basis. However, almost everybody has access to a cell phone. By using the metadata from cell phones to assess the need, to distribute the funds, and then ultimately to measure the efficacy of that distribution, Give Directly Togo is doing something very innovative that's going to bring bankable data to those people who are not yet banked. And then finally, the market size. There could be no bigger opportunity for growth than to bring 1.7 billion people into banking services, give them access to credit, give them access to finance, give them access to the tools that will allow them to grow their businesses and care for their families. And so those are the reasons why I selected Give Directly Togo.
Okay, so that was an interesting perspective there on that initiative from a former NetExplo winner, Marcus, no less. A very familiar face.
Yes, it was great to see Leonardo again. Leonardo was an award winner for SourceMap back in 2010, if I remember correctly. A pioneering project in using big data to, among other things, map out the environmental impact of complex supply chains. So I'm not surprised that he was very keen on this use of data to relieve poverty. And the idea is revolutionary in some ways, but it's not that much of a surprise that this new model for using the mobile banking system to help people comes from Africa. From 15 years ago, back in Kenya, M-Pesa was invented. It wasn't invented in London or New York or other financial centers. It was invented in Kenya, and it enabled thousands of people without a bank account to receive and send money. And that's just one of the many examples that we've seen over the years how developing countries can leapfrog solutions and often come up with innovations that we copy and adapt to developing countries and often think we've invented them, but in fact they've been having mobile cash transfers in Kenya and other countries in Africa for over 15 years ago. So it's no surprise that something like Give Directly has been taking data, I think it also used satellite images to find out who is most in need, and that there's a structure already in place just via a basic cell phone to send money to the people who need it most.
Yeah, and when I was doing my research on Give Directly, really interesting to see that the money really does go from the donor directly to the person that needs it.
Absolutely. I mean, that is it's quite radical, but their idea is let's get rid of poverty by giving money to poor people. It reminds me of an initiative in Helsinki, which has done a very good job with homelessness by saying let's give homes to people who are homeless. So sometimes the solution is so obvious and so simple, and technology that's all around us can be used to implement that. So we're very happy to see to recognise this very smart use of data in such a difficult context.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Marcus. And remember, if you'd like to vote for Give Directly, you can do so on the app. Just open the chat window and you can vote there. You can also vote on social media. Up next is a tool for helping to put a stop to patriarchal violence. It is called Smashboard. That's up right next after this. Now, our next award-winning innovation is an alternative social network. It's a feminist community which provides women with essential information and support to put an end to patriarchal violence. It's a non-profit organization based in India and France. And the idea is that a digital platform connects people and experts, offering resources for victims and survivors of abuse. So I'm here in the studio with the innovator and the founder, Nupur Tiwari. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, Ken.
Tell us a bit more about the target audience of Smashboard. Who's it for?
I would say that Smashboard is for anybody who believes that patriarchy is not good for any of us. So I'd say it's really for people who are doing the daily work, the daily labor of smashing patriarchy. And it would be for people of all genders, feminists, their allies, survivors of sexual violence, sexual harassment, people and groups that are actually doing the work on the ground, who need to communicate with each other, everybody really who believes that the way forward really is to build a world that is patriarchal, to build economic systems that are not extractive, to build tech and digital spaces that respect our privacy and that give room to causes of social justice. So it's really creating a kind of ethical and concrete community building within the digital space, because as the pandemic has taught us, and not only, we have now known for years that the digital is not really something that exists outside of our lived experience. It's very much part of our lives. And I think it's high time that we don't exclude certain people from this space. Because believe me, when we started working on Smashboard, it was a real challenge, and it still remains to be, to find people who are wealthy, who have the resources to back us, technicians and technologists who believe in feminist causes. A lot of people still tend to think that feminism is against men, or it is something that wants to put women on top. No, it's not. It's really, and I have to say this, even if it's very obvious to a lot of feminists, that we are not against people of any particular gender. The idea is to really create a world that is good for everyone. Patriarchy, I feel personally, does good to nobody. It puts unbelievable expectations on men as well, and it pushes them to recreate cycles of violence. So what we are doing at this on this platform is that we're creating a kind of digital ally, because tech is now used for everything. I need to call a cab, I have tech for that. I want to even take my pet to a salon, I have a tech for that. That gets millions of dollars of investment. So why can't we have tech that can help people who are fighting patriarchy? Our promise is not that we are going to end patriarchy, but we definitely do promise that this is going to be a digital ally for people who are doing that work every single day, in offices, on the streets, in the bedroom, in homes, in classrooms, everywhere.
When I introduced you, I tried to do justice to Smashboard by describing some of the features that it offers. I probably didn't. So could you just tell us a little bit more about what Smashboard offers its users?
To put it very simply, Smashboard is an alternative social network, which basically means that, why alternative? Because we want to show to the world that it is possible to create social media. Social media is now being used by more than 3 billion people in the world, right? It's something that we live with every day, except that the models that we have created for social media are intrusive. They push people into a kind of voyeuristic scrolling. We want to create this space that is more of a community. So we have certain special features that are blockchain oriented, that are there for survivors of sexual violence, harassment, or abuse. So it basically creates a community. It's not that you're just talking about these things or canceling somebody, because we also believe that people who are offenders, people who are perpetrators of sexual violence are human beings, and they don't need to be cancelled or excluded from just put in jail or anything like that, because we are also anti-carceral in our activism. So what Smashboard will do is that it will create a hub for feminist organizations, for individuals, people who are extending support, or people who are looking for it, for all of them to find one space where they can come together without the clutter, without the harassment that happens on legacy social media. So this is a space where very calmly you can assume that you are here and there will be people who you'll find who'll help you. So we are both hyper local and global at the same time. So we have these special features, where there is P2P communication happening, where you can form groups, where you don't need to necessarily reveal your identity if you're a survivor, for instance, or if you're a lawyer who is trauma informed, you can find survivors and survivors can find you. There's also a community that answers your questions, and you can answer those questions. So really getting together to fight together, to share notes, to share resources. That's what we are trying to do. That's not a very short description, but I would say that think of it as social media with special tools for survivors.
We were very interested to hear about the use of blockchain to help survivors of abuse. Is the decentralized ethos that often comes with blockchain, is that something that resonates with your cause?
Absolutely. We felt that blockchain is something that is always being portrayed as something that can be very disruptive and so on and so forth, and which can be decentralizing. So both in its spirit and in its technology, we thought that it's something that women and people of non-normative genders should also start using. It shouldn't be something that should only be reserved for tech bros and for capitalist sort of missions, but it is something that women can also use and survivors can also use. So for example, I'll give you one example. We are of course using blockchain for the purposes of verification. We also have everything in place to actually have a cryptocurrency to smash patriarchy, but that won't be immediately because the crypto world is still not very open to ideas of feminism and not very open to accepting that we live in a world that is that has this violence. But what we will do with blockchain, for example, is that we have a section called a journal. So what that will allow us to do is that it will allow us to actually have time-stamped evidence collected. And this will be something which will be absolutely private to the person who holds it. So, and it will have a timestamp. For example, when there is a very powerful perpetrator who's running elections, let's say there's a rapist who's running elections, and a woman comes up at that time because she's triggered, and she's probably supported also by his opponents. And then she's told, you're making up this story, So we want to say, no, there is evidence that this person has actually recorded these events, these doubts already that are time-stamped, and that cannot be tampered with. You can remove something from there, but you cannot edit it. So things like that, this is what blockchain can also be used for. And it can be hugely helpful for women who find it very difficult to have first faced violence, live with trauma, lose their livelihoods, and then they are not believed by people. So this is what we want to also encourage.
Just tell us a bit more about how you're growing and increasing your outreach. And I'm assuming, and you mentioned the pandemic at the beginning, and we've heard lots of news information, read lots of articles about how the pandemic has made matters much worse for victims of abuse, domestic violence, and so on. Has that has that resulted in a large growth in demand for the services provided by Smashboard?
I have to say that the whole period of the pandemic has been very frustrating for us at Smashboard, because we've had so many people write to us saying, when is your app going to go out there? And we are like, we are 90% ready. We just need just a little bit more funding, just a little bit more help with the tech work to just put it out there for everyone and scale it up. Because what happens is that it's actually really very easy to put things together and help survivors find that support. And there was so much violence that happened during this period. And one single survivor of, let's say, domestic violence needs so much support that one person and why do people listen more to perpetrators than to these people who need help? And that's where Smashboard comes in. It's because you need a lot of resources. And it's just easier to believe the perpetrator and do nothing than to believe the survivor and have to do so many things. And that's something that as individuals we can't always take a responsibility for, and Smashboard can do that, bring many people together to solve those different problems. So yes, during the pandemic we did have people reached out to us, and fortunately the resources that we had started collecting, we could individually send it out to them. But when Smashboard will be fully functional and scaled up, then people anywhere will be able to reach out for that kind of help. And then obviously it's not only just for victims or survivors, it's also for people doing joyous things. If I go to Barcelona and there is a feminist library that I want to find, I can find that on the resource map. If there is some event that's happening, a concert that's happening, where which is open to, let's say, LGBTQ people, I can find that on Smashboard as well. So it's really about people it's not only for survivors, but it's in the spirit, of that all of us are fighting for something. Let's give support and let's reach out for support. Create this hub where people can come together and find different things for each other.
I want to ask you a little bit about your own personal journey, because you had a career as a TV journalist and you have now launched Smashboard, and I'm just wondering what led you from one to the other.
Okay, that's a difficult question for me, for the simple reason that I used to be a very, very active journalist, traveling everywhere, doing a lot of stuff, learning a lot, sharing a lot of stories, and then I faced a traumatic event in my own life, which kind of like brought everything to a halt, and I felt very, very isolated. And I said that as a journalist and as somebody in India who actually has even caste privilege, which is a bit like white privilege in the Western world, I still felt isolated, with all the stigma that's attached, with all the mental health trouble that comes with you not being functional anymore as you used to be before. It kind of took away 3 years of my life, and I felt that if there was something like Smashboard that existed, where my exhaustion and trauma could be reduced by just looking at my phone and finding people who could just speak to me, who could just give me their advice, lawyers who wouldn't re-traumatize me by telling me, you'll get nothing, so don't do anything about this. That's something that drove me to do something that would help people like me who would find themselves isolated. It's very difficult for people who do not face that violence, because one day you'll face that violence, maybe. 1 in 3 women are anyway facing that kind of violence. But until you become that one woman, you don't realize that, that crossing that line between being a woman, doing a lot of things, achieving a lot of stuff, to becoming a survivor and suddenly losing a lot of things that you take for granted. That isolation should not happen to people. And there are millions and millions of women and people of non-normative genders who are facing that today. And we can change that easily, because the world can become more empathetic. And digital and tech spaces have that power, to bring people together. It's not so complicated. In the end, just thinking about it and putting it on paper, we realized that it was so much easier to do it. We went to the techies and we said, is this even possible in the real world and with technology? So of course it is. It's just a matter of shifting the way we think and making that difference. So that's why I put a lot of my own time into this project.
We really appreciate you sharing those personal perspectives with us as well. Thank you so much. Stay with us. We're going to get some other perspective now from Amita Singh, who's a professor of e-governance at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi. Let's listen to what they had to say about this project.
Greetings from India to NetExplo University Network. We evaluated the Smashboard app and found a number of good things. I would just put in the 3 important points that I came across. It has a great social value because it can resolve in time a large number of problems that women face. They keep it to their heart. They won't open for fear of ostracization, isolation, or public humiliation. And then finally, after years, it erupts into a kind of a Me Too movement. So the first and the most important thing that I saw in the Smashboard app, that it's an app, it's a one-stop shop for all that a victim of violence would need. It contains posts, articles, podcasts, which provide answers to many problems which a woman may face during harassment, abuse, violence, and can easily have access to legal counselors or even lawyers in complete privacy. And the last of all, it uses a technology which is very decentralized on one side. Everyone can use it, can access it. Easy access is something that I noticed in it. But on the other side, it's highly confidential with no data harvesting, no location tracking, which is absolutely highly needed when you put yourself in a situation where you want in complete privacy to share a problem. And for the kind of users for this app, I think this is a great app, and congratulations to the Smashboard winners. All the best to you.
Okay, so a very big thank you to Professor Amita Singh. Thank you to her, and thank you very much indeed to you as well for coming and sharing your story with us, Nupur Tiwari, the founder of Smashboard. Thank you so much. Now, Marcus, up next, we're going to be talking about responsible investing. It's called Rift. Welcome back. Now, we hear a lot about responsible spending and sustainable consumption. But what about responsible investing? And how do we make sure that our savings accounts and the other financial products we use are responsible? Well, that's what our next innovation is all about. It's called Rift. It's an app which enables consumers to reduce their environmental impact and by investing in a sustainable way, and by informing users about how banks use their money. Marcus, now Rift seems to be in line with Doconomy, which again I can remember from last year. It was in the 2020 vintage of award winners, wasn't it?
Absolutely. Doconomy, you're quite right, Tom, is a bank card that comes from Sweden. Several major companies are behind it. It's very much something that's up and running. And the particularity about Doconomy is that with your monthly statement, you get it measures your carbon footprint, the carbon footprint of your spending. And if you go for the most eco-conscious version of the card, once you get to the end of the month, if you get to the 20th and you've used so many grams of carbon in your shopping or whatever, then it blocks your payment facilities until you invest in, for example, a reforestation program. So that's fantastic. What we saw last year, Doconomy from Sweden for spending. But we realized doing some research on these initiatives over the past year or so that in fact people's investments, people's savings has to go somewhere. And very often, certainly if you're medium income or higher, the impact of your savings, the impact of your investments can actually be greater than the impacts of your daily habits, your daily spending and so on. So we were very interested to see one of the first initiatives to enable people to gain a little bit of control over the impact of their savings, including on basic savings books and not even necessarily stock portfolios. So that was why we took an interest in Rift.
Yeah, because of course Rift enables investors to see which financial products impact the issues that matter to them the most, whether it be climate change or human rights. So it does have a lot of parallels, doesn't it, with that initiative we talked about last year?
Absolutely, and to some extent it goes a little bit further because people can tailor the criteria that by which Rift analyzes their savings and their investments to what most matters to them. It might be climate change from people, it might be human rights. If you put your money in a savings account in France, they actually have what's called a sustainable development savings account, but in fact it's not particularly sustainable, and only a small percent goes into so-called green investments. And most people have one of these, but most people do not, and they all bring the same amount of interest. What people do not realize is that some banks have a greener policy than others, and it costs you nothing to take your money out of one bank and to put it in another. So that puts a lot of pressure on banks, like on big companies, because the consumers can just talk with their wallets, talk with their money, and move their money to another bank if they don't agree with that bank's sustainable investment policy, for example.
All right, so some big implications there for really shaking up investors' habits and perhaps the whole financial sector as a whole.
Well, really, absolutely, because it's a market-driven sector, and if the market is the saver, the consumer, the investor, and they decide to put their money somewhere else, especially if the in return is the same, then the knock-on effect, once I think an app like this gains traction, can have a big influence and maybe force big companies to be more responsible with their investing and maybe more transparent with how they report that.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. Let's bring into the conversation now Eva Sadoun, who is the co-founder and the CEO at Rift. Can I ask for your opinion? What do you consider responsible investing to be?
Thank you to repeat the question because I just had a hard time to connect, so I didn't hear fully your conversation. But
not at all. Love to hear what you interpret responsible investing as being or meaning.
Yeah, for me, responsible investing is an investment that has an impact. And this is quite important because when you analyze the framework of responsible investments, you can see there are different categories. You have SRI that exclude some value, but in the end doesn't have any impact on the economy, because when you stop investing, there will be a classical investor that will keep on investing. The investment that have impact today are the investment that are directed, invested into the impact, meaning like, for instance, a green bond that is directly correlated to an activity or a project inside a company that has positive environmental impact, or investments that engage the investor on the shareholders, meaning, for instance, you have a lot of activist funds in a good way that during the General Assembly are voting for instance, a fossil fuel company to align their strategy with a 1.5 scenario. In this category, in this specific category, the investor has really an impact on the company. So this is quite important to differentiate these different types of investing, and the one that has more impact for us is the investment that are directly correlated to the real economy. Meaning when you invest, you're really creating new value for the economy. For instance, you're investing directly into a company or a project that create jobs, etc. Could be a classical economy. It could really be like a commercial economy, or it could be economy that work in the renewable energy or social housings, etc.
So do you see, therefore, Rift as perhaps being a catalyst for a massive shake-up in the financial sector as a whole, and a shake-up in investors' and savers' habits? Eva?
Yeah, I see that, because Rift just only has 3 months. And during those 3 months, we have been contacted by 11 big banks in Europe, asking ourselves how we are doing our analysis, because their own customers use more Rift than the methodology made by the banks. So I see that Rift, the first thing that Rift created is the awareness that your money has an impact. For people, it was not really necessarily, they were not aware that their money had an impact for them. When they put money on a saving account, it stays inside the bank. They don't have really the idea that it has been invested, etc. So as Rift create awareness, now the customers of the bank contact directly their bank in order to get more information about their saving products, in order to reallocate also the money that they put it inside the banks. So this is the first effect that Rift have. And the second one is that Rift can really help people to redirect their saving based on their own value. We don't have any morality. I mean, if someone thinks that nuclear energy is the future, they will choose to invest in the nuclear energy. If someone thinks that not at all, they need really to invest only in renewable, they will do so. We really want to make people really understand, based on their own value first, how they could reallocate their savings. And we also have an indicator that is quite important on the platform, is the biodiversity one, because people tend to only have a perspective on the environmental impact based on the climate impact and not on biodiversity. So this indicator were quite interesting for people too. And the third one that were really, really interesting is the physical risk, meaning the economical impact that you have, that your portfolio will suffer off if we don't take into consideration climate impact. meaning that if you don't take into consideration the scenario you are pursuing with your savings, it will have a financial impact on your portfolio. And this indicator was really something that create awareness mainly towards asset managers.
Have you been surprised in any way by how people have used the app, or which criteria they've chosen, or how which tools they've used?
We realized that something that was really important for people is really the activity sector that they were in. So, I mean, for people, there's some industry that doesn't have to exist anymore. And this is something that a lot of people ask us to really give them more information on the really industry they are financing. Because for many people, some industry couldn't transform, and we need to really recreate new industries, new companies with new dogma, meaning based on the productivity, etc. If you want really to transform the economy. And we have also a lot of people asking us some societal criteria that we are working on. We will put on the Rift soon a parity indicator, also based on the equality, gender equality, and also diversity. And second indicator on employment, because this is really something really important for people, because what people see today is that the growth of the financial product are really increasing. The return on investment is also increasing, but they know that in terms of employment, the GDP is not correlated to the level and the growth of employment. So they are really interested into how finance can really recreate jobs. So this is a really complicated criteria to work on, but we are today analyzing the CAC 40, so our own the company that you find mainly on French product, in order to see the correlation between the investments that asset managers made into those companies and the growth of employment. So we are really performing more the app. It's really the beta version that we have today. It's been 3 years that we are working on this database, because I don't know if you know in your own country, Yuka, it's quite a revolution in France, the app that can scan your consuming product in order to analyze the impact it has on health. They use a database called Open Food Fact in order to do so. Us in finance, there's no database existing integrating all saving product and all investment product. So this is why it was a really huge job. And now that we launched the first beta version, we will go into a more open source also API in order to have people integrating the data that they collect through their banks into the app in order to ameliorate the database we have on Rift.
We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much indeed, Eva Sadoun, the co-founder and the CEO of Rift. Really appreciate your efforts and your contribution there. Now let us hear from Hale Kobayashi, who's a professor of visual arts at the University of Technology in Sydney. That's the UTS. Here's what he had to tell us.
Hello, I'm Hale Kobayashi, a member of the UNAB network. Congratulations to Team Rift. Rift is a mobile application that enables its users to gain deeper insight on the investment decisions being made by the financial institutions that they choose to partner with, and how those decisions may be contributing to the reduction of global greenhouse gases. The Rift app is often described as innovative and ambitious, which it certainly is, and they have a goal to engage as many people as they can worldwide to help make these critical decisions that will contribute to progress in sustainable development. The app also offers a questionnaire to help users determine their moral priorities, be that climate change, human rights, or integration through employment. On behalf of UNAB and the NetExplo network, congratulations to Team Rift for your excellent digital solution that enables users to make more informed decisions about sustainable development and contribute to our sustainable future.
And that was Hale Kobayashi sharing his thoughts with us on Rift, Marcus.
Yeah, Rift, very impressive. And I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the students at EX in Brussels, Damien Van Acter's class, who spotted this excellent project for us. And we hope this is going to be good for the planet.
Thank you very much indeed, Marcus. Thanks for talking us through those award-winning innovations. Up next, we thought we might just take you to Mars.
We are starting the straighten up and fly right maneuver, where the spacecraft will jettison the entry balance masses in preparation for parachute deploy and to roll over to give the radar a better look at the ground.
Applicate indicate chute deploy.
The navigation has confirmed that the parachute has deployed, and we are seeing significant deceleration in the velocity. Our current velocity is 440 meters per second at an altitude of about 12 kilometers from the surface of Mars.
Heat shield set.
Perseverance is now slowed to subsonic speeds, and the heat shield has been separated. This allows both the radar and the cameras to get their first look at the surface. Current velocity is 145 meters per second at an altitude of about 9.5 kilometers above the surface.
Nav filter converge. Velocity solution 3.3 meters per second. Altitude 7.4 kilometers.
Now has radar lock on the ground. Current velocity is about 100 meters per second, 6.6 kilometers above the surface of Mars. Perseverance is continuing to descend on the parachute. We are coming up on the initialization of terrain relative navigation and subsequently the priming of the landing engines. Our current velocity is about 90 meters per second at an altitude of 4.2 kilometers.
LVS valid.
We have confirmation that the lander vision system has produced a valid solution and part of terrain relative navigation.
Priming. TBA is nominal.
We have priming of the landing engines.
Back shell set.
Current velocity is 83 meters per second at about 2.6 kilometers from the surface of Mars. We have confirmation that the back shell has separated. We are currently performing the divert maneuver. Current velocity is about 75 meters per second at an altitude of about 1 kilometer off the surface of Mars.
TRN safety Bravo.
We have completed our terrain relative navigation. Current speed is about 30 meters per second, altitude of about 300 meters off the surface of Mars. We have started our constant velocity accordion, which means we are conducting the sky crane, about to conduct the sky crane maneuver. Sky crane maneuver has started, about 20 meters off the surface.
We're getting signals from MRO. Tango Delta.
Touchdown confirmed. Perseverance safely on the surface of Mars, ready to begin seeking the signs of past life.
Voilà l'excitation de la NASA après l'atterrissage.
You can see how excited everyone at NASA was after the landing of the rover Perseverance.
Pour y revenir, je vous rassure,
so we brought you to Mars, but we've come back now.
Même si en ce moment l'idée de déménager sur une autre planète doit effleurer l'esprit de nombreux d'entre vous,
the idea of moving to another planet
on s'apprête à faire cette échappée spatiale avec vous.
Very exciting to many of you, even if it's a little bit far away. We have here with us Barbara Belvisi, who is the founder of a project called Interstellar Lab. What is this? At Interstellar, we want to create self-sufficient systems that would allow people to live on the surface of Mars or somewhere else.
Alors vous êtes
in the
donc
universe.
incubé par la NASA aujourd'hui.
So
Est-ce que vous pouvez nous
you
expliquer
are
peut-être un
in
petit peu
NASA's
plus votre
incubator
parcours et
today.
comment
Can you tell me
une
more
jeune femme
about
comme vous qui
the
n'a pas
path
de
you've
diplôme dans ce
taken?
domaine et qui n'est pas ingénieur a pu
How does a
approcher la
person like
NASA
you, who doesn't have a diploma in this
séduire
field
comme
and
ça
who
avec
isn't
un
an engineer,
projet
end up in
qui
this
pouvait à l'époque
field?
paraître fou?
Bah, un peu fou, oui, parce que forcément,
It is a
quand
little
on
bit
n'a pas du
crazy.
tout la
It's
formation,
true.
on dit qu'on veut travailler sur
When you
des,
don't
sur
have
des
this
systèmes
training and you say that
dédiés
you
à la
want
vie
to
sur
work
une autre
on
planète et puis en faire
these
des applications
systems
terrestres, on
for
regarde un
life
peu
on
avec des
another
grands yeux.
planet,
Mais
people
à
tend
force de
to
beaucoup de travail et puis
widen
surtout
their
la
eyes at you.
constitution d'une équipe, le soutien de beaucoup d'ingénieurs, des
But
anciens de
of course,
SpaceX,
I have
des anciens de
support
la
from
NASA,
a lot of
avec lesquels
different
on a pu développer tout
engineers,
ce système-là. On a réussi à convaincre
and we
la
have
NASA de nous
managed to
soutenir.
convince
Puis ce sont
NASA
des
to
gens qui
support
sont
our
aussi très
project.
passionnés de justement tout
We
ce
have
qui est
working with
d'appliquer
us
ces
a lot of
technologies
people who are
dédiées à la
very
vie sur la
passionate
Lune ou
about this
sur Mars
idea of going to
et de
live on the
montrer
moon
quels sont
or
les
on
challenges
Mars.
aujourd'hui sur Terre. Et donc je
And,
pense que c'est cet aspect-là du projet aussi qui les a beaucoup soutenus.
and I think this aspect of the
Alors, on va parler
project
du
has been
concept en
very
tant que tel, les
interesting.
biomes, comment ça fonctionne, quel genre de problème est-ce que vous
So what
essayez
kind
de
of
résoudre avec
biomes
ces biomes et peut-être qui
do
sont
you
vos clients en ce moment?
anticipate
Qui
encountering, and
achète
what
des
kind of
billets comme
problems
ça?
do you try to solve?
Alors en fait, donc on est vraiment parti du concept de se dire quand on vit sur
Well,
une autre planète,
we think
on est
about
séparé de la Terre, de quoi
when we
est-ce qu'on a
go to live on
besoin? On a
another
besoin
planet,
d'air, on a
we'll be
besoin d'eau, on a besoin de
separated from the
nourriture,
Earth, so what
et
will we
d'avoir
need?
tout ça
Air,
accessible
water,
dans un
food.
système qui
All
est
of that
totalement
needs to be
fermé,
accessible
hermétique,
within a closed,
isolé
hermetically
et
closed
protégé.
system that is isolated and
Et donc du coup,
protected.
on a créé ces différents modules, donc ces
We
différents
created these
biomes.
different
Aujourd'hui,
modules.
celui qui est dédié à la production de nourriture, on l'appelle le biopod.
There's one
Et
called the
ces
biopad
biomes
that's
se pleuvent
dedicated
entre eux
to
pour former des modules, un village,
Ouais.
etc.
these
Donc
modules can
aujourd'hui, on travaille
be
surtout
used
sur
in
le premier
combination
module
to
qui est le
form a
biopod
village, for
pour la
example.
production de nourriture, de
The
plantes,
biopod is for
qui,
producing food
avec une
and
évolution, avec un
plants.
système, avec un matériau différent, sera dédié à la Lune et à la construction de la base lunaire dans
A
laquelle le
different
programme
sort of
Artemis
system
au Canada
adapted
est
to
déjà.
the climate of the
Et
moon would
dans
be
ces
put
applications
on the
terrestres
moon.
aujourd'hui, eh bien en fait on travaille avec toutes les industries, tous
We
les acteurs
are
de
working
l'industrie agroalimentaire,
on
les acteurs de la
we
parfumerie,
are
de la
working
cosmétique,
on this type of
les
system
acteurs
with actors in the
du
food
real estate
industry,
et,
the food and
et
agricultural
de l'hôtellerie
industry,
aussi, qui
and
vont
even the
façon
hotel
intégrée
industry.
soit aux besoins de production de nourriture,
Because we're thinking
soit de
about
recréer des
how we
environnements
would need to
écologiques
produce
et systèmes
food or
fermés
recreate
dans lesquels on va faire
closed
pousser des plantes rares ou en voie de
ecosystems
disparition.
that we could work within.
Donc c'est génial de se dire qu'en fait en réfléchissant à un
interesting
système
idea.
pour vivre sur la Lune ou sur Mars, en fait on apporte des solutions aujourd'hui sur Terre qui
don't have
viennent résoudre parmi les
solutions
plus gros problèmes auxquels on
on
fait face.
Earth
Je sais
for
qu'on a
some of
besoin de
these
solutions
problems
ici
that
sur
we might
Terre.
encounter on
Vous
another
êtes
planet.
habitués aux questions de contamination
So
spatiale.
you might
Certains de nos téléspectateurs ne savent pas que ce sont
talk about issues of
des questions
planetary
essentielles
contamination.
d'éviter justement
Some of our
de
viewers
contaminer
might not know that this is an essential question to take into account when we talk about going to other places in our solar system.
Aliens. C'est
This
ce que l'on
can
appelle le
be
forward et le backward
issue, what's called
contamination.
forward and
On en a
backward
parlé avec
contamination
Edwin Sisley, elle est Planetary
when
Protection
life
Officer. Alors, c'est
from
pas
one
une
planet
blague,
is
c'est
brought
vraiment
to another
un
accidentally,
travail
like
à la
bacteria,
NASA de
for
s'assurer
example.
de la sécurité planétaire. On l'écoute.
We're going to talk to Eileen Sisley, who's the Deputy Planetary
Eileen
Protection
Sisley,
Officer
thank
at
you very
NASA.
much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
So your job title seems to be straight out of the movie Men in Black. I'm sure you hear that a lot, but could you tell us more about the role of NASA's Office of Planetary Protection?
I do hear that a lot, but it keeps the job fun and interesting. There are two main parts to planetary protection. The first is making sure we limit biological contamination of other worlds that are explored with our spacecraft, and this is called forward planetary protection. And this enables scientific discovery now and in the future. The second part is preventing any harm to humans or the Earth's biosphere from any material brought back from the solar system exploration. And this is called backward planetary protection. So it protects Earth from any potential biological risk. Some materials are completely fine and can come back to Earth unrestricted because they have no biological risk, such as Earth's moon. But other samples are treated with caution and have restrictions to ensure that they are safely contained. And so the future samples coming back from Mars will be treated this way. So our role in the Office of Planetary Protection at NASA is to evaluate the missions that are going into the solar system to explore and make sure that they are following planetary protection protocols.
Now, speaking of planetary protection protocols, how do you decontaminate spacecrafts before they re-enter the atmosphere and vice versa? How do you make sure that nothing leaving Earth will be harmful for other planetary bodies?
Sure. So let's talk about the outbound trip first. Some planetary bodies are not as sensitive to biological contamination as others. So for places with higher sensitivity, like Mars, for example, NASA requires that the spacecraft carries only a limited amount of biological material when they leave Earth, and the spacecraft has to meet strict cleanliness requirements. So the spacecraft is assembled in a clean room environment, it undergoes extensive cleaning, and we constantly sample and monitor the spacecraft with swabs and wipes for biological cleanliness while it's being built and tested. So when it leaves Earth, we know and we have the data that shows that the spacecraft is incredibly clean. So for the return trip, spacecraft returning to Earth experience very high levels of radiation and high heating in the atmosphere when they're returning to Earth. But for spacecraft bringing samples back from places like Mars, they have to be designed special to ensure the samples are contained in several layers of protection and they return to Earth safely.
Now, recently, scientists discovered new types of bacteria on board the International Space Station. What happened there?
So the International Space Station is a space laboratory, and it's maintained very, very clean by the astronauts. And microbial growth in the space station has been monitored for the past 6 years now to understand more about the station environment. So the astronauts take swab and wipe samples of surfaces in the station, and they send them back to Earth for study by NASA scientists at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California. Now, these scientists found 4 new strains of a type of bacteria that turns out to be very helpful to plants, and most likely it came along with astronauts or payloads from one of the many trips to the ISS. So this illustrates how reducing biological contamination by keeping surfaces clean leads to new scientific discoveries, which is the foundation of planetary protection.
Now, can the Office of Planetary Protection play a role in helping understand or even mitigate the COVID-19 outbreak?
Yeah, the COVID-19 outbreak has certainly been a challenge that all of us as humans have felt, but it has been an opportunity to learn. The pandemic has shown how important it is to have data and scientific information in order for everyone to be able to make really informed decisions. For example, the rover that just landed on Mars in February, it was named Perseverance before the world changed with COVID-19, and this turned out to be a very fitting name. And I think through the challenge of the pandemic, we have all found a little perseverance in ourselves.
That's definitely true. But what does NASA do when they find a new bacteria? How do they handle alien bacteria, and how do they evaluate the risks of greater terrestrial contamination?
Sure. So, for example, we just talked about the International Space Station. So in that case, it was found that that was terrestrial bacteria from the Earth and not alien. But for new material samples that are going to be brought back from places like Mars, they're going to be treated with the highest biological security until they are verified to be safe through scientific studies and tests. And this is why planetary protection and keeping spacecraft and all of the surfaces that touch these samples clean is so important. It helps the scientists that are doing these studies understand and limit terrestrial contamination so they can separate out what they know came from Earth from any potential biological signal that came from something that could have come from Mars.
Now, why is it so important to ensure sustainable exploration of space? Is it because we will indeed one day need a planet B?
So it's all about meeting the tenets of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which is ensuring that when we do exploration into outer space, we're able to make those scientific discoveries, but we're also able to preserve future scientific discoveries as well. So we don't want to, crowd the instruments and the environment with too much terrestrial contamination to where they cannot find any signs of life or past life, where those signals could be very, very faint. And that's why all of these spacecraft have to be incredibly clean.
Now, in the wake of the renewed space race, but also with the fact that there are many private companies that are also contributing to putting more and more technologies into orbit, do you ever feel that things could actually get out of hand and that you could no longer be able to protect Earth from contamination?
Well, all of our industry partners, they are partners with us. NASA utilizes many stakeholders and has many partnerships to enable our missions. And so because of that, we work hand in hand in a very collaborative nature with all of our spacecraft providers. For example, the new providers that are helping us return to exploration on the moon in preparation for, in the future, going to Mars. So all of these explorations and all of these studies and tests of using the moon as a test bed is enabling us to plan for future human missions to Mars.
Aileen Cicely, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure.
Alors Barbara, concrètement, comment est-ce que vos biomes, par exemple, pourraient nous éviter à
So Barbara, how your pods could help us have a better experience of the current pandemic we're currently living in. So, for example, we can recreate very closed environmental places without any pathogens. It could be useful. It's what we saw in the reportage earlier. We're really trying to create was protected areas or very closed areas where it is possible for life to flourish. So, of course, I don't want humankind to end up locked up in a pod, but if it could help preserve biodiversity, it could be a beautiful thing in it. We could create non-contaminated environment. It could be positive as well. So in order to conclude, we will talk to Sarah Sidi, who's a student at the School of Design of Paris. So thank you very much for being here, Sarah. So could you just explain to us what you did? Because I think that you created 3 different adverts with 3 students in order for us to want to go on Mars. So why were you inspired by Mars? Because it is something very mysterious. It is synonymous with uncertainty. It gives room for imagination, for many possibilities and new creations. On top of that, there is some sort of a cosmic side of it, celestial side of it, which is attached to the red planet. So maybe all of what we heard today could become a reality one day, and it could be interesting to know if once we will be in those pods and those closed villages, it would be possible to film, to create movies or adverts. I get that new things will be at stake, different challenges at what we need to face or bear in mind in Earth, and I guess that it will be the beginning of new possibilities as well. So thank you very much for being with us today. So Sarah, we will have a look at the adverts you prepared. Hello everyone, Julien Perret, Mylène Trabuc, and we will present destination Mars in order for people to feel like to want to go to Mars as if we were a travel agency, encouraging people to go travel abroad, even though this destination is a little bit more exotic.
Bonjour, mon nom est Clément Dorico.
Hello, my name is Clément Dorico. In the following project, I just wanted to highlight how crucial would be the departure for the future astronauts towards Mars in order to develop new technologies and new opportunities for us on Earth. We don't have enough time. We went too fast. We grew too fast. We're more humans every day. We need to go from one place to another to discover, to fulfill our dreams, but we don't even have the time anymore. Would it be possible to reverse everything? Would it be possible to have a future? We need time. And if we decided to do what humankind has always been good at, to explore, to discover, to go forward, to adjust faster, to feel even more alive, We need to save time. If we go there, it means that we win, that we dare.
Salut, nous c'est Hélène.
Hello, my name is Ellen. I'm Sarah. I'm Thomas. I'm Nathan. Nathan. In order to make you wish to go to Mars, we developed a group. Indeed, we have been curious about the red planet for a long time now, and that's why we created fake images coming from films, and it could inspire many people. We decided to create a fiction and to create a document which will even go beyond what reality will be. Enjoy. Since the beginning of time, it is in humankind's nature to go forward, to explore, to discover. Since the beginning of times, humankind is attracted by those potentialities, those bright stars in these very dark skies. You could be one of the pioneers of humankind. Those possibilities are infinite. It goes beyond whatever you could imagine. Mars, a red planet, is the playground of a new conquest, and it is possible for you to be a part of it. Become a part of history in 2022. And now let's talk about the third part of the NetExplo trend for 2021, which is called Hope in Translation.
Je corrige, cet épisode s'appelle Hope in Translation.
So I made a mistake earlier, said the TV host. The title of this section is Hope in Translation, not Lost in Translation. So you're back, Silva. In the previous episode, we talked about the fantasphere, those different worlds which can live in a very autonomous manner. So now we can live on worlds on demand that we can inhabit depending on our imagination. Are we at risk of stopping to understand each other? Yeah, especially with the Kintsugi, which is the Japanese art of hiding the cracks, not hiding the cracks, but highlighting them. And we know that it is a way to help us go further and imagine even better. How would it be possible to create bridges between those worlds? Different manners, for example, interpretations, translation, inclusion. Do you have an example of translation? Yes, so for example, if we think about translation, we can also talk about languages. So this year, a new device was released, allowing people to hear the translation of 60 languages without any delay, so you can really become a citizen of the world. And there is also an invention transforming a light into sound. So let's say that you're in a room, there is a light bulb, and when we talk, there is very small vibrations that flick the light in a way. And those variations those vibrations could be detected by the device and could transform them into variations or music. So just as an original example for hybridization, you have in mind a very innovative example. So it is an edible robot. Yes, exactly. It is an edible robot with gelatin, citric acid, and glyceride and other components in order to make it sweeter. So what does it look like? It could look like a prey. So, for example, the animal could just capture it, eat it, and it would deliver a drug to cure the animal. The robot being completely biodegradable. It could also accomplish missions for when there are survivors, and it could reach easily the survivors beneath the wreckage, and the robles and give him food, for example. And also there is something which is close to transgression, because we know that researchers sampled frog cells. Also, they designed an algorithm in order to design this life on Earth, and they designed those cells according to this brief, and they ended up with a living being. It is a programmable being. It became a 1 millimeter long living being with very different faculties. And now we are currently observing it. For example, it can move in a water environment, and when it moves, it can move individually. So, for example, it could unclog an artery, or it could move in a group in order to decontaminate the environment. So you mentioned the fact that transgression has a future. Yeah, exactly, thanks to quantum, because quantum is like the armor transforming Stark into Iron Man. Quantum is a powerful tool. It is a very complex notion, but for a few people, it is easy to explain it very simply. For example, with Tena Brunsberger, she's a Californian astrophysicist working with the NASA, but also a YouTuber.
All right, guys, so I am out here in the Hamptons in New York City. Well, in New York, it's out in Long Island. And right behind me is the ocean. So I want to talk to you a little bit about quantum physics, because of course, when you see the ocean, some of you guys might think about quantum physics. Well, did you guys know that in the quantum world, for instance, there's something known as wave-particle duality. And a great way to explain this is with the ocean waves behind me. Now, although the ocean itself is made up of tiny molecules that all come together to form H2O, which is 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom to make the water. When you actually look at the waves, that itself is both acting as a wave and also as a particle, hence wave-particle duality. Now, something very similar to that is the behavior of quantum particles in the quantum world. The quantum particle can behave both as a wave and a particle having a singular point, just like these grains of sand. The ocean waves as they come crashing down, if I were to draw a singular point just like here, I can actually direct the wave to come into a specific point. Because it covers multiple places, and yet at the same time, this ocean wave is simultaneously made up of multiple particles. And that's just a little bit of quantum physics that I wanted to talk to you guys about while I'm here at the beach. Because of course, even though I'm on vacation, I do think about my space peeps. And I gotta talk to you guys a little bit about, well, physics and astrophysics and quantum physics, which is one of my favorite topics. So I hope you all have an amazing Memorial Day weekend, and take care. Keep studying the cosmos.
Voilà, en toute simplicité, comment parler de quantique à la plage. On arrive à la fin.
So here is a way to talk about quantum physics while being at the beach. So now we're reaching the end of the 2021 NetExplore trends. I would like to remind you that the 100 innovations that determine those trends are present in the new Now, written by Sylvia Loredo, the Chief Creator Officer of NetExplore. Thank you very much for helping us understanding those trends. It was really fascinating. And I would also like to remind everyone that we will be back in 2022 without masks and in the UNESCO headquarters. So now let's go back with Tom and Marcus in order to discover who are the 3 last nominees of this competition. And we will start with GPT-NEO.
Welcome back. I am indeed here with Marcus to talk you through the last 3 award winners of the day. The first of which is called GPT-NEO, which is the flagship project of Eleuther AI. That's a group of researchers who work to create open source artificial intelligence models. Now, Eleuther AI's name is based on the word Eleutheria, which is the ancient Greek word for liberty, which is significant because OpenAI offers incredibly powerful machine learning models like GPT-3, which is the foundation of DALL-E, which we saw this morning, but with a hitch. which is that the code is not public. But GPT-Neo replicates it and offers the algorithm open source to the public and for free. Marcus, let's start by just talking about why NetExplo is so interested in GPT-Neo.
Well, if you look back at the history of NetExplo over the last 15 years or so, when we started, there were thousands of startups coming up with fantastic concepts. We gave an award to Twitter in 2008 before most people in Europe had heard about it. And it was relatively easy at the time for a couple of people in their basement or garage to come up with a new concept, build a lot of followers, build a service that was either useful or at least very popular. That really isn't the case so much in what we're seeing in terms of innovation today. A lot of the innovations, at least that we see, are, for example, based on AI, artificial intelligence. To work with artificial intelligence, you need huge data sets, you need massive computing power, you need a lot of extremely skilled people. For example, DALL-E, we looked at this morning, created by the OpenAI Institute on a model that has been licensed exclusively to Microsoft. AlphaFold 2 is a subsidiary of Google. It comes from DeepMind, a subsidiary of Google, of Alphabet. And so we're worried to some extent that the possibility for tech is within the hands of just a few companies, a few tech giants within the USA or China. So whenever there's an open source initiative that's really ambitious, that seeks to put some of this state-of-the-art tech within everybody's reach, we're very eager to find out more. And that's how we got interested in GPT-Neo.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Marcus. Stay with us because we're going to cross now to Connor Leahy, who is an AI researcher. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Connor. I mean, tell us a little bit more about Eleuther AI's goal and how you all got together, Connor.
Eleuther really started in the most unplanned way possible. I've been working with these kind of like large language model open source research in the past. And I just kind of I saw GPT-3 and I was blown away by it. I thought it was absolutely not unlike anything I've ever seen before, but it was behind closed doors, not something I could actually work with. So I was just hanging out in a chat server and I was like, hey guys, wouldn't it be fun to do our own, let's take a look at this. And then a friend of mine said basically this, but unironically, and the rest is history. And we found ourselves together pretty quickly, found a really great group of people. They're interested in doing this work. We got bigger and bigger. And project just kind of gained a life of its own.
Tell us, Connor, in your words, why is GPT-Neo so significant then?
So I personally believe that these kinds of models that we've been seeing with GPT-3 as the most clear example are very important for the future of this technology. Unlike previous generations of AI technology, where you had to train your neural network for very specific tasks, each and every one of them, with these things, what you can do is that you can train them instead on a huge amount of data, and then they can learn many, many different tasks without you having to explicitly explain each and every one of them. So GPT-3 was the most clear example of that. So with GPT-3, it is technically a model that is meant to just replicate text, just write text. So I might give it an input text, hello, my name is ... And it might autocomplete that to John, and then add, how are you, or something like that. And what is surprising about this quite simple technology is that it allows you to also do things such as translation or writing stories or jokes or even code sometimes. GPT-3 is by far the most impressive versions of such models. And so we are very interested in research with such models. We believe that there is very important fundamental scientific questions about these kinds of models. So we have not yet completed the replication of a model of this size. It is important to notice that our model Neo is not going to be the same as GPT-3 at every single detail, because some details are not public and some things we just cannot replicate. Also, there has been some improvements in the state of the art that we would like to include into our model.
Okay, and just give us a couple of just one clear example, an example of how this type of powerful AI could be put to use in our lives and perhaps make a meaningful change.
Wow, it's hard to say. I feel like there's many possibilities, at least if you look at the short-term time frame or mid-term long time frame. So to give you a fun example, a good friend of mine works on a GPT-3 based video game called Project Electric Sheep, in which the NPC dialogue is generated on the fly by GPT-3. And not just that, but actually the worlds are also generated based on a keyword you give the AI. So for example, you can tell the AI, so it's about dreaming. You say, I want to dream about the end of the world, or whatever. And then it'll create like a dystopia world where everyone talks about how they feel about the end of the world, how this happened, is this good, is this bad, or whatever, all on the fly at surprisingly high quality dialogue. I could also see this being used for customer support. I could see this used for chatbots. I can see this used for, if the technology continues to improve, it could well be used for stuff such as, translation on an NLP task. Currently is not state of the art for stuff such as translation, but it is impressive that it is capable of doing such tasks at all without having you to fine tune to train on specific task of translation.
Can you tell us a little bit about how the collective works, how you find each other and decide who does what?
It's pretty open in that sense. At heart, we're a pretty small group of core people that just want to work on this, and we just kind of self-organize. We usually have like one person who's semi in charge of each project we work on, or at least he's the person you should talk to if you want to work on the project. And then we have code repositories on GitHub where we have issues or also track what needs to be done there. And yeah, several things like that. We've been kind of experimenting as we go along. So it started super chaotic. Everyone just kind of did whatever. And now as the project has matured, we're becoming more and more kind of like streamlined.
And Connor, I mean, this type of really powerful AI has got some people a little bit worried as well. There are those out there who say that it carries risks. There are dangers of it being misused. What do you say to people who are concerned along those lines?
I think they are absolutely correct. I think this is an extremely powerful technology. It might well be the most powerful technology we will see in our lifetimes. Maybe not GPT-3 itself, but GPT-4, 5, 6, these things already can do things that a few years ago I would have said are like impossible or would take like 10 or 20 years. I did not expect these things to happen this quickly. I did not expect the kind of capabilities we're seeing in GPT-3 to have emerged at this time. And I think most of the AI field were caught by surprise by how fast capabilities have been advancing. And it's pretty clear to me that AI is the most powerful technology of our time in general. How it's neither good nor bad, it's a tool. It is a powerful tool that it can be used for powerful good or powerful bad. And at the moment, I think there is a lot of problems with the abuse of AI. For an especially egregious example, you can see the use of, for example, facial tracking in law enforcement, or for the tracking and internment of Uyghur minorities in China, which is a huge human rights violation problem. If these AI technologies continue to become stronger and stronger without us having some sense of using them for pro-social benefit, we will get into extremely scary scenarios where potentially totalitarian regimes can monitor every phone call you make, every text you send, every word you say, track your every location. That wasn't possible with humans, but with AIs, it might be possible.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Connor Leahy. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We're going to head now to Bangalore to get some perspective from Rajiv Sri, who is a professor of digital management at the Indian Institute of Management there in Bangalore. Let's hear what he has to say.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rajiv Srinivasan, and I teach innovation. And I'm delighted to be talking to you about GPT-Neo, which is a neural network that's capable of fantastic feats of natural language processing. It's an effort from a group called Eleuther.ai, which is an international group of collaborative grassroots computer science developers. And they have worked on this concept of a generative pre-trained transformer, which is what GPT stands for. And there have been several versions of GPT, 1, 2, and 3, developed by a company called OpenAI. And what it means is that it's a neural network that's been trained on an enormous trove of data, text data, from the internet, from chats, from reading scientific papers in legal, medical, computer science domains, etc. So it understands English. It has figured out the rules of English, and also it has figured out the rules of Python, etc. And this is something that came out in GPT-3 came out in June 2020. GPT-NEO and NEO-X are efforts to make open source versions of these. What happened with OpenAI was that it was initially open source, but then because it's so expensive, both the hardware and the maintenance and the running of the model is so expensive that they ended up having to take a huge billion-dollar investment from Microsoft. So now they're not opening up the source code to everybody. So is there a business model whereby Luther.ai can offer the source code for free? Second, can it be trained in multiple languages? I presume there is no real reason why it cannot be, but is it intended to be done, and how? Third, there have been problems with the biases from the data set. How can these be overcome? Racial, the gender-based biases, etc. An issue is that it can help you create deepfake text, and it also can take away jobs from various kinds of people. Finally, does GPT-3 or GPT-NEO have any real reasoning capability, or is it just condemned to make copies?
Okay, so a big thank you there to Professor Rajiv Sri for his perspectives. Now, up next, we're going to be hearing about the world's most powerful quantum computer. It's called Zhujiang. Welcome back. Our next award-winning innovation takes us to China, where a team of scientists has developed the world's most powerful quantum computer. It's called Zhujiang, and it takes its name from an ancient Chinese mathematical text. The system can carry out highly complex calculations, roughly 100 trillion times faster than the fastest supercomputers in the world. So, Marcus, there's plenty here for us to be excited about, isn't there?
Absolutely, although it's not that easy to see what the first applications will be. We do know that quantum computing will probably be very good at carrying out very complex simulations, trying things out to see different possibilities. So it could result, for example, in new chemicals, new batteries, new drugs, for example.
Okay, thanks for that, Marcus. Let's listen in now to what Professor Chao Yang Lu told us. He is a key member of the team of scientists at the USTC, that is the University of Science and Technology of China. And I started by asking Professor Lu to explain the difference between his quantum computer and traditional computers.
Jiuzhan, a photonic quantum computer, performs computational tasks using the principle of quantum mechanics, where information can not only be stored and processed in 0 and 1, but also in 0 and 1 simultaneously. This is fundamentally different from supercomputers and our laptop or smartphones, which encode classical information in either 0 or 1 at a time. This fundamental difference was already recognized by Richard Feynman 40 years ago, who proposed the idea of quantum computers in 1981. Quantum computers are expected to solve certain problems much faster than classical computers. Jiuzhan is such an example and showed a huge speed up. However, so far, all the quantum machines realized in different laboratories over the world are not universal yet, meaning that they can only do one specific task. The supercomputers, of course, can be programmed to solve many different types of tasks.
What sorts of uses do you foresee Zhujiang being put to?
So the first generation of Jiuzhan, which we published last year, is mainly to give clear experimental evidence to Richard Feynman's 40-year-old conjecture by showing that quantum computer can indeed has the power of exponential speed up compared to classical computers. This is a milestone in the development of quantum computation, which is called quantum computation advantage by us and quantum supremacy by Google. It's important for fundamental reasons that we are now able to create a new computing device based on quantum mechanics. So far, the only physical theory to change our model of computing. And the new device cannot be efficiently simulated using our conventional supercomputers. So far, both Jiuzhang and Google's Sycamore can only deal with one mathematical problem called quantum sampling, proposed by Scott Allison and his colleagues, which means to obtain faithful samples from a specific distribution. People are still trying to find if this mathematical problem can be transformed into any practical use. One example is called certified random number generation. Maybe there's more, we will see.
Some articles have claimed that a computer as powerful as Zhujiang could help the world solve lots of serious problems, not least serious illnesses and pandemics. Is that true? And if so, how could it do that?
Currently, the best quantum computers in the world cannot yet help us to eliminate a pandemic or disease. This might be possible in the future, which would require much more efforts in both theoretical modeling and experimental technology of controlling a much larger number of quantum bits with higher precision. In principle, quantum computers will be very efficient in the simulation of the behaviors of large molecules, which is related to new material and a new drug design, optimization, and machine learning.
Do you see a day when quantum computers could perhaps become available to ordinary customers and even replace the computers we're used to using? And how soon might that happen?
So, as Niels Bohr once said, prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. I don't want to make the same mistake as the world only need 5 computers. But to the best of my knowledge, quantum computers will not replace our conventional computers. But they will serve as a very powerful addition and increasingly useful tool for some of the most challenging computational tasks that are infeasible with classical computers. And most likely, the early quantum computers will provide services to ordinary consumers through cloud.
And finally, Professor, what does it mean to you to be nominated for this NetExplo Award?
It's a very pleasant surprise and a true honor to be recognized by the NextPlorer Innovation Award, actually happening simultaneously today. The international quantum community is launching April 14th as the World Quantum Day. So it's a nice coincidence, and we hope it will be a good opportunity to raise awareness of the importance of fundamental research to our society and to encourage more young women and men to join this exciting adventure in science.
So a very big thank you to Professor Chao Yang Lu for speaking to us there. Let's get some more perspectives now from Ben Leong, who is, of course, Professor of Computer Sciences at the National University of Singapore. Here's his perspective.
Hi, I'm Ben from the National University of Singapore. Welcome to NextFlow Forum. Today I will briefly talk about one of the innovations that we identified this year. Jiuzhang is a new quantum computer that was invented at the University of Science and Technology of China and unveiled in December last year. Jiuzhang can take an equation that would ordinarily take current computers about 2 billion years to solve, and solve it in about 200 seconds. Now, this is a significant achievement, not only because it is fast. Jiuzhang is also the first demonstration that quantum computing can be achieved using photons. Previous quantum computers use superconductors that need to operate at very, very low temperatures. Given that Moore's law is slowing down, and that computers are getting faster but at a much slower rate, quantum computing is likely the breakthrough that we need. While it will take years for quantum computers to truly become practical, Jiuzhang definitely brings us closer to that future. On this note, allow me to congratulate Profs Pan and Liu on Jiuzhang becoming one of the finalists for an Expo this year. Thank you and stay safe.
Okay, big thank you to Ben Leong, professor at NUS, speaking to us there. Now, Marcus, I think we're going to be hearing an awful lot more about quantum computers, aren't we, in the years to come?
I think we are, and as today is World Quantum Day, it's something to celebrate. Very often at NetExplo, we've seen that technology has possibilities that even the inventors didn't see, no matter how much imagination they have. So it's going to be fascinating to watch the race between superpowers. Let's be honest, to build the fastest quantum computers, but also to see who is going to work on the first tangible applications of this.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that, Marcus. Do remember you can vote on the application. Just go to the chat window on the app and you can cast your votes there, or you can vote on social media. Up next, our final award-winning innovation in this year's forum. It's called Worm Brain Driver. Time now for our final award-winning innovation of the 2021 Innovation Forum, which we're calling Worm Brain Driver. It might sound like a curious name, but it is exactly what it says it is. Taking inspiration from the brains of worms, this frugal AI system is capable of controlling a self-driving car. So just go back to the name. You essentially have artificial intelligence inspired by the primitive brain of a worm driving a car. Now, this is a very exciting example of nature being used to improve deep learning. Marcus, this is a new approach, isn't it?
To some extent, but we've seen several examples of biomimicry. We're big fans of biomimicry here at NetExplo. We know how researchers can be inspired by nature. We've seen robot cockroaches for disaster response, and we've seen how some self-driving car firms have been looking at ants in the Amazon to see how they share information and navigate. But this time we're going a bit further because we're using a real animal as the inspiration for a brain that is capable, although it's a worm, of carrying out fairly complex tasks.
Including driving a car.
Including driving a car.
Well, let's find out more now from Radu Grosu, who is a professor at the Vienna University of Technology, or TU Wien. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Professor Grosu. Worm Brain Driver is our nickname for your innovation. So tell us in your words, what is this innovation all about?
So, thank you very much first for selecting me for this award. We are very honored. And I should say that the honor goes also to two other additional institutions, like the Institute of Science and Technology Austria, with whom we cooperated, and also MIT, with whom we cooperated. So this is a work done by my PhD students, Matthias Lechner and Ramin Hassani, and Alexander Amini in MIT. So I sent Matthias and Ramin to MIT, and there we developed this driving car. So they had a driving car that had around 1,800 neurons. So it was an end-to-end approach to drive a car. And the controller itself for lane keeping used to have like 1,800 neurons. And then we asked ourselves, can we use this, our brain model, inspired by C. elegans to create a smaller network? And actually this worked. So we could do this with only 19 neurons, and which has a huge advantage because we could also explain very well what this small network is doing. And Yeah, so in the meantime, Ramin is a postdoc at MIT, and Matthias is a PhD student at IST.
Professor, help us understand this, because we're getting a blurred line here between computers and living beings. Is it a computer or a living being when you take the neural system of an animal and you translate it into computer code? Which is it?
I mean, in principle, if you could keep if you had access to the neurons of the worm, and you had enough, I mean, you had one worm, and you could connect them to the hardware, it could do the job. I mean, with 90 neurons, you could do the lane keeping job. It needs some additional pre-processing, so it has a convolutional neural network pre-processing engine, which is in front of it, which is pretty large. It has a couple of million neurons, just the pre-processing. So this is the image part from which we extract 64 features. But the important point is that the controller itself has to be explainable. I mean, people, when they certify it, they would like to know what it does, because there is a lot at risk here. I mean, we would like to be driven by these autonomous driving cars, and we have to certify them. It would be very interesting and very important to understand what they are doing for the certification process.
And tell us a bit more about the sorts of tasks that a virtual worm brain can be taught. I mean, how does it even control a self-driving vehicle, for example?
So the neurons of the worm are, in some sense, in some respects, similar to artificial neurons. Okay, so they are analog. Now, in living organisms like this worm, which has less than 1 millimeter length, and for example, in retina, which is less than 0.6 millimeter in length, these neurons do not need to spike. So they work in an analog domain. And in principle, and we consider that spiking has an important role for transmission, but for learning, it might be not necessary to have spiking. I might be contradicted by my colleagues. But one can do like you do in deep neural networks nowadays, which are an analog approach to neurons too. You can do any task. So it doesn't have to be, so we had actually the same worm balancing a pole for a couple of years, and you can teach whatever you want. And now this worm has only 200 neurons and around 8,000 synapses, and despite of this, it can do amazing feats. But if you have enough neurons like this, you can do whatever you want. Now, the main point is that you don't want to have too many neurons for a given task, because then you have a very small chance to understand what they do. So you want to have very few neurons which are very powerful, instead of having a lot of neurons that are not that powerful. And the main difference between our neurons and the neurons that people use in AI, in deep neural networks, is that ours have a biophysical semantics. I mean, they have something, semantics that the physicists have developed, or the biologists have developed for these neurons in terms of their membrane semantics.
Do you see this as a trend in artificial intelligence research, taking more and more inspiration from nature, seeing how animal brains work, for example?
Yeah, I think one problem we have in AI these days is that you need a lot of training samples in order to achieve interesting behavior. And it looks like, especially all the success that we have, like convolutional neural networks, which are a huge success in vision, they are particular architectures that were inspired by nature. And there are such architectures in nature as we are looking for them. For example, there are so-called neural motifs that you could employ to explain complicated behavior. And we think that the more we discover this kind of architectures, the more we can understand what's going on, and the smaller the networks that we are going to create.
Just lastly, Professor, I mean, where do you see this technology heading? I mean, what are the limits here?
There are no limits. I mean, if you can drive a car, you can do anything in a factory. You can have smart factories. You can control the flight of a rocket. You can hopefully. It's not going to be used too much in the army, but you can control a tank or whatever. So I don't think there is any limit. So you can apply them also in text recognition. Can be applied anywhere. Anywhere you can apply today, deep neural networks, you can apply these smaller networks. And as I said, the main power of them is that these few neurons are much more powerful than the artificial neurons that are used nowadays.
Okay, well, thank you so much for speaking to us, Professor Radu Grasu.
Thank you
very much. At Vienna University of Technology, or TU Wien. Thank you very much indeed. Marcus, I mean, a worm driving a car, I mean, it'll be very interesting to see where we go to from here.
Well, I think there are two very positive points to take from this example. First is there's an effort to create AI with more and more limited resources, which presumably means a lower carbon footprint. And secondly, one of the key factors behind this project, one of the goals, was to make the system transparent. This was important, obviously, with the vehicle, because if you're going to certify this self-driving system, you need to know how it works. And as we've seen in other examples in previous years, it's very important to know how artificial intelligence makes its decisions. And so I think it's a great step forward if we make these systems more transparent, more easier to read, and so we know why they're doing what they do.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us, Marcus Goddard, and also for your insights on the other 9 award-winning innovations. Remember, you can vote for that last one, Worm Brain Driver, on the application. Just open the chat window. Up next, we're going to be talking about non-fungible tokens. And before you panic, the first question we're going to be asking is, what are they? Well, all will be revealed right after this.
Have you ever heard of non-fungible tokens? If not, this is the time to tune in because this virtual market of collectibles is booming with a 300% growth from last year. This is ushering in a world in which people are ready to pay millions of dollars for a video that could be seen for free on the internet. Well, to speak more about it, we're now going to cross over to Nadia Ivanova. She's COO at l'Atelier BNP Paribas. She joined us from Paris. We are making the connection as we speak, and she's going to be shedding light on this very interesting concept. It seems like we're having a little bit of a delay with the connection with our guest. We are about to talk about the non-fungible tokens. Well, there we are. Nadia, hello, and thank you very much indeed for joining us. We do need you to shed light on this.
Yes, what are NFTs? Think of them as digital representations of anything imaginable. So they could represent a painting, a music, maybe some utility like access to a video streaming service. So NFTs are essentially a digital passport that serves 2 purposes. The first one is it certifies that it's unique. So each NFT contains distinguishing information that makes it distinct from any other NFT, and all of that information is publicly available. And then the second one is it proves who owns it, and it provides chains of provenance in a way that has been historically very difficult to do, both with digital and physical assets. So it's like the difference between a Picasso and a print of a Picasso. You can replicate it, but there's only one owner and everybody can see that. So NFTs could extend to anything that could benefit from being verifiably unique. But right now, we're actually seeing quite a lot of interest in NFT art and collectibles in particular.
Precisely. The sector, as I said, has surged to become a $3.44 billion sector in the last few months. What has actually caused this surge in interest? Was it the piece of art by Beeple that started all of this, with Donald Trump face down tattooed with insults?
It's a good question. NFTs have actually existed for several years, but it's only in the last few months that they've actually moved from this niche asset to something that broke into the mainstream. The reasons are complex, but I'll break them into 2. The first one is they're related to the surge of crypto prices in general. A lot of people who have amassed crypto wealth decided to invest in other assets like this. And like many things on the internet, this fascination with novelty actually rises exponentially through network effects, which have been amplified by social media. So while we've been seeing the NFT market grow quite steadily over the last year, it was only the last 2 months when big names, from artists to investors to big companies, took an interest in NFTs that created a signal in the market, which then put them in the public spotlight and created the conditions for the Beeple sale, for example. And then the other reason I would say is that over the last year, we've spent a lot of time online. We're spending money and time on virtual experiences and goods. And the result of that is that we're now prescribing more value to digital assets than ever before.
Now, NFT enthusiasts argue that they actually fix a huge problem with the fact that artists are not getting paid for their content online. Others are worried that this could actually be another craze in the crypto world, and they also criticize the carbon footprint of NFTs. We're going to listen in to Evren Oralken. He's the co-founder of a website called collectors.com. It's a website that is trying to make sure that private art collections actually do resurface on social media platforms in order to be viewed and appreciated by all. We asked him how he actually views NFTs for artists. Let's listen in to Evren Oralken. We're now going to listen to our guest. I'm saying this for the people who are in the regie. We're going to listen to our guest from New York, Evren Oralken. Let's listen into what he had to say about how he views NFTs for the art world.
Hello.
Sound. So we're going to restart that video just now of Evren Oralken, once again, the co-founder of collectors.com.
Julia, thank you for having me. To start with, I think it's important to note that NFTs are unique cryptographic assets, and they cannot be replicated digitally. So NFTs use blockchain technology and also smart contracts. I have to say that I truly believe the future of the art world lies in using blockchain and smart contract technology. After all, I think the real promise of NFTs for the existing art world is that they could allow it to track artworks and who owns them using the blockchain. In that sense, it is really encouraging that the blockchain technology can bring transparency to the rather opaque art world, where tens of millions of physical artworks are locked up and kept away from the public in art storage facilities globally. This issue is very dear to my organization, where we try to bring these artworks and connect them with the public by creating conversations that the artist, the creator, has intended to do. So there's also another great aspect of NFTs, which allow the creators of the work to get paid a percentage of the proceeds if they are resold. So these are all very, very positive aspects of what NFTs are, or rather the technology that is associated with NFTs, which is blockchain and the smart contract. So however, that being said, I don't believe the current model will solve the problems for the art world. Why do I say that? The current technology most NFTs are using utilizes proof of work, which consumes an absolutely enormous amount of energy and contributes to a worse climate crisis. So to put it into perspective for your audience, the environmental impact of one artist's multi-edition NFT in under half a year is equal to an European Union resident's electricity consumption for 77 years. It is astonishing. This is against everything we stand for as conscious members of the art world. When you bring this up and when you criticize the carbon footprint of NFTs, you immediately hear the answer that Ethereum, the network almost all NFTs are built on, is working on improving their technology. I will say this though, I view the $69 million auction sale of the artwork made by Beeple as part of a very well-funded publicity campaign created by the crypto world to artificially create demand for NFTs that currently otherwise lack any value. So my question is, why start a full-blown publicity campaign with a model that is worsening the climate crisis? It's really hard to find the answer to this question. Another very important point is at the end of the day, the buyers get absolutely no rights, as in copyright or possession of a physical work in most cases. What they're buying is a promise that the price of the digital asset will continue to go up, and the JPEG, snippet of a video, or a GIF to accompany it. Basically, they're pretending that they own an artwork. Because in reality, they really don't own anything. Yes, they have a document of ownership for a JPEG, but they don't really have any rights to the work. So it is fair to say that NFTs are currently solely being used as an investment tool by the crypto world, and rather than focusing on the cultural impact that art brings to society. If you look at the existing NFT platforms, you will immediately notice that there is no conversation with the long history of art. So, Julia, in a nutshell, while I believe this new and wonderful technology is the future for the art world, I also think that we will experience a massive crash very soon because the current model of NFTs contribute to a worsening climate crisis for art that buyers pretend that they own. To end it in 3 words: money for nothing. Thank you, Julia.
Now, Nadia, I don't know what you think of this, but maybe you could give us your reaction and tell us a little bit more about how you see the future of NFTs.
Yes, these are all very good questions. We still need to define what you buy when you get an NFT, the environmental concerns. It's a very speculative asset. All of these things are true. Where I guess I differ is right now we're in the very, very early stages of making of a market and a culture for digital art at the same time. So we need legal frameworks, we need economic infrastructure for this to actually mature, and that's an absolute necessity for this market to actually continue in the long term. So I think that we are in the process of defining actually what we mean by ownership and valuing intangible goods, virtual goods, and the internet is in the process of defining this. Now, in terms of the short-term future, I will say that we'll see more interest in consumer-facing cultural goods like art and music and gaming. But in the long term, actually, NFTs will be quite valuable as the economic infrastructure of the virtual economy, where they will go with other emerging technologies like mixed reality and spatial computing to enable us to actually start interacting with virtual landscapes on top of our physical reality. Almost like a more complicated Pokemon Go or a digital version of Paris. NFTs do have the potential to really change how we interact with the virtual environment.
Nadia Ivanova, the CEO of L'Atelier BNP Paribas, thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you.
And it's time now to discover finally who is the Grand Prix winner of this NetExplo Innovation Forum 2021 edition. Voilà, comme je vous le disais, nous arrivons presque à la fin.
As I was saying earlier, we are almost at the end of this edition of the Innovation Forum 2021. I just wanted to remind you a little bit about all of the innovations we have seen.
Tom and Thierry to join me on set. I'm actually going to remind you of the 10 award-winning innovations that we saw today with a video. Let's start with the innovation Abacus. It's the Argentinian fintech company that you're going to see on your screen, using blockchain technology to protect farmers from hyperinflation. Argentina, Tom.
Absolutely. Abacus, the Argentine fintech company using blockchain technology to protect hyperinflation.
And AlphaFold 2 AI saves research 50 years for the secret of protein folding.
Then there's DAL-E. Tell it what to draw and it comes up with the picture.
Neural deciphering, it uses AI to help us decode ancient languages and perhaps unlock the secrets of ancient civilizations too.
Give Directly Togo, which uses algorithms from mobile phone usage to identify those most in need of aid.
Rift, the Responsible Investors app, which helps you see if your saving account is impacting the issues that matter to you.
Smashboard, Rift, the Responsible Investors app, which helps you see which issues are impacted by your investments.
Smashboard, a global feminist social media network for fighting gender inequality and violence.
GPT-Neo, the incredibly powerful open source AI model available to all and for free.
Zhuizhang, the world's most powerful quantum computer, which is about 100 trillion times faster than its nearest rival.
And last but not least, Worm Brain Driver. Would you allow a worm to drive you from A to B? Well, when they're well trained, they're not bad drivers. Well, do remember to cast your votes if you haven't already. Do remember to cast your votes if you haven't already, or have your say in which of these 10 great innovations takes the grand prize. You still have a couple of minutes left.
That's right. On va donc vous laisser quelques minutes pour voter. En attendant, on vous propose.
We will give you a few minutes to vote, and in the meanwhile, we will propose to you to listen to the President of the Commission for Culture, Communication and Innovation of the Senate, Catherine Desailly, the Senate being a partner since the beginning of the NetExplo adventure. Catherine Morin-Desailly will be interviewed by Thierry App, and they will talk about the development of a third path in order to have another option than the United States and China. Hello, Mrs. Catherine Morin-Desailly. Thank you for welcoming us in this wonderful conference room of the Senate. We have just experienced a very particular year, which was greatly impacted by an unprecedented global pandemic. And we could notice a great acceleration of the digital landscape. What lessons did you draw from this global pandemic? First of all of us are interdependent. We have already noticed it during the fight against climate change, that we needed to preserve biodiversity and share resources, our water resources, but also our food resources. However, this pandemic really highlighted that the only solutions are collective solutions. And in this specific context, we were forced to social distancing, and that's in order to protect everyone. That's why the digital world became central. It was already a part of our lives, but it became even more central because we needed to use the technology and the different apps allowing us to keep on working remotely. Even in the Senate, we used those digital tools in order to make sure that we didn't have to be present as often. We also noticed that these shops had to close. That's why e-commerce thrived. And we need to use even more the digital solutions, even though it could lead to negative impacts. So people noticed that this pandemic showcased lack of sovereignty. Everything is digital now, and the digital activities are linked to all the activities led by humankind. It is a functional space we all use. It is also social and political space. What I would like to remind you is that when we talk about sovereignty, we talk about European people's sovereignty. In Europe, to be sovereign means that we are able to be the decision makers on a specific geographical area. In Europe, for the past 20 years, we didn't have enough industrial policies. We didn't have an encourage in a specific, autonomous, independent digital landscape. That's why now we are largely at least, very dependent on mostly American platforms. The infamous GAFA are the new leaders of the cyberspace. And because of that, we have issues. And we can also notice that the public opinion is a little defiant when it comes to those GAFA and the digital landscape. For example, because of the fake news, of the progress of hate speech online, and also the fact that the global leaders of the digital world are prone to use tax evasion. In this specific context, it feels like Europe, which was originally a little shy regarding those topics, is starting to take the upper hand, especially by announcing its project of a digital compass for 2030. Do you think that we are on the right path? Yes, we are, especially because Thierry Breton, our French European Commissioner, is very proactive and it's really involved in the internal, external market and also the cyberspace. This is really about the cyberspace as well. Everything is connected. As you said before, even if we don't have a global and aggressive strategy, I would like to talk about Louis Pouzin because this French researcher invented internet. But even though we were at the origin of this digital world, we couldn't develop a specific digital universe which could have given us this autonomy, the same autonomy as the Americans have. So they are essential commodities in a way, and they force us to abide by their laws. And it is the same for the new economic policies post-Brexit, but we need to solve competition issues.
Autrement dit, il faut pouvoir prendre des mesures
in other words,
chaque fois qu'on constate un abus de positionnement de ces plateformes
measures when we see that
bride la capacité
those competitors are abusing of their powers because it is preventing our companies from thriving, and they also go too far when it comes to the profiling and the usage of our data. There are still loopholes, especially in the use of nefarious stakeholders or foreign users of those platforms. So sometimes there is a bad usage of those platforms, manipulating the public opinion and propagating hate speech, for example. For example, Analytica admitted that they went too far when it comes to the manipulation of the public opinion. Whatever can weaken our democracy is a step too far. That's why Thierry Breton is right. He designed he helped designing the digital compass with, for example, the Digital Services Act, with the Digital Market Act, tending to regulate finally this platform. It is crucial. How would it be possible to make sure that the market can be a little bit more fair in a way, compared with the digital leaders? It's what I said before. It means that every time we notice that someone is trying to dominate the market, we shouldn't wait for years before we condemn Google, for example, because we waited for 7 years before we condemned it, but in 7 years, companies could be created, live and die. But it is up to us, Europeans, to make sure that our competition laws are respected. So between the American path and the Chinese path, what could be the third path, the European one? It could be based on the rule of law, the fact that we are sure that human beings are at the core of our system, that we need to respect the freedom to do things, and we also need to create the right technologies and the regulations that go with it, because it's not only about regulating the cyberspace, the information space, but also preventing the new technologies which are being created and keep on being created are not a threat for our fundamental freedoms. We need to develop a powerful industrial policy. We just need to look at what the Americans did. They made sure that with the Small Business Act, we managed to make sure that they were favored in a way, and we didn't manage to do the same. We should do it. We should make sure that there is, we favor our community. We should make sure to take the right legal and fiscal and tax measures in order to allow this development. It is what will be at stake during the next decade. And also, we need to use the Internet of Things in strategic areas. What the pandemic told us is that connected health devices are crucial when it comes to connection, when it comes to transportation. Those are important sectors in which we need to implement a strategy and create the right regulations. So we need to regulate what is actually existing. So the two acts I've talked about before, which are part of the digital compass, but we also need to have a powerful industrial policy. Every country that managed to do it managed to have a very strong-willed policy and position. What can the NetExplo Observatory do? I think that the observatory was always crucial because it could spot in advance the innovations which revolutioned our society, whatever the sectors of those innovations were. And the observatory could also cast critical and curious point of view on those technologies. It is also crucial to make sure that researchers, innovators can think about the world we would like to live in and what could be the use of those innovations. That's why NetExplo is an interesting stakeholder, and I would like to pay homage to the work your teams are doing. When it comes to the 2021 NetExplo trends, It showcased an explosion of the digital innovations, especially thanks to the IA technology, and it also showed how complex the situation was. The future was really seems really complex, really tricky, especially with the impact of the GAFA. Do you think that the present should be reinvented? I think that the present is something that we should live before we start focusing on the future of the past. I love what Saint-Exupéry said. He said that the present is only a future that needs to be refurbished in a way. So we should understand what we should do in order to make sure to have the brightest future possible. We need to innovate. We need to make sure that our opportunities, the opportunities that we have in front of us are wonderful, even though they have their fair share of threats as well. But we need to make sure to have the right tools in order to build the world we would like to live in. We need to work together, but also we need to innovate and think about the potential consequences of those innovations in the near future. Among the different innovations that we discovered today, which one caught your eye? All of them caught my eye because they all bring something to the table. And I would like to congratulate the innovators for their great creativity at the service of their digital development. However, among them, 3 of them particularly caught my interest. For example, Rift, which is a French innovation. It is interesting because it allows us to see that our financial investments are aligned with our values. I think that it is really interesting to really put sustainable development and human beings at the center of finance, which could be a little cold topic. Also, I would like to talk about GPT-NEO, this collective of ethic hackers proposing to put an open source codes available for everyone, especially because until now it is under the control of digital giant. It is a way to give to the developers worldwide the means to develop, to participate in the global development. So it is a collective of world citizens, which is of the first importance. And also Smashboard really was of interest for me because it is this alternative network, social network here to help a woman when they are the victim of sexual or gender-based violence. They can find here a platform to find them the right support, to give them the right tools in order to defend themselves when they are abuse survivors. The cause of women is important everywhere, also in India, and it is a way to empower them and to give them the right tools, and I think that it is essential. Thank you very much, Catherine Morin-Desailly. Thanks to you, and thank you, NetExplo. And now we're reaching
Innovation Forum. You've been presented with 10 different top innovators, and Thierry App, the chairman and founder of NetExplo, has just joined us on set. Hello and welcome, Thierry. We're also going to cross over to Nobu Okada. He's the CEO and founder of Astroscale, the grand prize winner of last year's edition. Hello, Nobu. How are you today?
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, depending on where you are, but I'm very happy to be back here. Thank you, I'm fine.
Well, we do have people watching us from all over the world. Hello to you as well. Now, our first question for those who don't know you quite well, could you tell us a little bit more about what Astroscale does to tackle this issue of the threat of low Earth orbit satellites that could enter into collision with approximately 27,000 pieces of debris in space?
Yeah, thank you very much. So let me underscore 2 points. The space is not sustainable anymore. The density of space debris is getting worse, and we are at the point where our chain reaction of collision can happen at any given moment. And then even just over the past month, we saw 2 large satellites break up in already congested orbit. And more satellites are going up, and then it is so important to protect these satellites and the services they provide. And our daily lives rely on satellite technologies such as weather forecast, broadcasting, communication, disaster management, logistics, traffic management, financial market, agriculture, fishing, everything. So we should secure sustainability.
Nobu, we chatted about a year ago, you and I, and since we've last spoken, you've launched another of your devices, the ELSA-D. That happened on the 22nd of March. We've been looking at some videos that you've sent us. Could you just talk us through them, what's happening in those videos?
Yeah, right. So to solve this complex space debris issue, Astroscale is creating on-orbit servicing ecosystem. So what it means is we are designing and building satellites which support sustainable space by removing the defunct objects from orbit or extending the life of satellites. And in future, refueling, manufacturing, and orbit transfers are very rare possibility. And this ELSA-D is the world's first demonstration of space debris removal.
Hi, Nobu. Thank you to be with us during nighttime. Perhaps a question about what is the next step for Astroscale now?
Yes, ELSA-D is just one mission that we are working on, but we are working with several customers and have exciting missions coming up. Our next mission is with the Japanese Space Agency, JAXA, and we will send up a satellite to inspect a rocket upper stage in space. And our office in the UK is working with European Space Agency and a large satellite operator to develop a commercial debris removal mission. And our offices in the US and Israel are developing plans for satellite life extension mission with other potential customers. So we have a lot of work to do, but we are on track to become our service provider for safely removing defunct objects from space and pioneering new ways to maintain the viability of the Earth's orbit.
Exciting perspectives there for Astroscale. Thank you very much indeed for that, Nobu. It's actually time to now reveal the name of the 2021 NetExplo Grand Prix winner. And Nobu is still with us. You were just given the name of the winner of the grand prize. Could you do us the honor of announcing it to all of our viewers who are watching us today?
One will be Smashboard.
Congratulations to Smashboards. We thought we didn't have the connection with you, but we did. Congratulations to this startup. We just happened to have the founder and creator of this amazing startup. She's going to be coming on set with us in just a moment.
Absolutely.
On set today with Nopur Tiwari. Congratulations for this win. You are the winner of the grand prize at NetExplo Innovation Forum. How do you feel?
a bit speechless, but very, very, very grateful and happy for this validation. Very happy. And obviously thinking of all the collaborators, supporters, family, friends, colleagues, activists.
And I know
right
you've been
now.
told that you've won by a long way. So once again, congratulations for our viewers who perhaps weren't with us throughout the day. Let's take a look at a reminder of what Smashboard is. There, so Thierry, perhaps I'm sure you have a lot of questions for our guest today.
Congratulations for
you,
this 14 UNESCO NetExplo Grand Prix with Smashboard. Thank you to be in Paris with us today. It's very exciting, Smashboard, and Smashboard is a social network, the new generation of social network dedicated to women, and it's really a mission of work for gender equality, isn't it, for you?
Absolutely, Thierry. Thank you so much, firstly, for having me here in the studio and for this amazing prize. What is Smashboard? We actually call it a digital ally to smash patriarchy, primarily because we feel that patriarchy is not doing good to anybody. In the sense that at Smashboard, we feel that instead of having pyramids of domination, we should have circles of equality and respect. This is something that an American writer, Manny Tonquat, said. And I hope I'm pronouncing his name right. And this is the reason why Smashboard, you said that it's for women, absolutely, because women are at the on the battlefronts of what is gender equality, inequality, and violence. But it's also for practically everybody. Anybody who faces sexual violence, anybody who faces sexual abuse, harassment, no matter what their gender, Smashboard is for them. It's also for people who believe that we need to get rid of the system of patriarchy, and replace it with equality, with more empathy towards each other, and with more social justice. So it's really something that is for everybody. Of course, women bear the brunt of a lot of violence in this world, so it will be first for them. But we do not exclude people who are of who call themselves non-binary, or trans women, trans people, LGBTQIA plus people. It's for everybody, really.
Can you tell us more about difficulties women can face in India, and how can Smashboard can help them in their daily lives?
I would say that in India, just as everywhere else, because we often talk about sexual violence in India and what women are going through over there, which is awful. But I think sexual violence is something that 1 in 3 women around the world have faced. There are about 58% women that are killed around the world, either by their intimate partners or someone within their family. The domestic violence is at that level around the world. As far as India is concerned, in India, in addition to having all forms of systemic violence that exist everywhere in the world, we also have casteism, which means that women who are Dalit, women who are, of oppressed castes, are on the front lines, of this violence. I am a privileged woman in India because I belong to what are the dominant castes, so to speak. So really, today the situation is such that women in India all over the world are working really hard, as women have around the world, just like in the West, also in the East. They're working really, really hard to combat this violence, which is in our lives everywhere. Like I said earlier, when I was also here in the studio, that there is violence everywhere, starting from the bedroom to our homes, to our classes, and even online, which is why there is the need to create digital spaces where we are aware of this violence, where we acknowledge it, and we replace the silence that exists when we are supposed to speak about these things with voices, with communication, and with a comprehensive community building in the digital space. We know, and the pandemic has shown us even more, that we will have to increasingly inhabit the digital space. Today, a lot of the other projects who made it to the 10 top chosen ones of your prize were not able to be here, but you were able to connect with them. And this is all thanks also to the digital space. And these are spaces where we need to start thinking of more ethical projects, and Smashboard wants to be able to show to the world that we can have models that are not extractive, that are not the same old models where people, their stories, their privacy is being used to create business models, And we want to help all these people, all the women in India. There are about 162 million women in India who have smart phones now, So we are hoping that we'll at least be able to reach out to them, help women across India and anywhere else where Smashboard is going to be used, because our app is going to be global once we are able to scale up sufficiently, is to ask for help. Like, I need a lawyer, I need advice, I need community advice, I need mental health care. There is so much that a person who is the victim of violence needs. We should not be leaving them, to exit this circle that we have of a community that's thriving. We should not, there's no need to isolate them. If technology is being able to do so much, why can't technology also empower people who are doing the labor of fighting patriarchy, who are living with trauma, who are living with exclusion, discrimination, and bringing people together and having these conversations is something we feel can work far better than, let's say, cancel culture, because, we feel that restorative justice is the answer,
Now, we just happen to still have Nobu on the line, who's with us, who's, as I said, the grand winner of last year's edition. Nobu, if you can hear us, you're the one who just announced the winner. Maybe, what's your reaction? And if you do have a question as well for Nupur, who's with us.
Congratulations, Nupur. That your platform is making difference. So I really appreciate your hard work. And Japan is also a bit behind in gender equality. So I hope Smashboard has a plan to help women in Japan. Maybe my question for you is that why do you think people voted for Smashboard by such a landslide?
I think it's because Smashboard is a project that's really needed. In the last couple of years, we've had so many people tell us that we need just this. And at first are these people who are just my friends and family who are saying this? So we actually, made the effort of making a list of the most cynical people who we thought would be able to tell us about our project. Do you think our project is needed? We asked them. And they said, absolutely. And we also felt that, when the whole Me Too movement started happening, we decided that this is really the right time for some of us to start working full-time on Smashboard. Because there's so many women out there who have no other option but to come out and tell their stories in public, only to be forgotten tomorrow or to be, further attacked by their perpetrators. And there had to be something more useful. When there is so much technology that exists for doing so many things, how hard can it be just to create something that can help these women? And sometimes not women also, because the stigma is so big for men who face sexual violence or sexual assault that they can't even speak about it. And that's when we said that this is the time when we need to put all our energies into Smashboard. And that's why I think a lot of people voted for us, and I am so very grateful to them for that.
Fabulous. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
You talked this afternoon in NetExplo Innovation Forum about blockchain, Smashboard use blockchain. Can you explain What is the benefits of blockchain for Smashboard and for the women who use it?
I think there are 2 or 3 things here. One is that blockchain is seen as something really trendy, something that is breaking a lot of barriers, and a lot of new things are going to be now connected to blockchain. It's disruptive and so on and so forth. But I see very few women actually trying to look at women or people who are non-binary people. Always when I say women, I want to include them. And I feel that this is the right time for us to start looking at what blockchain can do for us. What is it that blockchain can do for social justice, for community building? What is it that it can do? Can we timestamp evidence and start presenting it in courts? Even in India, there's a movement now to digitize a lot of things that are done in courts with pandemics happening or even otherwise, And we wanted to be a step ahead and to create something that can help women remember things, to make a journal, timestamp it, to not forget. Because sometimes, what happens is that, and I have spoken to people who have, for example, been raped. It takes them really long to be able to say, I was raped. It's very difficult for them to say that, to realize it. Have I been sexually harassed, or am I imagining things? What our blockchain journal will do, for example, is that it will allow women to have a journal with timestamps, which means that that timestamp proves that she cannot then edit it. And nobody can blame her that you concocted this story. Because most women who actually dare to speak about or report their violence, there's about 90%, if I'm not mistaken, of underreporting around the world of what happens with people who face that kind of violence. And they will be able to have this stored in a way in which it cannot be shared by anyone. If they are held captive, or if someone forces them to give up their phone, they will be able to actually, lock that journal. And only a trusted person can have access to it. So we've gone into a lot of details. I won't be able to talk about them right now, but we have tested those with the technologists and made sure that it functions. And what we want to do with blockchain is to use it for creating this ethical space. So apart from things like verification that are needed, especially if you're bringing in professionals that are helping survivors, for example, or anybody who's coming to a platform, to create a safer space, because there's so much violence online as well, actually, for a lot of women, for a lot of people who are non-binary or even otherwise, people of marginalized identities. And that's where we want to get blockchain into. And not just that, we also want to create a Smash coin. I think that name must already have been taken by now, so we'll have to put on our hats again, but to create a currency, which is a currency to fight patriarchy, which basically means that there will be services that will be offered on the platform, which will be free for everyone otherwise, and professionals can do this exchange. So people are into cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, etc., only for the idea of speculation, making money. We want to bring ethics into that world also. It's a very, very macho world, I have to say, now that I have the platform, and it's very difficult to find people who are in technology who believe in feminist principles, who understand that feminist principles do not mean we are anti-men, and who take their time to do this work for us. There are very few women in technology, and these are all our core principles at Smashboard, to give voice and space to the people who are the most marginalized. So that would be, for example, in India, Dalit women, trans people, and I would say in France it would be women of color, black women, black people, trans people, and so on and so forth, to get a community together where we understand, that it's high time that, this disproportionate violence that some of us have been facing lead to now people understanding these things and making systemic adjustments and changes. The time is right for that, and I hope that Smashboard will be able to bring these people together. There are feminists in India, there are feminists in Japan, there are feminists in the US, in France, and hopefully at one level we'll be able to talk to each other, and at another level we'll be able to hyper-locally also find concrete solutions. Why should women who are living in trauma, post-sexual abuse or harassment, why should they just be isolated and fall off the map? Why should they just exclude themselves and stop living their lives to the fullest? You know, that needs to stop. And I think there are enough good people in the world who are privileged and who can deploy their privilege, you know, to fix these things, and for all of us to be in a happier and more equal world, I would say, at the risk of sounding very, very idealistic.
Congratulations, Nopur.
Yes, congratulations, Nopur Tiwari. You are indeed the 2021 Grand Prix winner of NetExplo Innovation. Thank you very much for creating this digital safe space, and not just digital, for all the women and others who are facing discrimination. Thank you again. We're actually coming to the end of this edition. I'd like to turn to you. Thierry Hupp, you're the chairman, the creator of this NetExplo Observatory. What are your remarks and your reactions after this long day?
Yes, it's a long day, very intensive and an amazing innovation. I would like first thanks and congratulate the 10 NetExplo award winners for on their fantastic innovation, because it was very, very new, interesting, and making sense for the future, I think. Thanks you to Pierre Balofé. Pierre Balofé is from HEC Montréal and his students, because he spot with his students Smashboard. So it's coming not from India, not from France, but from Canada. So thank you very much to Pierre and his students.
Thank you.
I'm very happy, delighted that Smashboard was 2021 UNESCO NetExplo award, and for two reasons. The first one is innovation was created and driven by women, and we are always keen to promote women initiative in digital innovation, and through this UNESCO and NetExplo awards. The second reason, it's in Indian innovation, and India is a great nation, and should have a greater voice in digital innovation. You may remember that in 2012, one of the 10 award winner was Aadhaar. I don't know if I pronounce very well Aadhaar, but Aadhaar is a great project, amazing project. The project to give 1.2 billion Indians biometric identity. So it was very impressive, and is coming from India. And the third reason, finally, is this social network Smashboard defends and promotes women in interest. And we believe in the future that the future of the planet, of our planet, depends on women, and especially women education. And that's why it's a key program of UNESCO and a strong conviction at NetExplo Observatory. So we are really delighted that Smashboard was 2021 UNESCO NetExplo Award. Thank you very much, Nopur.
Thank you so much, dear. Thank you.
Well, thank you also to the both of you. Thank you to you, viewers who were with us throughout the day. It was truly a pleasure to present this 2021 NetExplo Grand Prix. And I'd just like to say that we'll see each other perhaps next year, we hope without social distancing or masks, on the stage of UNESCO here at the headquarters in Paris. Until then, please do stay safe.